most limited. I'm back on the scene. Or replenishes potency like 4 or 5 Guinnesses. Hennessy's flourishing. OC is nourishing. Performing miracles. Ill and mad lyrical. What stands before your very eyes is a one-man standalone phenomenon. Microphone misery you suffering. Taste my repertoire in your face like a $150 done with the razor. I'm felt by Aztecs, felt by Asians, Portuguese, Lebanese, and even Caucasians. Every form of power, they respect my stats. Slapping fire with farmer leader, drink cognac with diplomat. Retard your whole brigade, cave in your brainwaves with subliminal messages. Making party people slaves, you hit reverse to rewind and defy my cause.
The thing I do is keep them different and far from
He's no average MC with a smile on his face. Though you're trying to bite his style, no one can duplicate.
I'll be the chosen one, beyond the mold and the crystal, a son of a king and a queen. Therefore ability for song running my genetics. I gave ideas to L. Ron Hubbard to write books on Dianetics. FedEx your info. If you wanna show the manager, Mr. Dave, make sure give us a good payday too. I was assigned to Earth on the mission to spread worldwide my glorious compositions. Notes are like B-sharps floating out of my mouth from start to finish till the song diminish. My lyrical energy bring out envy in most MCs who listen to O. He didn't know me before, then you know who I are now. Biting my style, that's a crime to be dealt with, but we take it to trial. Verdict is in, the judge know my beef has cause.
The thing I do is keep them different and far from
He's no average MC with a smile on his face. And though you try to bite his style, no one can duplicate. He can flow anywhere you want. He can rhyme anytime you say. And he's never ever too far from tomorrow today.
You may never find an MC well orchestrated like a symphony. Some will go down in history, some in infamy. The infamy will be somewhat a mystery. As long as my name OC live on through infinity, my identity will ring bells in all vicinities. From fans to enemies, I'm the antidote and remedy. I'ma philosophize, analyze, no question. If I die, I'ma return like Jesus' resurrection. I'm a blessing to the rap game. My claim to fame is when I disappear and reappear. I put rappers to shame, plain and simple. In common English, what I distinguish the meanest. Lyric flamethrower, your career's over. Vanessa Mike, Casanova, Don Juan, the MC. The people need a change, this rap shit is the range, your radar. Flip the fader, let them know my cause.
The thing I do is keep them different and far from
He's no average MC with a smile on his face. And though you try to bite his style, no one can duplicate. He can flow anywhere you want. He can rhyme anytime you say. And he's never ever too far from tomorrow today. He's no average MC with
joke, look, I'm so dope, you just so broke, I blow you out like smoke, nigga. I get you bigger that I'm a whack MC, but I'ma tell you right now that I'm the best MC. On a mic when I strike at 12 o'clock, a vampire, rap retire, I'm setting grooves on fire. So listen up to the rhymes I drop, as I get mad flavor from my verbal block. I shock the crowd like a bolt of lightning, it's frightening, the type of rhymes I be writing, excited. When I pick up the mic and start reciting, you think I hike like a Viking. Top my hall, won't stall or fall, ready to brawl, I'm solid like a brick wall. So listen up to the words I say, cause I spray rhymes like an AK.
Mad props, it's what I be out for. Mad props, as soon as I hit the door. Mad props, it's what I be out for. Mad props, as soon as I hit the door. Mad props, it's what I be out for. Mad props, as soon as I hit the door. Mad props, it's what I be out for.
Like me now, I'm getting busier.
I'm creeping while you're sorry but sleeping. Don't sweat the technique. I'm grim reaping. 1, 2. I'm coming for you, Mr. Q. 2 to 3, 4. Ayo, kids, lock your door. So many brothers wanna act hard and dress mean. Send me, yo, you ain't nothing but a drag queen fiend. Fiending with your little hard dreams. Boy, you get ripped because I'm rolling with my Philly team. You wanna rumble? Well, you can get crumpled. I didn't mumble. What's wrong now? You're humble. Mad props is what I be out for. You won't score whenever Q-ball gets raw. I be seeing suckers disappear in there, hide in there, duck here, jump here, one here, jump over there. But I don't want them to leave, I want them to see what's happening. When I finish rapping, salute the cat.
Mad props, it's what I be out for. Mad props, as soon as I hit the door. Mad props, it's what I be out for. Mad props, as soon as I hit the door. Mad props, it's what I be out for. Mad props, as soon as I hit the door. Mad props, it's what I be out for.
Like me now, I'm getting busier. 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 I'm getting busier.
Today, people will be exploring the mind. Back in 1985, lots of treasures and lost scrolls were left here.
What?
We'll be walking through many corridors that no one has ever seen.
Yo, you know what? I'm cool, yo.
Or has ever returned from.
What you going in there for, yo? Yo, I'm cool, yo. Oh, shit. Oh.
What's behind this anger? Why are you so rebellious? What are you thinking?
My thoughts are thunder and tumbling. Some sentences switches from yelling to mumbling. You ain't a pal of me. My family ties, but not with Mallory. My analogy ain't for salary. As I roll reality through galaxies. For centuries, it's to me with the sin of weed. With a chain representing penitentiaries. From Warren Town to Boyne Town, from North to Illtown. And all you know from life is right, cause the first one wasn't dropping too fast. I was flying too low. You think I'm rocking too quick? I think you listen too slow. I'm erupting, constructing a bumping assumption. You diss while your family say I'm the best shit since fucking. Strucking by an obstruction of turning something to nothing. From bullshit to bullshit, it's the ripping every function. Funking it up, pumping it up, jumping the ducks, looking to hump, been stuck in the trunk, pumping me up, pumping me up. Jersey niggas are the craziest. New York niggas are the craziest. DC niggas are the craziest. Philly niggas are the craziest. LA niggas are the craziest. Chi-Town niggas are the craziest. Texas niggas are the craziest. Utah niggas are the craziest.
My lyrics be laced with 40 ounces of funk and stuff. You get rushed, you get bumped. You call yourself calling my bluff. Enough's enough. I'm putting it down on the real, and this one goes out to all the people who be questioning my skill. Niggas, I've been rocking since League 12, and we feel that we build careers and still. So all the rest come up and test, but only stress is what you'll find thinking. Vinny don't write, and Vinny can rhyme shrinking. The sleeping MC, I eat like good and plenty. Lyrically spanking, yeah, that's why they call me Uncle Vinny. And oh yes, I just appeal to the masses. Young told folks to upper lower mid through classes. They don't begin with no lying professor. They begin when them pick up the pen and pad up off the dresser. Lesser, a man should never challenge a clan with 13 years experience of ripping mics put in our hands.
Detroit niggas are the craziest. Miami niggas are the craziest. Little Rock niggas are the craziest. Oaktown niggas are the craziest. I got barbarians to regard me into the club that bored me when abroad got thrown like my born. I've been born to get thrown abroad. The brim is broke to the back. I brawl and bad from brains to balls. The boots want the burnt bamboo, break the loot. Blowing the brain cells, boom like baby. Assume the same suit, fuck that fly shit with the flavor Kashai. Gets last name ain't Suzuki, but still my sidekick. Whip that high quick, if you slide quick, blood clot your blood click. You ain't rolling if I tape ain't what you ride with. Niggas snipe shit, so I'm on a night tip like the youngsters about to take you on some hip hop ride shit. If you ain't jumping, then don't pump it. I'm hitting Jermaine in Atlanta, cause he owe me loot for that jump shit. Fuck astronauts, I rock it. And from now on, if you wipe my shit when I see you, I'm in your pocket. Cleveland niggas are the craziest. Carolina niggas are the craziest. Virginia niggas are the craziest. Kentucky niggas are the craziest. St. Louis niggas are the craziest. Atlanta niggas are the craziest. Maryland niggas are the craziest. San Diego niggas are the craziest. Seattle niggas are the craziest. Boston niggas are the craziest. Hilltown niggas are the craziest. Zoo Crew niggas are the craziest. Jersey City niggas are the craziest. All my North niggas are the craziest.
You ever dance with the devil under the pale moonlight? Desperados, traveling. What the fuck's up, son? Do this, word up, do this.
Spend too many nights on the Henny getting right, breaking big face pennies, betting against the friendly dice. I can't call it, it's going too good to spoil it. Tell it like it is, the raw should never be rewarded. Too many nights on the Henny getting right, breaking big face pennies, betting against the friendly dice. I can't call it, it's going too good to spoil it. Tell it like it is, the raw should never be rewarded.
1,000 degrees Celsius, I make MCs melt. Fuck my record label, I appear courtesy of myself. Let me explain how I maintain thresholds for pain and walk across the sun barefoot looking for shade. I rearrange your rib cage like a 12 gauge at close range and change the position of your brain. My hard raps penetrate through your hard hats and all that, nigga. Get your wig peeled back. I scalp you like the Indians on horseback. Running bull will hit you harder than running back. Stunning man with brave and cunning raps, swiftly running laps around 48 tracks. Like uncut crack, you fiends keep coming back. Heads just flipping like acrobats on gym mats. From wax to analog tapes, the digital dax is critical black. The cannabis is ill like that. In fact, perhaps you should quit rap instead of always trying to diss back. If niggas keep telling you that the shit's whack, I rip raps, hardcore raps, rushing you to the floor mat. Put you in the figure 4, break your thorax, jump off the top turnbuckle and land on your back. Till I hear it snap or crack or the ref says chill black. You get clapped bringing the wrong raps to combat. Like bringing the pain gun to a shootout with real gas. Your niggas is whack, rapping over microphone feedback. My intelligence begins where yours peaks at. From Fox Boogie and the see-through brazier, then ask the Nazir. My nigga Nature will explain it further if it's not clear.
Millionaire, look at the sky, make sure it's still there. Ice grill stairs, and my jury is a heavy year. Pierre Cardin, back in the dapper den time. Now flex, Averex, Fox, Rock, and Klein. Initiated to the firm shit. Real thugs learn quick. Sit back and feel the ultimate hit. Initiated to the firm shit. Real thugs learn quick. Sit back and feel the ultimate hit.
Lock in, do the knowledge, follow the doctrine. We clocking on your airwaves, keeping it rocking. Blaze up, big fire, light your purple haze up. Bitch, your tire, bitch ass niggas need to be caged up. So raise up, fuck the playing. I'm sick of laying, I can picture spraying off of SK. Shells ricocheting, snatched up. It's the point court, eyes half shut. Gold defended, court of life sentence, seen the cracked up. Be at what? You will, bell 2 mil. Nigga cool still, bet I be home before the news will. Blast Jews will be birth for Flake Matthews. Perhaps you confuse the concept, black. Cash fools and carve another homo D's involved. Don't freeze, condo C's, 7 keys dissolve. Daily routine, speaking up for niggas who sling. Hand to hand on them street corners, claiming you king. It's time to lock this. Join with us, let your Glocks pick up through the toxic. Only fake niggas dry snitch. Get your guns out. It don't take much for me to dumb out. Play one bout, lay your shit down and run south.
What's
the cause of this shit? More statistics, deeper than the laws of physics. Malibu sand and gorgeous bitches. Weed from 125, my whole crew live. A true desperado, one that never choose sides or show sympathy. Just QB, an entity, stock exchange. Top of the game, watch them mention me. Image is nothing, just obey your thirst. I blaze the purple haze, sit in the days, then display a verse. For those concerned or just eager to learn, I speak for the firm, with zone and keep the chiva to burn. Stashing my riches, past traditions, like Olympics pass the torch. Flip shit so y'all can picture my thoughts. I'm drifting, it's type ill, waking up looking like Phil. 20 years younger, same hunger, same ice grill. Genetically formed grade A pedigree. Born to carve rhymes, a swift tongue help to set it free. Theoretically, people how we blessed this. Young and restless, guns and westerns, learning to connect through lessons. From cool feast to caps, niggas shoot back. It's a proven fact, 9-7's mine, y'all niggas move back.
Spend too many nights on the Henny getting right, breaking big face pennies, betting against the friendly dice. I can't call it, it's going too good to spoil it. Tell it like it is, the raw should never be boarded. Too many nights on the Henny getting right, breaking big face pennies, betting against the friendly dice. I can't call it, it's going too good to spoil it. Tell it like it is, the raw should never be boarded.
Peace. Islam. Elayoe. Sheekamauga Alamassee-El. Coming at y'all live. Deep, deep, deep down. Alamassee Arabian country. Deep in Arabia. Deep in the compound. Hella fortified. You know the science. The military science. The real most science. And long live the empire. Viva el Khalifa. Exercitus, Aureum, Carthagine. You dig? Yeah, just tapping in with y'all. Again, I'm always going to tap in with y'all from time to time. And again, what I strive to do in these drops is give y'all a real military war room type of breakdown of the true American history, the true Moorish-American history, and as well as a breakdown of current events and international events from a nationalist perspective of the mighty Mississippian nations. You know what I'm saying? Now that's one task that has not been consistently attempted to be accomplished in any of our lifetimes. You know what I'm saying? Outside of a few good Moors over the years who have always strived to break down our history, our true American, original American history. You know what I'm saying? From a nationalist perspective. You know what I'm saying? You haven't had too many individuals or entities that really strive to do a true war room breakdown and really make it plain. You know, you've had a lot of good Moors, a lot of good individuals over the years to put this information out because none of this information is new. This has all been out. And again, even when they had our people, even in the darkest days of the so-called Jim Crow and you know, the mental prison that they've had our people in over the years, you know what I'm saying, of being in our lower selves, engaging in debauchery, engaging in pork eating, engaging in, you know, juke joinking and all type of crazy stuff and being under the strict occupation and policing of the, you know, the so-called Christian, the new school Christian churches that they flooded the Mississippian community with post 1865. You know what I'm saying? They had us under strict policing under these Christian entities. They kept our people largely underdeveloped intellectually. You know what I'm saying? And kept us very much isolated from, you know, the international family of nations and international affairs, and kept us and turned us into a very localized people where we don't really pay attention to international events or anything outside of our, they damn near got a lot of our people so daggone brainwashed and so damn mentally childlike that all we care about is what's happening up and down the block, you know what I'm saying, up and down our own damn block, and then stupid ass entertainment and goofy ass, you know what I'm saying, sports and all that garbage. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, a lot of our people, if a European entity or a corporate entity does not give us the information or validate the information or any international information, or if it's not filtered through some type of foreign entity or communist Marxist entity, a lot of Mississippi people these days won't even believe it. You know what I'm saying? They don't, like, it literally, like, they have our people so marginalized intellectually and localized intellectually where we don't really care about international affairs or anything. You know what I'm saying? And our people are so isolated economically and politically isolated from the international world. You know what I'm saying? Just through decades and decades of just over policing and occupation, foreign occupation. You know what I'm saying? if information is not filtered through some mainstream communist Marxist foreign entity, our people just don't believe it. You know what I'm saying? So you can so since they have our people that they have our people that intellectually just lazy. You know what I'm saying? Like we believed a lot of this foreign doctrine and this foreign reconstructed narratives about ourselves for so long. So they've been telling us that we were slaves. That's all we ever were. We were slaves from Africa. You know what I'm saying? And we were always under so-called white supremacy, and we could never do nothing. Like our ancestors, like they say, our ancestors were so passive. They just took whoopings and they couldn't fight. You know what I'm saying? So they really wanted our people, and our people had to believe it because unfortunately, again, post 1865, they had most Mississippian communities and in cities, towns, and everything under military occupation from these communist Marxist, new school Christian, Jesuit type of organizations. You know what I'm saying? So you might have a old southern Mississippian town, like, you know, somewhere in Alabama, somewhere that used to be a Confederate town where everybody was Muslim or Hebraic. You know what I'm saying? And post 1865, after the so-called Civil War, which was the end of a long plethora of wars that our people were fighting in this hemisphere and abroad. You know what I'm saying? You might have had that Mississippian town, but prior to 1865, prior to the Civil War, that town was a Muslim town or a Hebraic town. You know what I'm saying? We practiced the old religion. The cats was wearing their garbs. You know what I'm saying? They might have been wearing their turbans, they long tunics. We dressed the noble garbs, and we dressed a lot different, spoke different languages. This was just prior to 1865. You know what I'm saying? But post 1865, they might have had their whole community isolated. You know what I'm saying? It was under occupation. So it was under foreign occupation. So they had a lot of so-called Union federal troops surrounding these towns. You know what I'm saying? They will build these new school Christian Baptist missions all over the damn place. And they would put these fake wooden churches up, and they would shut down. They would shut down and occupy the temple. Like the old Muslim temple that might have been in that neighborhood or that village or whatever it was. They would turn that into some fake government building, and eventually they would turn it into some fake museum or damn nightclub or something like that. So they would take that whole town, everybody in that town that used to be Muslims, and then they would force them to go to these damn churches. You know what I'm saying? And then when you go to the church, go to these new churches or whatever, these Christian churches, post 1865, you know what I'm saying? Everything in this little small community that is militarily occupied and isolated from the outside world. You know what I'm saying? They can't do their old trade. Their old networks were cut off. Everything. And I'm just talking about this happened all over the damn country, slowly but surely after 1865. You know, they put old Confederate Mississippian towns, or so-called black towns, under occupation. They cut them off. They cut the travel routes off. They dried up a lot of the rivers that they dried up a lot of the canals. They dried up a lot of the rivers. They built these fake roads, you know what I'm saying? So they cut off our old trade networks and our old communication routes. You know what I'm saying? They occupied all the old ports, all the old Confederate ports on the Gulf, so we couldn't sail back and forth anymore. You know what I'm saying? So when you're cut, so this is part of international isolation of the Mississippian people. So when we were isolated like that, yeah, they can put the whole neighborhood into the damn church, and the dang old new and the preacher, the new fake African Methodist Episcopal pastor can filter all the damn information to the people in the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? And then through the policing of this Christian church, because again, understand one thing. These churches that they've always been so-called churches. You know what I'm saying? They've always been so-called churches in North America for a very, very long time. But these churches were dealing with a lot of old school Christendom. They weren't dealing with a lot of this new school Baptist stuff, as we've addressed in previous drops. You know what I'm saying? But they would use these new school AME churches in Mississippian communities. You know what I'm saying? And these churches would be basically police precincts for the Mississippian people, and the dang old, and instead of in the old Confederacy, you might have had a town chief or a town sheik, and you would have had the town militia. You would have had the town, and the sheik was the mayor or something like that. In these new villages, in this new demonstration post 1865, with most of the North America under foreign occupation, you know what I'm saying? The pastor becomes the new town chief or the town sheik, and all the information, all of the outside information is filtered through this pastor. So do you honestly think a lot of these pastors in these new and these new so-called Negroes and hidden hand organization type of people that started to become the boss dogs in the post 1865 Mississippian communities. These people are under the jurisdiction of these communist Marxist foreigners and foreign backed banks and all these people and all these industrialists and all these people who are trying to come up in here and destroy the Moorish civilization in North America and take everything, all the existing technology, all the existing industries over for industrialization. Do you really think that these pastor preachers, and these new school Christian entities and hidden hand entities that took over Mississippian communities, do you really think that they were going to filter honest, truthful international information to our people? Hell to the no. They was going to give us this new foreign doctrine of we was runaway slaves. We were from Africa to denationalize us, take our whole consciousness off of the land that stood under our feet. You know what I'm saying? I mean, because again, if they denationalize you and they take your consciousness away from your own land, over time you're not going to want to fight for it anymore. Because understand, our people, when we largely compromised the Confederacy, you couldn't tell the Mississippian people or the Moorish people of America nothing. You know what I'm saying? The only way you was finna get us to get most of us to give anything up, by and large, you had to literally kill us. That's why there were so many wars in this land. You know what I'm saying? Our people would never bow down to nobody. You know what I'm saying? And we were the superior military in this land. So anybody who wanted to take anything from us had to kill us. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how it was. But post 1865, in order to tone down our natural militancy, you know what I'm saying? Because your natural militancy for any group of people all over, no matter what land you come from, your natural militancy and your willingness to defend your civilization and your land is going to come from your consciousness being tied to the frequency of that particular land, and you understanding your nativity. You know what I'm saying? Or your aboriginality or whatever to the land, the soil you come from. So the whole play, since the Mississippian nations, aka the Al-Maroccan Empire, aka the Moors, aka the Al-Moroccans or whatever, fake American Indians, which we know American Indians are really Moors and Turks, but historically, the Al-Maroccan Empire or the American Moors, they always had their military might. They always were able to manifest their military might. You know what I'm saying? Through the conscious connection to the land of North and South America. You know what I'm saying? To the Americas. Understanding this is our land. Allah gave us this land as the promised land, a paradise on earth. You know what I'm saying? And we knew that through covenant, we were obligated to defend it. So we were very paramilitary, militant people who were willing to die before we subjugated ourselves to anybody. You know what I'm saying? Any demonic force or any infidel force or non-believing force or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it was. You know what I mean? So yeah, they needed to use these new post 1865 entities to filter information to us, to denationalize us and make us and turn us to transform us from an internationally based people with international plugs, international ties, and international connections to a very localized people, domesticated type of people who all information, all current events, all economic information, you know what I'm saying? All political information, all of that information was filtered through a foreign entity to our people post 1865. So that created a whole situation where you got a domesticated people we're essentially taken off of the international. We're essentially taken off of the international chessboard as a people. You know what I'm saying? So our people couldn't really, since we were so localized, we stopped caring. You know what I'm saying? A lot of our people just stopped dealing with international information and an international understanding of our history. So therefore, if they're going to use these new entities to filter information to us and give us a slave narrative, then we're going to think we're slaves. You know what I'm saying? And that's exactly what has happened to our people. You know what I'm saying? And they have put so much of an economic incentive, and they have drafted so many of our people. They brought in so many foreigners, millions of foreigners, and they've drafted the best and the brightest from our own Mississippian communities, you know what I'm saying, and giving them all type of payouts, handouts, economic incentives to continue to push this slave narrative, denationalizing narrative on our people that takes our consciousness off of the land and the soil we were born and birthed from. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, for 150 coalesce around an ideology of nationalism to make us come together and refortify ourselves to defend this land and take our government back. You know what I'm saying? And take our military dominance back, predominance back on this land. We just haven't been able to do it because, again, when they take your consciousness off of your land through military occupation and through filtering information to your people, you know what I'm saying, from a foreign perspective as opposed to an indigenous perspective of what really happened. You know what I'm saying? You're not, you know what I'm saying? You're going to be so demoralized that you think you're a slave. You're so demoralized. You think you can't do anything. Basically, they're turning lions. They turning lions into house cats. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's essentially what's happened to our people. So again, Sheekamauga is one of the few that's willing to, again, since there's no economic incentive to come in for any entity to come in and give an honest historical breakdown from an international perspective to the Mississippian nations, because everybody, a lot of these foreign nations, these foreign federal nations, they all have an economic incentive through the so-called United States. You know what I'm saying? To keep this slave narrative going to our people. You know what I'm saying? Because they are all benefiting. They are all able to come over here to North America, raid the land, raid the technology, raid the consciousness. Really, the main thing that these foreigners, these other nationalities, and even a lot of Mississippians themselves who have drafted themselves into this communist Marxist foreign military occupation of the Al-Maroccan Empire, aka North America and South America to a lesser degree. You know what I'm saying? These people understand that the most valuable resource is the Mississippian human resource. You know what I'm saying? Because our people are the most naturally, you know what I'm saying, technically capable, creative, you know what I'm saying, scientifically capable people on the planet. You know what I mean? And we always have been, and everybody know that. So prior to the conquest of Al-Maroccan Empire, after the Al-Maroccan Empire of America, after the American Revolution, you know what I'm saying? A lot of these foreign nationalities around the world, you know, a lot of these foreign nationalities around the world, they had to pay, you know what I'm saying? They had to pay top dollar, be subjugated to the Al-Maroccan, to the Mississippian people because of our, you know, we kept our expertise in-house. So in order to get any type of level of civilization, scientific understanding from the Mississippian people, who are the most capable people just historically on the planet, you know what I'm saying? You had to pay, you know what I mean? If you had to pay, or you had to subjugate yourself. You had to bow down and beg for us to pretty much come and help you. And if you got out of line, since we were so military dominant, because we had so much technology, you would get smacked around and put in your place. You know what I'm saying? People tried to raise up against us in the 1500s, but you saw what happened with that. You know what I'm saying? You saw what happened when the Portuguese came against the Moroccans in the 1500s. They got annihilated. You know what I'm saying? And for a whole 300 years, they got dominated. We had to police the entire world because we were able to do it because we had superior military technology. We had superior weapons, and we had all these things. And the reason why we were able to keep these things and keep this advantage over all these other nations around the world was because we kept our expertise in-house. You know what I'm saying? We had a nationality which was Moorish. You know what I mean? So this is why everybody, all these fake other groups, these fake Aboriginals, these fake American Indians, these fake Native Americans, these pro-blacks, these Pan-Africans, these foreign infidels, these communist Marxist clowns, and all these other nationalities that have everything invested in the so-called corporate United States, you know what I'm saying, that is anti-Moorish. This is why they have so much invested in keeping our people from renationalizing as Moors, because when we were nationalized as Moors historically, you know what I'm saying, we kept all of our knowledge base in-house, so we could coalesce around a nationalist ideology. That's all that's been missing from our people. You know what I'm saying? But you got so many of these infidel type of people. They always got something to say and always want to bring. They always want to cause dissension anytime any Moors come in trying to give the Mississippian nations back their Moorish nationality, because they understand if we start to renationalize around being Moors or being the Al-Maroccan Empire, they know all these people understand that the water finna get cut off. You know what I'm saying? They're not gonna be able to live the luxurious lifestyle they live anymore, because our people are gonna start charging y'all, gonna start charging fair prices. You know what I'm saying? And not just giving our scientific expertise and creativity away for free. You know what I'm saying? When you ain't got no nationality, you will just literally, you become a vessel for when you don't have your own nationality, you don't have your own nationalist agenda. All that's going to happen is you're going to become is a vessel for other nationalities, other agendas from foreign entities, and likewise. You know what I'm saying? So everybody has something. All these entities and all these clowns that live good, all these foreign nationalities, all these clowns sell out Mississippians and our own so-called blacks in our own community now. All of these other nationalities, all these other entities, they have they call themselves anti-Moorish, and they always got something bad to say about the Moors. The main reason why is because everybody deep down knows that if the Mississippian people, the mighty Mississippian nations of North America, are ever able to coalesce themselves back around their Moorish nationality, again, the water getting cut off to these clowns. You know what I'm saying? These people are going to be starving, and they're going right back to the caves where they belong, and they're going to the bottom of society where they were prior to the Confederacy falling. You know what I'm saying? These people were nobodies, and they were clowns. We were nobles, balling in castles and palaces. We were rocking gold. Y'all were poor, broke, dusty bums. You know what I'm saying? We had y'all clowns locked up on prison colonies where y'all belong for being degenerate clowns. You know what I'm saying? And see, again, the problem that a lot of these clowns that hate Moorish culture now and want to deny the Moorish culture, the problem that a lot of these clowns essentially have with anything going back to being anything in North America going back to the old Moorish culture and understanding that we used to have here is because, again, I've said this in the past. In the old Moorish culture, you got to be a cowboy. You got to be rugged. You got to be real. You got to show and prove. You got to show and prove yourself. You know what I'm saying? You're only going to get the respect you earn in old Moorish culture. See, in the new communist Marxist trash culture that y'all clowns, you Roman clowns, and y'all Roman Catholics and communist Marxist clowns, and all you abos and American Indians, you Native Americans, you pro-blacks and pan-African goofies, y'all love this communist Marxist trash corporate culture because y'all deep down y'all understand that y'all are able to get unearned benefits in this culture. You know what I'm saying? You're able to get something for nothing in this culture. You can cry, whine, and beg, you know what I'm saying, and scam and be criminals, and you can still get taken care of in this Marxist communist Roman culture. But in old Moorish culture, all hell to the gnaw. You had to show and prove. You don't contribute, you don't put your work in, your ass ain't finna eat. You know what I'm saying? And that's why y'all clowns are terrified of it going back to that culture. Because when they go back to that, that's a natural culture. So the most capable and the most intellectually developed, you know what I'm saying, the most physically developed, the most militaristic individuals are going to be at the top of that society, and mainly the most noble and regal individuals and families and entities and groups are going to be at the top of the Moorish society. You know what I'm saying? The degenerates, the clowns, the bums, the losers, the criminals, and all y'all, all them type of clowns and people. What's going to happen if society goes back to being Moorish in North America? All you clowns, degenerates, bums, criminals, corporate thieves, all you losers, you know what I'm saying? Y'all know goddamn well y'all are getting mass in prison and put right back in the penal colonies where y'all belong, where y'all were prior to the American Revolution, right where y'all belong in. You know what I'm saying? And folks want to cry, talking about and the folks wanted to cry and say, oh, the Moors and the Barbary Moors and the so-called English, which was always the Moors, which is what we finna address in this drop. You know what I'm saying? They always like to cry and say, oh, the English and the Spanish and the French and all, they were so wrong and mean for enslaving and imprisoning people and putting people on colonies and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so guess what? Y'all had y'all little American Revolution. Y'all had all y'all revolutions all around the world. You know what I'm saying? Y'all literally got a chance, right? After we locked all y'all up after the 1500s, because y'all was acting up in the 1500s, going around the world slaughtering folks and killing folks and stuff like that. You Roman Catholic infidels and communist Marxist clowns, and you African Portuguese clowns, y'all, you know what I'm saying? All y'all clowns and you European communist Marxist Roman Catholic clowns, y'all was going around the world in the 1500s. Sitting up here slaughtering folks and being pirates and just killing people and being criminals. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we had to beat y'all down in the 1500s. We had to keep y'all clowns literally locked up for damn near 250 something years on penal colonies all over the damn world. It was so bad, it was so ill that we had to literally turn half a continent into penal colonies for you clowns. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But y'all clowns, y'all were whining and bitching for 200 plus years. You know what I'm saying? Oh, the Moors are so mad. The Barbary Moors are so bad. You know what I'm saying? They so mean and they beat us up, whoop our asses and all that shit. Y'all literally had a chance to show and prove after the American Revolution that y'all could be civilized. You know what I'm saying? That y'all could not be criminals and actually run a civilization. And then what do we get? What do we get from you communist Marxist bums and losers? What do we get? Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. We got international thieving. We got mass murder. We got mass slaughter. We got millions of people. We got millions of lives being lost on a yearly basis. We've had millions of people disappear off the earth. We've had genocide after genocide. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on, bro. So since y'all showed, so y'all got away. Y'all got y'all little freedom. Y'all did y'all revolutions. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there was y'all chance to show y'all could be civilized. and you know what I'm saying? And I think we can all agree that it's been a mission failure. You know what I'm saying? It's been a failed experiment. So guess what? You know what I'm saying? Shouldn't nobody, when the Barbary Moors come back on you clowns, we don't want to hear nobody complaining because y'all had y'all damn chance. You communist Marxist clowns and infidel clowns and Jesuit clowns, you know what I'm saying? Y'all had y'all chance and y'all did mass genocide, mass murder, mass theft, you know what I'm saying? And destroyed environments and ruined civilization all over the damn world. So nobody should be complaining when y'all asses get locked up again when the Barbary Moors come back, nigga. You know what I'm saying? For real, bro. You know what I mean? But anyway, I wanted to talk about in this drop, really in this drop, you know what I'm saying? What I really wanted to discuss, very important, very interesting and important information to drive home to my Mississippian people, you know what I'm saying, to the Moorish people, is what I wanted to address is I wanted to give the understanding of Moorish England versus fake Britain. Again, this drop is going to address old Moorish England, and we're going to separate old Moorish England from fake Britain. You know what I'm saying? And when I say fake Britain, what fake Britain is what after the American Revolution and specifically after the War of 1812, the Moorish Empire got broken up by these new federal entities and communist Marxist hidden hand entities, and you had so-called Great Britain. It stopped being called so-called England, because understand, when they say historically say from the late 1500s all the way to the American Revolution, they're always going to discuss England, they're always going to discuss so-called Britain as being so-called England, or they're going to say the English. Now what this is understand, when they rewrite this reconstructed history, they don't want to admit the fact that the Moors were still ruling the world all the way to the American Revolution. You know what I'm saying? Like they always want to give our people this narrative. Even they never wanted to talk about the Moors, period. But even when the Moors became a part of the historic conversation in the mainstream, they always want to act like, oh, the Moors got defeated in Spain in 1492 and they just fell off after that. And after that, the Europeans just started running the world after that. You know what I'm saying? And nothing could be further from the truth. You know what I'm saying? All they did was, again, we've already discussed in past drops, that the so-called Portuguese, which was the Roman Catholic armies that went around the world just using their little dumb diverses edicts from the Pope, going around the world trying to take over old Moorish domains and dominions, and they did a whole jihad and killed a lot, and you know what I'm saying, cost a lot of lives and destroyed a lot of things in the 1500s. But what we've talked about in past drops is that the so-called Portuguese were actually defeated by the Moors, in the late 1500s. You know what I'm saying, and put back in their place. So, and a lot of historians don't like to admit this, so they came up with this whole scheme that prior to 1492. Because they wanted to start masking a lot of the Moorish Empire and the Barbary states that were still running the world under European designations. So what they did was they started using the terms English, French, Dutch, and Spanish. You know what I'm saying? Now, well, we're going to have to start driving home because we're trying to eliminate this slave narrative. You know what I'm saying? Because you got a lot of fake pro-blacks and pan-African clowns that have been coming around for years and years. Even you got these new Aboriginals and Native American clowns. You know what I'm saying? All these clowns, these American Indians and all these clowns, like to come around. All they like to do they like to be perpetual victims and act like they were so damn helpless. You know what I'm saying? And they always are crying about how they got did so wrong by the British colonists. They got did so wrong by the British. They got did so wrong by the Spanish. They got did so wrong by the French. You know what I'm saying? They always are crying and whining. They all got enslaved and beat up by the British, the French, and the Spanish. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But what we're going to drive home, what we're going to really start driving home, you know what I'm saying, is that the British, in this drop, we're going to talk about the so-called English, you know what I'm saying? But the British, the French, the Dutch, and the Spanish were always the Moorish governments of America, the four Barbary states. You know what I'm saying? That's all they were. So when they say English, you know what I'm saying, historically, prior to the 1800s, because after the 1800s, if you read a lot of historical books, they're going to start calling it Britain. But prior to the 1800s, it's called England. You know what I'm saying? England represents Morocco. You know what I'm saying? It's the historic Moroccans. So when they tell you about, when they discuss how the so-called British America, British North America and all that was Moroccan America, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. The Moroccan Sultan, who was based in America, had an alliance with the so-called monarchs over there in so-called Albion, so-called the British, so-called British Isles over there in Europe. And all that was all it ever was all the kings and the nobility over there in so-called continental Europe, which is really just part of Asia. But they were really American-blooded warlords that were ruling over a lot of you infidels and clowns over there in Europe and keeping y'all in y'all place because y'all are degenerate, thieving, criminal bums. You know what I'm saying? So you had the American Moorish nobles living up in castles while you bums were sitting up there infected with head lice and getting slapped around by the Moors all over Europe. You know what I'm saying? Y'all were nobodies. Y'all were nobodies back then and y'all are nobodies now. You know what I'm saying? The only time y'all can come up is if y'all fuck with the nobles. You know what I'm saying? But understand, the old so-called European monarchs were always the American-blooded Moors, all the way up until a certain point. So when they say England, they're talking about the Moroccan alliance with so-called the British Isles. So you would have had Queen Elizabeth, and she historically had an alliance with Morocco. You know what I'm saying? And you can do the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Read up on it. If you read the official history of Morocco, you're gonna find out that the Queen Elizabeth had an alliance with the Moroccan Sultan while she was living, and then it got renewed when James I came in. You know what I'm saying? And all of these so-called British monarchs were always in alliance with Morocco. You know what I'm saying? All of them. So when they talk about the English, they're just talking about the American Moroccan Empire and its alliance with the so-called British monarchs over there in Europe. You know what I'm saying? But the majority of the army and the military might on the American side of the fence, as well as in so-called British India and Africa and everything, it all came from Morocco. It all came from the American Al-Maroccan Empire. You know what I'm saying? It was always the American Moroccan army. There was the so-called British army all through the colonial times. The whole damn time. So if you a fake pro-black or pan-African goofy or American Indian goofy, Native American goofy, crying about, oh, we got enslaved and beat up by the British, nigga, y'all clowns are so retarded. You know what I'm saying? That's why y'all be playing hating on the Moors. Y'all are so damn retarded, nigga. It was not no fake pale right British and beating y'all asses. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, a lot of y'all did get y'all asses beat because y'all are criminals and bums. You know what I'm saying? But we gonna start driving home that the English and the so-called British in the colonies, it was whooping y'all Pan-African pro-blacks, Indians, and Aboriginals' asses was always the Moors, nigga. You know what I'm saying? And that's why y'all always hate the Moors. Y'all got so much anti-Moorish propaganda because y'all know y'all got slapped around by the Moors all over the Western Hemisphere, all the way up into the American Revolution. And that's why y'all clowns love being United States citizens so goddamn much. You know what I'm saying? Y'all are straight up sellouts. Y'all don't want the Moors to come back because we were the police. We were the Sharifin police, nigga. Old North America was policed and ruled by the Sharifin people, nigga. That's why they got sheriffs now. It's the Sharifs, nigga. We was whooping y'all ass in the colonial times. So anytime they're gonna talk about the British and old America, it was the Moorish-Moroccans, nigga. The whole goddamn time. So we're gonna start doing a delineation of Moorish England because it was England, nigga. England is Morocco/Britain. You know what I'm saying? And then we're going to start distinguishing that from fake Britain. You know what I'm saying? Fake Britain is the whole new post-demonstration that came after the American Revolution, and that's the fake corporate United States. That's the corporate United States and this new fake Britain that they created over there after the War of 1812, because and if you really do the knowledge on George III, because he was the last real nigga that was running things over there in the so-called British Isles, George III, who was the monarch over there in so-called Britain. You know what I'm saying? During the American Revolution. If you really do the knowledge to George III, you'll find out that around the time that the American Revolution ended, you know what I'm saying, was so-called ending, he started going crazy. You know what I'm saying? And what I really feel like happened, and we're going to have to start, this is why you need real Moors, we got to start having research groups and really digging in and figuring out what really happened. But I really feel like George III got poisoned, you know what I'm saying? And he had just lost his damn mind. I really feel like these hidden hand clowns poisoned that man. And that's when they started to take over, that's when they started to restructure the whole Britain overseas, you know what I'm saying, as while they were so-called setting up the so-called United States. And all these European communist Marxists, hidden hand bums, was going to use the United States, you know what I'm saying, to help assist all these other federal revolutions around the world, overthrowing the Moorish nobles all over the damn world. And that's exactly what happened. You know what I'm saying? But understand, anytime you hear about the so-called British or the so-called British Army in old North America, or the Moroccan Army, or the British Army or anything in old North America and even old South America, in India, in Africa, anything, it was always the Moroccan Army, nigga. The whole damn time, nigga. So it was the Moors with the ships. The Moors had the guns. And the Moors was enslaving and slapping y'all infidels around, nigga. And understand, a lot of some Moors and a lot of these other clown Mississippians and all these other goofies, they don't want to own that. You know what I'm saying? They always want to be perpetual victims, grinding like little girls and stuff like that. And it's only a few real Moors I've ever heard really claim this. You know what I'm saying? But the Barbary Mo Sheekamauga, we the Barbary Moors. Just the whole demonstration coming back, nigga. You know what I'm saying? The Barbary Moors, we finna claim all that, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we slapped y'all around. We proud of it, nigga. We was the old Moorish police, nigga. The British Brutish Moors, nigga. We was policing you clowns. We had y'all clowns on criminal. We had y'all clowns on penal colonies and all type of stuff, man, where y'all belong at, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying? Like, understand, a lot of people don't want to claim that. They want to be perpetual victims and slaves. Not the Barbary Moors, nigga. You know, the Barbary Moors is in the dough, and we claiming that English history, nigga. We claiming that Spanish history, nigga. We claiming that Dutch history, nigga. And we claiming that French history, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Because we was whooping y'all ass all over the world into the American Revolution and really into the War of 1812, nigga. You know what I'm saying? And Sheekamauga one more is gonna claim that. You know what I'm saying? We ain't gonna be no victims. We gonna empower Mississippian people and to the rulers that their ancestors really were. You feel me? You know what I mean? So anyway, I'm just gonna get to talking about. We're gonna break this down. And really just going to break down, again, we're going to break down Moorish England. We're going to break down Moorish England as opposed to fake Britain. You know what I'm saying? Great Britain now is fake Britain. Understand that. The old England was always Morocco. It was always the Al-Maroccan Empire of America and its alliance with the monarchs over there in the so-called British Isles. It was always that. You know what I'm saying? The old French was the Algerian Regency of Algiers in America. You know what I'm saying? That was always what old French means. The Algerian or so-called New France in America. You know what I'm saying? The Spanish was always the Andalusian Barbary state, so-called Tripoli of North of America. You know what I'm saying? So when they say Spanish, and that, you know, that of course that was allied with the whole so-called monarchs over there in Spain. It was just different alliances. well, after the 1500s, when we had to slap the Portuguese clowns around, you know what I'm saying? And all you infidels around the world, y'all had to get put in prison camps. You know what I'm saying? And the royals and the nobles and the Moors was running y'all asses. You know what I'm saying? And exactly what y'all got, y'all deserved. You know what I'm saying? But the Spanish was always the Andalusians. You know what I'm saying? And the Dutch. Still doing research on the Dutch, but more than likely the Dutch was Tunis, you know what I'm saying? The Tunisian Moors, you know what I'm saying? So just doing the knowledge, man, you know what I'm saying? Like, for real, bro. But we're going to get into this knowledge about Moorish England versus fake Britain, you know what I'm saying? And we're going to break it down. And we claiming Britain, nigga. And we claiming England, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So fake Britain is done, son. You know what I'm saying? So all you goofies that sat up there, you know what I'm saying? No knock on none of the so-called British monarchs of the day and Queen Elizabeth and all that. But all you goofies that sat up here, and especially if you American from the Caribbean or wherever y'all were from, and y'all sat up there crying like little girls, you know what I'm saying, when Queen Elizabeth died, man, y'all, this how goofy y'all are, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all are sitting up there crying and whining from a monarch of a whole reconstructed nation that's not even real. You know what I'm saying? England was always Moorish England from America, nigga. We was running the Caribbean. When the British was in Jamaica and all that, nigga, that was the American Moors, nigga. It was never no fake pale British from damn British Islands that was running y'all niggas, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real, man. Just man, it's just time to bring y'all to reality, man. Just let's just keep it real, man. The Mississippian people ain't never been no slaves, nigga. The Mississippian people have always had military might, nigga. We always had guns, ships, Marines, and all. Nigga, we was the military boss dogs, nigga. We ain't never been nobody's motherfucking slaves. Excuse my French. We ain't never been nobody's slaves. You know what I'm saying? And we gonna get that narrative up out of here. For all you clowns that want to claim to be, all you pro-blacks, Pan-Africans, and goofies and clowns, y'all want to claim to be slaves, y'all do that. You know what I'm saying? But the Barbary Brutish moles coming back up in like killer bees, we claiming the real history, that we was the old school Moorish police. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Just doing the knowledge, man. But we gonna get into this knowledge, man. Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna be right back. You dig? Peace. Back in the dough, you know what I'm talking about? All right. So we're gonna break this knowledge down. And we're gonna do the knowledge on old Moorish England. The old English of Moorish Britain, you know what I'm saying, of North America, and by extension the Caribbean, and all the domains over there in Asia and everything. We're gonna drive the understanding home. The old England was always the Al-Maroccan Empire. It always was. It only became Britain after the American Revolution and after the War of 1812. That's when all the dominions started breaking up, because what ended up happening was, since the American Revolution caused the American Moroccan economy to kind of slow down, and we didn't have as much money going, because there were so many prisoners and POWs in North America and there was so much free labor just due to all the wars we were fighting and everything, and just having to lock up so many people, that we had such a balling economy because we had so much free labor. But with the American Revolution, that made us lose large, and with all the other revolutions going on around the world, and we had to fight all these wars, the economy started to break down slowly, so we couldn't finance and hold such a big army together. So what ended up happening was the so-called United States, with them freeing all the so-called Christian slaves all over the world and all that, going all over the place, doing what showing their freedom papers and all that, you know what I'm saying? They were, just freeing all of the subjugated people that were up under the old nobility of the world, Moorish nobility of the world. You know what I'm saying? They were just interrupting the Moorish economy. You know what I'm saying? So we couldn't maintain these large armies around the world anymore. The economy kind of slowed down, so we kind of had to scale our army down. But understand one thing as we're gonna drive home in this drop. The Morocco, the Al-Moroccans, the Algerians, and all these people, they were never military. They were undefeated all the way up until the American Revolution, all the way up until the War of 1812. These clowns, these revolutionaries and clowns, they never won nan war with Morocco or any of the other Barbary states. You know what I'm saying? We whooped ass from the 1500s all the way to the 1800s. You know what I'm saying? Y'all never beat us in nan. The only thing y'all were able to do, and y'all got real lucky, was with these revolutions, y'all interrupted our economy, so we had to scale down and disband a lot of our armies. And guess what ended up happening? Since y'all formed the United States, and no knock on the United States again. This is not anti-US or anything like that. We just spitting facts. You know what I'm saying? Again, it was a noble agreement. And people were able to get their freedom on wallet, and it's always cool. You know what I'm saying? There's no knock on that. But but unfortunately, y'all, a lot of y'all clowns didn't want to be, a lot of y'all revolutionaries and 1776 rebels and all that stuff. Y'all unfortunately did not, a lot of y'all wanted to be sellouts. You know what I'm saying? And y'all didn't want to hold down the noble culture or anything like that. And then y'all wanted to turn around because y'all had all these incentives from all these foreign operatives and all of that. Y'all wanted to take all these handouts. Y'all wanted to not uphold the American culture of keeping a lot of the technology and the understanding in-house because y'all was so salty. You know what I'm saying? And then y'all wanted to allow a lot of these foreign Marxist communist clowns to come in here and give the Mississippian people a foreign doctrine about themselves and rewrite our damn history and all the clown shit because y'all was all salty. You know what I'm saying? Which is clown shit. You know what I'm saying? So, we got to come in, what y'all were able to do when y'all got real lucky is y'all was able to take over, y'all were able to co-opt a lot of the old existing Moorish military units and entities that around the world into y'all little new armies. So the United States was able to take over Moorish contingents just through between the American Revolution and the time of the Civil War. They were able to just adopt a lot of old Moorish militias and units into the so-called United States by force, just through all these wars and our old economy breaking down and so many people so many Moors jumping ship and shit like that. Excuse my French. You know what I'm saying? And the so-called fake Britain, the new Britain, they were able to do the same thing. So the Moors have said in the past, I've heard Moors talk about how the so-called the British inherited the Moorish Empire. And that's literally all they did. When the United States and the fake and New Britain started to form their little alliance or whatever, all they did was they just absorbed all of the old Moorish outposts, all of the old Moorish army units all over the world and incorporated them into their armies. That's why the so-called British Army all the way up until World War II had all of these, they literally had all of these African military units. They had all of these South American and Caribbean military units that they just absorbed into their whole demonstration because they were absorbing the old Moroccan army. The same with the fake ass French. You know what I'm saying? The fake French was able to absorb all of the old Algerian units all over the world. The Zouaves, all of these old Ottoman, the Ottoman Turkish units and all the stuff we had all over the world. They were just able to absorb them into their armies. So that's where they had their little big old colonial armies and all that stuff. All they were doing was absorbing all our old Barbary armies. That's all they were doing. These people are nobodies, man. They don't create nothing. Again, the military might around the world has always been the Moorish military. You know what I'm saying? Like we were the old military. We had millions of people in our militaries back in the day. You know what I'm saying? That's how gangster we were. to the point where you had the fake British Empire, the fake French Empire, and the fake American Empire, the so-called U.S. whatever colony. They were just literally they became boss dogs because they would just absorbed all of the old Moorish Barbary armies into their jurisdictions. That's literally all they did. They never beat us at nothing, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Let's just keep it a buck, man. You know what I'm saying? So first what we're going to do, the first aspect of the so-called Moorish England, the history we're going to talk about is post-American Revolution. We're going to talk about the Northwest Confederacy. You know what I'm saying? Because what happened? Because in the American Revolution, you had the Iroquois Confederacy kind of break in half, and all it was you had the Sultanate, you had the Sultan of Morocco, who was based in America, and he had his army. He had his whole navy and army, and the old Sultan's army. Understand this? This is what we're gonna drive home to you clowns. The Sultan's army was always in colonial America the British army. The so-called British army was always the Sultan of America's army, and the so-called British monarch over there in Europe, so-called Europe, was contributed soldiers to that cause as well. But understand, this is gonna drive it home to you clowns. The so-called old British Army of America was always the Sultan's army. The Sultan of America's army. It always was. It was always the Moroccan army, the old Moroccan federal army. Same with the old French army. It was always the Algerian army the whole time, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like there was never no big British army from damn Europe in America. It just never happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, just keep it a buck, man. You know what I'm saying? But after the American Revolution, the so-called Iroquois Confederacy broke apart, and the United States was trying to claim jump. You know what I'm saying? To a lot of the Iroquois, a lot of the so-called Iroquois, because the Iroquois was just an old Moroccan state. You know what I'm saying? It was just the old Moroccan state that was in the so-called New England all the way to Illinois. It was just a confederacy. Because understand, and we're gonna do the knowledge. You had two contingents of the old Al-Maroccan government set up that was in America. Okay, and we've talked about this in previous drops, but you had Bled el-Makins, which is federal. You know what I'm saying? Again, the United States is set up the exact same way, but you had Bled el-Makins, okay? And you also had Bled el-Siba, okay? Now, Bled el-Makins, again, was always the Sultan's old was always the Sultan's federal type of army situation. And that was always the old British Redcoat army. You know what I'm saying? That's Bled El Mackenzie. That's the old Moroccan setup of America. You know what I'm saying? So just like you have the United States federal army now, that's the old British army, the old Redcoat army of America, and the Navy and everything. That was always the Sultan's executive old federal army, but it wasn't federal back in the day. Remember, we didn't have federal, you know what I'm saying? And then you had the individual confederacies of zones, and that's Bled El-Seba. You know what I'm saying? The individual confederacies, which is old Moorish states all over America. So you would have had like the Muskogee Confederacy. You would have had the Iroquois Confederacy. You would have had the Choctaw Confederacy or whatever, you know, all these different confederacies. That was always Bled El-Seba. You know what I'm saying? Like the Mekasuki Confederacy, all these different confederacies and states, old Moorish states all over America. That was Bled El-Seba. So they were, even though they were down with the sultans, the Sultan was like the president, and these were the old Moorish states. So the old Moorish states were Bled El-Seba, and the old Sultan's jurisdiction, which was the old British or French armies of America, was Bled El Mackenzie, okay? So, you know what I'm saying? So, even to this day, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, again, if you scared, go to church, nigga. One thing about it, if you want to talk down on the Barbary Moles, you know what I'm saying, and you immore yourself, and you want to talk down on the Barbary Moles or whatever, understand one thing. Obviously, if you one of them type of moles, you don't know your old government, you know what I'm saying? So, if you dealing with so-called MST of A, which is definitely needed, the MST of A, in this day will currently represent Bled El Mackenzie, you know what I'm saying, which is the old type of federal situation we had set up. But we also had Bled El-Seba, you know what I'm saying, which was the actual Moorish states. You always had those checks and balances, and the United States took that whole jurisdiction. So if you're trying to sit up here and claim, you trying to be like a Temple Moor, you trying to talk about the so-called, the Barbary Moles are doing whatever, you know what I'm saying? And I'll be catching them. I've caught little slick disses or whatever, but you want to talk down on the Barbary Moorish demonstration or whatever, or call us renegades or whatever, understand, we are Bled El-Seba, you are Bled El Mackenzie. And one thing about it, historically, Bled El Mackenzie always had a strong sultan. You know what I'm saying? Always had a charismatic, very studied, very understanding sultan who was able to rally the people and was just a spiritual master. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was very studied and understanding, very well-spoken master. One thing about it is, ever since Noble Drew Ali, we ain't really produced one of those. You know what I'm saying? Now, we've had people that got close. And there's some real good moles that I would, even to this day, you know, I'm not going to mention their names, but I would respect them as sultan material. You know what I'm saying? Real good moles out here. You know what I'm saying? But understand, until we can produce an individual that's worthy of being a sultan again, like a real sultan, of the Al-Maroccan Al-Mackenzie jurisdiction, don't run your mouth about the Barbary Moles. We all got to do what we got to do. You know what I'm saying? To reconsolidate ourselves. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, again, we just doing the knowledge. The old British English situation in America was always Bled El Mackenzie. That's the Sultan's army. The Redcoats was always the Sultan's Moroccan army. It always was. You know what I'm saying? And Bled El-Seba was always the individual confederacies or zones. You know what I'm saying? And then another thing I want y'all to understand as we do the knowledge to these history is a lot when they talk about colonies, the American colonies, which I want y'all to understand about these American colonies was they was always prison colonies. They always were. You know what I'm saying? Like we had to lock so many people up and police the world so bad that we had to establish prison colonies all over the damn world. So when you're talking about the 13 colonies and all of that, understand one thing. These were prison colonies. These people had to be indentured servants, whatever they were, but they were under the jurisdiction of the Moors the whole time. And the European nobles, which was Moors as well. You know what I'm saying? So a colony, anywhere they talk about a colony is a penal colony or a prison colony. So we had whole colonies with a lot of you infidel clowns running around here doing all this nonsense now. Y'all were locked up on prison colonies, nigga. That's why y'all had to fight all them revolutions, because the Moors had y'all clowns locked up. You know what I'm saying? Now go run and tell that, nigga. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so just wanted y'all just doing the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? The British was always Bled El Mackenzie. The so-called Redcoat British situation in America was always Bled El Mackenzie. It was the Sultan's old army, and the individual confederacies always had their own little militias. You know what I'm saying? So just keep it a buck, man. So when you read the history on the British, so-called having to go around and fight different Indians in different zones and fighting the French and Indian War and all that, that was the old Sultan's army having to fight individual confederacies as well as the Regency of Algiers and the New France and all of that. it was never no European. It was never no Europeans that was running shop in America like that. Never. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep it a buck, man. It was always Morocco, nigga. You know what I'm saying? But we're gonna talk about the Northwest Confederacy that came about right after the American Revolution. And the Northwest Confederacy was the section of Ohio, Illinois, Wisconsin, Michigan, and the Moorish confederacies in that zone. And we're just gonna talk about how, you know, we're just gonna talk about the events that led up to the War of 1812 and everything. You know what I'm saying? And how the United States was trying to push into the interior of the Ohio country and everything based on the Iroquois rights of conquest. You know what I'm saying? So they were essentially trying to take over the old Iroquois Confederacy. They were trying to essentially take over the government, the government rights and everything of the Iroquois Confederacy and move in further into the country. But the Midwest Confederate Moors wasn't having that, you know what I'm saying? And the Midwest Confederate Moors, understand, the Midwest Confederacy was always the British, you know what I'm saying? The British Confederacy. So when you hear about the War of 1812 and the United States having to fight the British, they was fighting the Moorish army, believe that. They was Muslims, nigga, you know what I'm saying? So the British was the Northwest Confederacy was always the so-called English of the British. And the United States was the revolutionaries, you know what I'm saying? The Christians who had freed themselves. So let's do the knowledge. All right, so the Northwest Confederacy, post 1783, was a loose confederacy of natives or Moors. They formed the United Indian Nation, the United Indian Nation at their first Confederate Council. Okay, and they essentially were called the Northwest Confederacy. Okay, they're also known as the Miami or the Maumee Confederacy. So in Ohio, and you hear about the old Maumee or the Miami Confederacy, that's essentially what this is. But they got all these new reconstructed names, but it was always the individual Moorish confederacies in that zone. But those Moorish confederacies were always allied with the so-called British or the Redcoat Army. But understand, the Redcoats were always the main Moroccan army. But these individual confederacies had their own militias and everything. Just like to this day, you have the U.S. Army and the federal army, and with their posts all over the place. But you got National Guards and state armies and state militias still to this day. That's the same setup. So when you talk about the British or the French, those were the national armies, the Moorish national armies of old America. But you had these individual confederacies or Indian states or whatever with their own militias. You know what I'm saying? Their own professional militaries themselves. That's all that was. You know what I'm saying? All right. And they said that federal officials overestimated the influence of the Miami tribe based on the size of the principal city, Kekianga. Okay. So that's why they always done. That's why in the official history, the officials mainly deal with the so-called Miami Confederacy. But then they would always call it the Miami Confederacy, but the Miami people were just one confederacy, a zone in the Northwest Confederacy. You know what I'm saying? Basically, mainly they said the federal officials overestimated the influence of the Miami tribes based on the size of the principal city, Kekianga. Okay, and Kekianga, okay, is present day Fort Wayne, Indiana. Okay, so Fort Wayne, Indiana, if you ever been through there, it's an old Moorish town. It's an old Moorish Confederate town. You know what I'm saying? Don't get it messed up. So the old name for it was Kekianga. Okay, so these towns have always been there. The Detroits, the Clevelands, the Toledos, all them old. Those are all old Moorish Confederate towns. Don't get it messed up. You know what I'm saying? They just got renamed. All right. Now the so-called tribes, these are just Moorish confederacies or zones or whatever that made up the Northwest Confederacy of Ohio and Indiana in that area, were the so-called Cherokee, the Iroquois, the Delaware Lenape, the Miami, the Ottawa, the Potawatomi, the Shawnee, the Wabash, and the Wyandot. Okay, and there's also the Saukes and the other confederacies as well. You know what I'm saying? But those were the primary groups that made up the so-called Northwest Confederacy of Ohio, Illinois, Indiana, that area, right after the Revolutionary War. You know what I'm saying? Okay, let's see. Okay, so just doing some notes. It said the Ohio and Illinois country was contested for years. Okay, and going all the way back to the Franco-Iroquois Beaver Wars. And we had already done a knowledge in the past drop about what the Beaver Wars really were. It was really all the so-called Franco-Iroquois British Beaver Wars. That's just a code word for the old French and the Moorish wars against the Regency of Algiers in America, trying to check the so-called dirty French. You know what I'm saying? That was the sultans of Morocco trying to get them Europeans, trying to get the Europeans in check. That was all sneaking up through New France, which is the Regency of Algiers in America. They didn't want all them Jesuits in the country, so that's what all of those wars were about. The Beaver Wars. It was the Iroquois, aka the Moroccan army, so-called British army, putting all the Jesuits in check. So that right there goes to show you that when they talk about the old English or the British, they were not Christians. They're always going to try to tell you that the so-called English of the old world was some Christians. So, but if you really do the knowledge to the Beaver Wars, they were checking the Jesuits in America. You know what I'm saying? So that just goes to show you that the English was always the Moroccans, the Muslims, nigga. You know what I'm saying? That's always who they were. Why would they're fighting wars to get the Jesuits out and get the Europeans out. You know what I'm saying? So that's what the whole Iroquois French and the French and Indian Wars and all those wars were about. It was about the Moroccan sultans with their Moroccan armies putting a lot of these individual confederacies in check and kicking these Europeans out and putting them in check. You know what I'm saying? They didn't want no Jesuits and Catholics to have no real influence in America. You know what I'm saying? They just wasn't with all that. You know what I'm saying? Same with the so-called English Protestants. They was on the same tip. We wasn't with them Jesuits. You know what I'm saying? We just wasn't with all that. You feel me? So, you said the French and Indian War, you know, of course, we already know that ended with a British victory in the Iroquois. And all it was again, and that's why after the French and Indian War, they're going to tell you the so-called France ceded all of its territory to so-called Britain. All it was the Regency of Algiers relinquishing, agreeing to follow the guidelines that the Moroccan sultans and all those people were setting in America. Well, we ain't trying to have no Catholics and no Jesuits with no power. You know what I'm saying? All through Canada, all through the Midwest, all through that. That's why but before the American Revolution, so-called British America was so big. You know what I'm saying? It included all of Canada, damn near half of the so-called mainland, so-called United States and all that, because that was essentially the old Regency of Algiers capitulating to the demands of the Moroccans, telling them to check them, to put them Jesuits and Catholics in check in America. You know what I'm saying? That's all it was. You know what I'm saying? So British America was really Moroccan America the whole time. So all of Canada was part of Moroccan America. So Canada belongs to the Moors, nigga. You know what I'm saying? All of Canada. Y'all have no rights. Fake Britain has no rights to Canada, nigga. Canada belongs to the Moors, nigga. You know what I'm saying? And all of, British North America belongs to the Moors, nigga. You know, I mean, all of North America anyway, but we just, you know what I'm saying? We just doing the knowledge, you know what I'm saying? All right, so now it says that we know that French ceded New France to Britain, so it was all a reorganization of the American government. Let's see. It did say that Pontiac's war was waged against the British, the Iroquois, in the Treaty of 1768 that resulted in the Treaty of 1768, Treaty of Fort Stanwix. It said that in the 1768 Treaty of Fort Stanwix, the so-called Iroquois granted land to British settlers for settlement south of the Ohio River. Okay, and they said allegedly this legitimized the Iroquois claim to territory and created a land rush of so-called settlers. Okay, and what that was this is 1768. This is right before the American Revolution. What that was again, since the Iroquois. Since the Moroccan Sultan which is really the Iroquois is a misnomer for the Moroccan jurisdiction in the northern part of North America. That's all the Iroquois is a misnomer for. You know what I'm saying? So what they're saying is the Treaty of Fort Stanwix legitimized the Iroquois claim to territory in Ohio and everything. So and it created a land rush of settlers. What was happening was you had all of these indentured servants from so-called Europe, all of these people, and some of these POWs and some of these people who, they might have been working for a while and they may have been able to buy their freedom, or they might have had certain rights under the jurisdiction of the so-called British Crown, which was allied with the Sultan of Morocco. You know what I'm saying? Over here. So when the so-called Iroquois were when they were taking over, when they were getting jurisdiction of territory, they might have leased certain land plots and everything to the so-called British monarch over in Britain, so he could put, they could set up their little plantations and colonies and whatever, plantations and workstations or whatever, where he could use his European slaves and Slavs to work the land. So the Iroquois, they had those land rights, so they created kind of a rush of settlers in that area. And later on, when the United States was formed, what they were doing was they were trying to use those Iroquois claims, to justify their ability, the United States' ability to expand their jurisdiction west, which is, very interesting. So, again, the Europeans didn't own nothing, and it was all Iroquois. They created the whole land rush and everything. So, it said that when the so-called Iroquois, because the Iroquois again is all the Iroquois ever were. They were the main confederacy in the Northeast and the Midwest. But that's just a misnomer for the British. For the Al-Maroccan army and the Al-Maroccan jurisdiction. That's misnomer as the Iroquois. That's the Al-Macans. Okay. But it said that once the settlers started moving into Ohio country after the Treaty of Fort Stanwix, the Shawnee who were already, the Shawnee Moors who were already in that zone, they started to demand money from the settlers in the form of taxes. Okay. And they formed a confederacy. They formed their own little confederacy with regional nations to prevent territorial losses. Okay. So all that was there were Moors in that section, and there were settlers, so-called European settlers and Slav types weren't allowed to go previously before the Treaty of Fort Stanwix, and the so-called Iroquois, which was the main Moroccan government, starting to lease land plots in Ohio territory to these settlers and all that stuff. They weren't allowed to go in these places. So the Moors that were already there, they were like, hell to the no, we don't want these settlers and these people in our zones. So they started making them pay. They started robbing them, saying, no, nigga, if you want to come on my turf, run me my bridge. You know what I'm saying? So that just goes to show the Europeans was getting taxed by all the Moors everywhere they went. They had to pay everywhere they went in America. You know what I'm saying? Like, these people had no authority in old America, these Europeans. So that's why I said we just driving it home that old Moorish England was always the Moors of America. You know what I'm saying? It always was. Okay. All right. So they said they formed a new, they said, okay, after the settlers started rushing in, this is right before the American Revolution, they formed the Shawnees in the existing zones in the Ohio country. They formed the Northwest Confederacy, okay, and they said they formed a new state because basically they wanted to just set up their own little government and set up their own little militia so they could just keep these settlers in check. You know what I'm saying? The Iroquois were the main Moroccan government in the northern part of America. They were just the main government, the main Moorish government under the Sultan. That's all the Iroquois ever were. You know what I'm saying? But these individual confederacies, that's why there's always been checks and balances in America, because we've always had individual confederacies of states. They were always autonomous in their own right. And you always had the main sultan or the main government that held everything together. You know what I'm saying? So that's all. The so-called Iroquois was always the main Moroccan government. And the so-called British of the old America were always just the main Moroccan government. That's all it ever was. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so they formed the Northwest Confederacy back then, right around the time of the end of the French and Indian War and all of that stuff. And all these settlers were just, getting more land plots leased to them so they could form their little plantations and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And, the Moors in the areas wasn't having it. So they said early formal ties of the Northwest Confederacy were made in 1774 in response to the Yellow Creek Massacre and Lord Dunmore's were. Okay, and what happened was, the Yellow Creek Massacre happened in the Virginia area, and we are in Lord Dunmore's war as well, happened in the Virginia area. And understand, this is why you can't listen to fake pro-blacks and Pan-Africans and goofies. You know what I'm saying? Because understand, Lord Dunmore and these type of people, anytime you hear Lord anything, it was always a Moor. You know what I'm saying? So Lord Dunmore he was a Moorish man. He wasn't no damn European, like pale pasty European. Lord Dunmore and all these lordy type of people, these were Moorish sheiks and sultans. These were Moorish governors of these areas. But again, anytime you hear a British lord or these are people from the main Moroccan jurisdiction coming in to police any of these federal POWs, these old Moroccan POWs or any foreign and mainly dealing with a lot of foreign affairs and stuff like that. But you always had the individual confederacies that were doing their own autonomous thing legally. So you would have had people like Lord Dunmore, who was a Moor of Virginia, in the Virginia area. He might have been a governor of that area, but he was. No, these were the old Moorish federales type of people who would, they would deal with international affairs and inter-confederate commerce and things of that nature. The same thing that the federal government does now. It's literally the same setup. You know what I'm saying? But it talks about how let's see. They said the Sultan. The early formal ties were made for the Northwest Confederacy were made in 1774 in response to the Yellow Creek Massacre and Lord Dunmore's War. And what happened was some settlers killed some innocent so-called Indians or so-called Moors, and the Moors retaliated and killed some settlers. And what happened was, Lord Dunmore's War followed, and the Europeans always say they won that war, but the Moors continued to kill settlers. And then the Chickamauga Wars didn't recognize any of the treaties or anything like that. So. All it was when you had something called like Lord Dunmore's War, all that was the Moorish, the Iroquois, the main Moorish militias had to come in and basically had to settle a lot of the disagreements, because you might have had some local Moors who, you might have had some European Slavs and slaves or subjects of the colonies that might have had some passes to move around, and they might have gotten bucked, committed some crimes and just killed innocent people because these people are insane. You know what I'm saying? They're insane murderers and thieves and stuff like that. And then you would have had the local Moors kill some of them in retaliation. So you always had to have the so-called British or the so-called Moroccan main government who was the designated police over these colonies come in and settle the differences. So you would have had these little wars where you would have had the so-called Moroccan or the so-called British have to come in and, and restore order. You know what I'm saying? So that's what things like Lord Dunmore's War and all these little localized conflicts in old British America were. They were just the main Moroccan government, the main Moroccan army having to come in and settle disagreements and differences between the prison colonies and the regional local Moors that were in the area. You know what I'm saying? That's all it was. You know what I mean? So that's just what it was. Feel me? Ain't no difference from how you have a riot in the city, in a so-called city now. You got to have the damn National Guard, any of these things come out to settle, you know what I'm saying, to just restore order. That's all it was. So we've always had that here in America, But, again, man. So, and then it said, okay, we're just moving right along with the Northwest Confederacy. It said in 1775, the Continental Congress asked the Northwest Confederacy or the Moorish Confederacy of the Ohio country to remain neutral in the rebellion with Britain. So you already had these United States rebels trying to, just come in. They were trying to make people pick, they were trying to make the individual confederacies pick sides, because their main beef, the United States, the American Revolution's main beef was with the so-called British, which is the main Moorish government of America, which was the Al-Maroccan government. So their main beef was with the Al-Maroccan, the Sultan, the Sultan and the main Moroccan army. There was just policing them and beating them up, and just keeping them in check all over the East Coast and everything. So that's who their main beef was with. So what they were already doing, which has been their strategy ever since, was they would go to individual confederacies and say, listen, we ain't got no beef with y'all. We just fighting the main government. So just, just let it happen and don't intervene type shit. You know what I'm saying? Just real interesting. Okay. So this in 1775, that's what that happened. But it said in 1777, okay, the Iroquois. We already talked about this in the past, but in 1777, the Iroquois divided. The Iroquois Confederacy basically split up, and they extinguished their ceremonial flame again in 1777. And the Revolutionary War broke out, and the Iroquois broke the Revolutionary War again. It broke the Iroquois Confederacy, which split between the middle. So essentially, what you had was half of the so-called Iroquois Confederacy went with the United States. They assisted the United States. And then you had half of the Iroquois Confederacy that stayed with the Al-Maroccan Empire, which was the British. You know what I'm saying? So that's what split the Iroquois Confederacy, which was the British Moorish police on the East Coast. That split that whole demonstration in half. know what I'm saying? That's essentially what allowed the U.S. to even exist, because if the Iroquois Confederacy never split up, the American Revolution would have never went down. You know what I'm saying? That it essentially happened because you just had half the Moors that wanted to they were sympathetic with these people on these POWs in prison and these subjects on the colonies getting some freedom and being able to move around and having more freedom to move around on the land, being able to own property, not being subject to the nobility and all that, and being subject to the Sultan and all of these things. They wanted to give them some freedom. So you had essentially half the Iroquois on the East Coast that wanted to allow them to get free, and you had the other half that didn't. So, but that again, that split allowed the United States to even be able to be created. You know what I'm saying? All right. It said and also we already know that Sidi Muhammad, again, this is how you know. This is how you know that the so-called British was always the Moors. It said that Sultan Sidi Muhammad III, who was the Sultan of Morocco at the time, he recognized the United States in 1777, and the Iroquois extinguished their flame in 1777. So again, that's how you know that Sidi Muhammad. That's how you know that there was a split. That's how you know that the so-called Iroquois Confederacy was always Morocco in America. It always was. You know what I'm saying? Just keep it a buck, man. You know what I mean? So it said that the Americans were warned. During the Revolutionary War, it said that the Americans were warned in 1776 of a great confederacy, okay? And that's how the so-called Union and the Confederate conflict began. That went all the way to 1865, you know what I'm saying? And it essentially was taken down from within. But we already know that it was the slave rebellion of 1776. And one thing you do got to understand is that the United States, and not right or wrong or anything, but the United States and all of the hidden hand organizations, and we already know the hidden hand, whatever Masonic organizations or whatever, not right or wrong, but all of these organizations that were involved in the formation of the United States. What you really got to understand, and the reason why they're all called secret, because this is what has always run the United States, is these so-called hidden hands organizations or secret societies. One of the main reasons you got to understand is the reason why it was a secret society in the first place is because they had to move in secret in old America. They had to avoid the Moorish police in old America from getting their wigs split. You know what I'm saying? So the only reason why you even have secret societies, a so-called secret society now, the reason why they are secret is because they had to move in silence and move in secret in the old Moorish America, in the old Moorish world, to avoid getting arrested and in prison. You know what I'm saying? So I just want y'all to understand the reason why they always call secret societies is because they couldn't function out in the open in the old America because the Moorish police was running old America. Just keep it a buck, man. You know what I'm saying? All right. Let's see. They said that, so many Moors fought for Great Britain, the Iroquois, the Brutish. You had one Mohawk chief named Joe Brant. And he was famously quoted for saying that the Treaty of Paris the so-called Treaty of Paris that was signed in 1783 between the so-called British and the United States. It said that it so-called sold the Indians to Congress. You know what I'm saying? So he's basically saying that treaty, and all it was again that was kind of the treaty between Morocco, between Morocco and the so-called United States, the newly formed United States and old Britain, that just kind of freed a lot of the old subjects of the colonies and allowed them to move around. And they could just kind of create their own little situation, move around freely, and not be just subject and policed so heavily anymore in America. You know what I'm saying? But Mohawk Chief Joe Brant said that treaty sold the Moors to Congress sold the Moors and Indians to Congress, which is a very interesting statement to make. But it said that Mohawk Chief Joe Brant, after the Revolutionary War, it said that he helped establish the Pan-Indian Confederacy, which consisted of 35 nations. Okay, it said that what happened was right after that treaty was signed, this so-called Pan-Indian Confederacy, which was it was just the Moorish confederacies of the Ohio country. It said they met on the Sandusky River in 1783, and Congress passed. It said that Congress passed the Proclamation of 1783 and recognized the rights just recognize the Indian rights of land. But then they said they tried to claim the land. They tried to claim the same land. They tried to claim that land the same year with the Resolution of October. You know what I'm saying? So the United States, after they were formed, you can tell they were already, since they got their little revolution popped off, they were like, they already had their little scheme. Like you could tell this stuff had been developed underground for years on how they were going to scheme and help denationalize and take land in North America from the Al-Maroccan Empire. You know what I'm saying? It's very interesting. So they said that they tried to claim the land the same year. Said that they had a new meeting in 1784. They had a new meeting. They said the Pan-Indian Confederacy had a new meeting in 1784, and some Iroquois. It said that some Iroquois nations relinquished Ohio claims, but the Confederacy never certified the Treaty of Fort Stanwix. Yeah, we back. So it said the Pan-Indian Confederacy, they had a new meeting in 1784. Okay. And one thing about it was when the Pan-Indian or the Northwest Confederacy, remember the Northwest Confederacy was the new Confederacy, the new so-called Moorish or Indian state that formed after the U.S. or the American Revolution, just as a government reorganization, as the United States had their little claims on the East Coast or whatever. So again, they wanted to form a whole new Moorish Confederacy or a so-called Moorish state in the Northwest, the Ohio territory, the Indiana territory, and it was kind of just the reorganization of a new Barbary state that was kind of going to police the area, and keep these settlers at bay. Because again, the majority of the country right after the American Revolution was still majority Muslim. So again, the Muslims and Hebraic Moors and everybody of the interior of this country, to the south and to the west and everything, these people were still in the Moorish Barbary states. So they weren't really trying to let too many so-called Christians who had got, I guess, their new little freedom claims and they could stay on the East Coast and they weren't really subject to the Moorish police where they were at anymore. The Moors of the interior and to the south and everything, they didn't want a lot of these new Christian free people to be able to move around their areas, to be able to move around in their areas like that. So that was what the whole Northwest Confederacy really was about, is the reorganizing of a government and a police entity that was going to keep these people, east of the Appalachian Mountains, you know what I'm saying, out of Ohio territory and all that stuff. The Barbary Moors wasn't really with all letting these people move around like that, which we've discussed in previous drops. But one thing about it was, again, the Pan-Indian Confederacy had a new meeting in 1784, but understand one thing about the initial meeting they had on the Sandusky River in 1783. They came up with a certain aspect of their government, of their confederacy, as far as just unilateral agreement, that the entire Confederacy had to agree to any treaties. Okay, any treaties made with the United States or anybody, you know what I'm saying, the so-called United States. Any of these treaties had to be agreed upon by the entire Confederacy, and that's always an old Moorish understanding. You know what I'm saying? So that essentially means that the only treaties we were going to abide by are the official Barbary treaties and the Treaty of Peace and Friendship that the Sultan signed, and all of these things. Individual land cessions and all that from individual people or individual zones, individual tribes and all that, and individuals, sheiks and all that stuff, that was null and void as far as the whole Confederacy, Pan-Indian Northwest Confederacy was concerned. It was all about, they had to unilaterally agree to any land cessions, okay? Just keep that in mind, okay? But anyway, it said that they had a new meeting in 1784, and some Iroquois, remember some, not the entire, but some Iroquois relinquished Ohio land claims in the Ohio territory. But the Confederacy never ratified the Treaty of Fort Stanwix. Okay, so the Iroquois, they said that the Iroquois Confederacy as a whole and the Northwest Confederacy as a whole, even though the United States was trying to take over Iroquois land claims, because the United States might have had some backdoor meeting with some Iroquois, so-called Iroquois or Confederate chiefs, sheiks or whatever, or chiefs. And those chiefs might have signed a little backdoor agreement talking about we'll give you, we got jurisdiction over this land and noble title, so you can come and use this land. So they might have signed some backdoor treaty, and you might have had some United States fools come and to other Moors in the area talking about, oh, we got this treaty we signed with some of y'all chiefs. And the other Moors was like, nigga, if you don't get the hell out of my face with that nonsense. The entire Confederacy didn't agree to that, so that's null and void, nigga. You know what I'm saying? And that's all, essentially, that's all the Moors have been trying to tell you goofies for years. You know what I'm saying? A lot of, the Moorish-American demonstration has been trying to tell Mississippian people and all you goofies, you Pan-African goofies, you pro-black goofies, you American Indian goofies, you Aboriginal goofies, we have been trying to tell y'all clowns for years that we had an old government that was the Moorish government, and all the old Moorish government that existed in America ever gave the United States through treaty was extraterritorial rights. You were always supposed to stay in your own Moorish government, which gave you your sovereign rights, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of y'all clowns sat up here. Y'all might have ancestors that sat up here and did backdoor deals with these United States folks, because y'all thought y'all was going to get paid off, or y'all thought y'all was going to be able to lease land individually and all of that. And y'all all got played, you know what I'm saying? But the Moors historically were always old Moorish government, and the Moorish Confederates and everybody was always the ones who always stood on their square and fought this whole time. That's why we still got the Moorish demonstration to this day. And the Moors are always trying to tell you goofies about the old treaties and stuff like that. They give you all of your rights. But a lot of y'all fell for a lot of this individuality and communist Marxist trash and industrialization trash. And y'all wanted to be individuals and have individual land ownership, have individual lots and all that stuff, because y'all thought y'all was finna get something. And all y'all got played and put yourself under the jurisdiction of foreign old banks and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? But the Moors have always stood on their square about these treaties and have never ratified a damn thing. You know what I'm saying? We never ceded nothing to nobody. But a lot of y'all clowns, so many of y'all clowns stopped wanting to be part of the Moorish government. And y'all still to this day want to be anti-Moors, talking down on the Moors. And y'all keep on ceding y'all rights over and over again and ceding land to these people generation after generation till damn they ain't gonna have nothing left in 30 years. You know what I'm saying? That's how goofy y'all are. For real, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, anyway. All right, so it said it said some Iroquois relinquished some land rights, but the entire Confederacy rejected the Treaty of Fort Stanwix, okay, which was initially signed with the United States right after the Revolution. Well, the old Treaty of Fort Stanwix was what the United States, which gave Iroquois the so-called old Iroquois Confederacy land claims in Ohio, which was Morocco, land claims in Ohio from the individual Confederates that were there. The United States was trying to come in and use the old Treaty of Fort Stanwix, in the Iroquois right of conquest to make land claims in Ohio. But the Iroquois in the Northwest Confederacy was pretty much telling them to go straight to hell. You know what I'm saying? Because it wasn't valid, which it wasn't. You know what I'm saying? All right. Okay, so now they said that they signed a treaty of they came up with a new treaty around 1784. Around that time it was called the Treaty of Fort McIntosh. Okay, and they said that a few in so-called Indian or Moorish nations in Ohio, in the Ohio area, granted the U.S. some land rights in Ohio. Okay. But again, it was not valid. That treaty, the Treaty of Fort McIntosh, was never valid, again, because it was not ratified by the entire Northwest Confederacy, okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, none of these damn fake treaties were. You know what I'm saying? Again, the only thing the Moors have always told y'all goofies that was ever valid in this land was the Treaty of Peace of Friendship of 1786, 1787, and all the individual Barbary treaties with so-called Tripoli, so-called Tunis, and so-called Algiers. And all those treaties ever did was gave the United States extraterritorial rights. You know what I'm saying? They were still in Morocco. You know what I'm saying? They extraterritorial rights for their citizens so they could watch over their own citizens. That's all it ever was. So there was never supposed to be no damn fake land cessions. That's why the Moors have always been trying to tell you goofies. You know what I'm saying? That's how goofy y'all are. Aboriginals have no land rights. American Indians have no land rights. Native Americans have no land rights. And we already know pro-blacks and Pan-Africans are straight up goofies. You know what I'm saying? They literally just are slaves. You know what I'm saying? Only the Moors ever gave the United States rights to exist in America, nigga. You know what I'm saying? And extraterritorial rights in America. This is still Morocco. It always was, nigga. You know what I'm saying? That's all the Moors have ever been trying to tell y'all goofies. Feel me? All right. So, but it said the Treaty of McIntosh was never ratified by the Confederacy. So the Northwest Confederacy said it was null and void, which it is. You know what I'm saying? To this day, it said that the Northwest Confederacy Council declared in 1785 in Detroit, okay, I'm gonna read that again. It said that the Confederate Council of the Northwest, the Northwest Confederate Council, Ohio, Illinois, Indiana Council of Moors, declared in 1785 in Detroit. So Detroit is an old Moorish town, nigga. You don't get it messed up. You know what I'm saying? Old Moorish Islamic town. Detroit is an old Moorish Islamic town for you goofies, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Kill yourself, nigga. All right. The council declared in 1785 again that it would deal as a unit with the United States. Okay? So again, the Confederate Council declared in Detroit in 1785 that it would deal with the United States only as a unit. Okay? It said that individual nations could not cede land. Okay? It said that the Confederacy declared that the Ohio River was the boundary between the United States, was always the boundary between the United States and the Northwest Confederacy, which is still true to this day. So everything west in the so-called northeast of the Ohio River and all that, to this day is still Morocco, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, to this day. You know, again, all the United States ever had was extraterritorial rights. This is all still Morocco. From all the way to the West Coast and all of Canada, it's all still Morocco. It's all still Al-Maroccan Empire. Al-Maghrib, Al-Aqsa, nigga. Don't get it messed up, you know what I'm saying? All right, now. It said okay. So everything west of the Ohio River up north, that's still Morocco. It's still Moroccan territory, you know what I'm saying, to this day. You know what I mean? Yeah, so, okay. Said that the U.S. was granted a tract of land by a few nations in the Ohio River north in the Treaty of Fort Finney, okay? Okay, so this is crazy. This was what's crazy about. This is why, again, man, a lot of y'all clowns, you know what I'm saying? Like, again, the United States was a noble agreement, but a lot of you clowns in the United States government, you know what I'm saying? Again, the United States is a noble, great concept of freedom, you know what I'm saying? Always very noble. But a lot of these clowns that have historically been in this government seats, even to this day, are straight up criminals and liars and thieves, you know what I'm saying? So even back then, that was bullshitting. So it said that the United States was granted a tract of land by a few nations in Ohio River, north of the Ohio River, right? In the Treaty of Fort Finney. But settlers were attacked and the treaty was rejected by the larger Confederacy. Okay, so these United States fools, even like they do that nonsense to this day. They like to go around the real Moors, the Moors that stand on their square. That's why nobody likes to acknowledge the history of the Moorish Empire in America. Nobody likes to deal with Moors to this day because the Moors always deal with treaty. You know what I'm saying? They always want to go to these goofy Negroes and these goofies to the side, and these goofies with all this, you know what I'm saying, these goofy sheiks and these goofy chiefs and all these, and even to this day they'll go to goofy sellout Mississippians that want to be politicians and all type of clowns, you know, and draft these people, these college educated silly Negroes and all these people into the industrial corporate demonstration of the so-called United States, and they would like to go around the real Moors like myself that stand on treaties, you know what I'm saying? They were doing that back then. But again, back then, the difference between now and back then, nowadays, you ain't got too many real Moors left. Back then, you still had a lot of real Moors that wasn't with the nonsense. And they never ceded nothing to nobody. And the Moors to this day are still going to stand on the square with those Moors who never ceded nothing. You know what I'm saying? The fact that they stood on their square and fought and died and shed blood to stand on their square and stand on treaty back then is why a few Moors are still standing on that same square. You feel me? So check it out. It said that they were granted land by a few nations in the Treaty of Fort Finney. But when settlers tried to come around with their fake treaty, they got attacked by the Moors in the area, by the Barbary Moors in the area in Ohio. You know what I'm saying? They got their heads split. And it said again, the Confederacy rejected the Treaty of Fort Finney. Okay. All right. So again, man, these United States people have always been trying to go around. They've always been trying to go around real Moors, because again, we've always had confederacies and zones around here, and bloods and checks and balances. That's what the whole United States government is set up, modeled after the old Moroccan government, Al-Maroccan government, or Regency of Algiers government, all of that we had in North America. You know what I'm saying? So these people, these government officials, and these clowns, backed by these foreign banks and all this stuff, have always been way back in the late 1700s and 1800s. They've always been trying to go around the real Moors. They never want to respect any real treaties. You know what I'm saying? They never want to be held to any real treaties or standards. They always try to do backdoor deals with sell out Moors, or sell out Mississippian, or sell out niggas. You know what I'm saying? They were doing that back then. You know what I mean? And they don't want to talk to no real Moors, you know what I'm saying? Like, cause a real Moor slap the hell out of them, slap them in their damn teeth, you know what I'm saying? For real, bro. All right. Now, it said that the councils in 1786, okay, it said that this is the same year of the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, okay, but it said that the council sent a letter from the United Indian Nations, they probably weren't called that in real life, to Congress in 1786, okay, and it did say that you had one United States official who came after about as far as the Treaty of Fort Finney. It said that he warned that the treaties had done great injury to the United States and tribal leaders. It said, okay, this is interesting. It said that David Duncan, he was a United States official. He was talking about all these backdoor treaties that these United States folks was signing with these tribal chiefs and all that stuff. He said that the Treaty of Fort Finney had done great injury to the United States, and then a lot of tribal local leaders, the Sheik leaders in the Ohio area, they warned the United States. They said y'all keep on coming with these fake treaties and all, and y'all kind of try to illegally settle this land. They said that they're not going to be able to control it. They were not going to be able to stop the young men in those confederacies from from retaliating on them settlers and splitting their wigs. Very interesting, you know what I'm saying? Because again, these people would do anything to take your land, because you know what I'm saying, to take land and take over jurisdiction. These people were criminals and thieves even back then, trying to lie and not stand on no damn treaties. You know what I'm saying? It's very interesting. All right. They said, okay, so now just moving right along. Arthur St. Clair, Bone Thugs, you know what I'm saying? Arthur St. Clair was appointed governor of the Northwest Territory. And it said that they appointed, St. Clair was directed to make peace with the Northwest Confederacy of the area. And it said that Clair invited Confederates, Confederates Moors to council at Fort Harmar to negotiate terms where the U.S. could purchase land and avoid war. Okay. All right. So this is around the time of 1786. You know what I'm saying? They just trying anything to just be able to move west. You know what I'm saying? Trying to, of course, they want industrialization. They want to make that money. So, you know what I mean? It said that the Council of Fort Harmar resulted in no agreements. It said that Mohawk Chief Joe Brant insisted that the Confederacy reject the U.S. Proposals. It said that a few Indians, so-called Indians or Moors, agreed to the Treaty of Fort Harmar in 1789, but most refused. So again, this is another fake treaty. This is another fake treaty of the United States. Another fake treaty that the United States is trying to do with a few Moors, but they're not trying to follow the rules of the Confederacy and deal with the whole entire Confederacy. They trying to do little backdoor deals. They was doing that back then, and they do that to this day. Just understand. That's why the Moors are the truth, because the Moors always stood on the blood laws and all that stuff in the real treaties. A lot of you other clowns, y'all are straight up sellouts and goofies. That's why y'all have no rights and y'all get pushed around and overtaxed and beat down to this day. You know what I'm saying? All right. Okay. Again, only the Moors have ever stood on their square in America. You know what I'm saying? Always held everybody to task. Only the Moors. The rest of y'all American Indians, Native Americans, a lot of y'all Pan-Africans and goofies, y'all have never stood on no square. Y'all ain't never fought to defend a goddamn thing in America. All y'all sell out and bend over like punks. You know what I'm saying? Punks and cowards and wusses. You know, that's all y'all have ever done. Native Americans, Aboriginals, American Indians, y'all are all clowns, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Only the Moors have ever stood on their square in America. Only, nigga. Nobody else, nigga. You know what I'm saying? All right. Let's see. Okay, then we're going to talk about how the Confederacy, what it was composed of. It said the Confederacy was made up of it was basically a confederacy of towns like we've talked about in the past. Let's see. All right. Let's start. Okay, so let's say the Northwest Confederacy again. We've already talked about that. Let's see. All right, so the Northwest Confederacy was, again, we're just going to reread the nations. It was the Wyandot, the Shawnee, Delaware Lenape, Miami Maumee, the Council of the Three Fires, which was the Potawatomi, the Ottawa, the Ojibwe, and the Chippewa, okay, and the Wabash. They said that they were always the Northwest Confederacy was supported from a distance from the Sauk, the Meskwaki, the Iroquois, the Illinois, the Illini, the Kaskaskia, the Cahokia, and the Peoria, and the Mingos, the Maumee, and the Kickapoo. So these are all old Moorish confederacies that all either were directly in the Confederacy, the Midwest Confederacy, or they were supported from a distance. So it was a huge Confederate army in the Midwest full of Muslims, you know what I'm saying, as well as the so-called British army that was left. And again, we've already told y'all that the British Redcoat army was always the Moroccan army of America. You know what I'm saying? Don't get it messed up. And the British Navy was always the Moroccan Navy of America. Don't get it messed up. You know what I'm saying? All right. And it also said that in the South, the so-called Northwest Confederacy, which was also in league with the British, which was the Moroccan army, nigga. They were supported in the South by the Sheekamauga that we've already talked about, the Upper Creek, and in the West it was supported by the Dakota Moors. You know what I'm saying? So these are all the Moors that were still Confederates. So the Chickamauga in the South, the Upper so-called Creek, and the Dakotas. These is all Moors. These are all the old Moors. So when they talk about Old England, the Old English, all of the confederacies I just named would technically be called the Old English, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So you wonder why niggas used to love to drink Old English, nigga. We are the Moors of America are the Old English. Don't get it messed up. They were all allied with the so-called Britain, the so-called English Redcoats, which was the Moroccan army. So understand. Going forward, you know what I'm saying? I want y'all to understand that the Moors of old America, the old so-called American Indians, the American Moors and Turks, are the Old English, nigga. You know what I'm saying? We are the Old English, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Don't get it messed up, bro. You know what I mean? And the Old French, but we gonna deal with the so-called Old English, right, in this particular drop. You know what I mean? All right. Let's see. All right, so around the time of 1790, they said that the just as far as the Confederacy, the different zones, how just basically what their stance was they said the Iroquois, the so-called Iroquois, were the moderate. They were the moderate Confederacy. So they were politically moderate as far as the United States. So they were more so, they weren't as militant or whatever, because we already know that the so-called Iroquois Confederacy split in half. You know what I'm saying? So around the time of the American Revolution, but they said the Ohio. The Shawnee and the confederacies that were more in Ohio country, they were very hardline against the United States, so they weren't trying to see the inch. They were the Barbary Moors. If they caught a settler slipping, they would snatch their ass up. You know what I'm saying? And they said that the Three Fires in Illinois were very militant, but they weren't as hardline because they weren't in a direct line of the United States land, breaching land and all of that. You know what I'm saying? So, all right. So it said, okay, in 1790. General Harmar led an expedition from Fort Washington to Kikianga, which is Fort Wayne, and was defeated. So basically what was happening. So by the time 1790 rolled around, this is between 1783 and 1790, you see all these United States government officials trying to do all these backdoor treaties with these Midwest Moors. And these Midwest Moors is like, man, kick rocks, get your ass out of here before we split y'all wigs. You know what I'm saying? Because they were trying to do these backdoor treaties, but the entire Confederacy was not trying to, the entire Confederacy in the Midwest was not agreeing to ratify any of these treaties, so they weren't giving the United States an inch of wiggle room to move west or anything like any land claims or anything. So evidently by the time 1790 hit, the United States was like, well, shit, you know what I'm saying? We're just gonna have to go for broke, you know what I mean? We're gonna have to invade and try to shut these Moors down. They just thought they was gangster like that. So they started launching military expeditions into the Midwest territory around the time of 1790. You know what I'm saying? And that's really what started all the Barbary War. That's really what part of the Barbary Wars that started after the United States was formed, because the Barbary Moors of America was not trying to give these people an inch and not trying to have them move around nowhere, and was still trying to tax these fools. You know what I'm saying? Like, we was not trying to give them nothing. We caught them out. If they left their little jurisdiction on the East Coast, they got snatched up and in prison. You know what I'm saying? Still between the late 1700s and the War of 1812, they was just getting dealt with. You know what I'm saying? So, again, they said in 1790, General Harmar of the United States led an expedition from Fort Washington to Kikianga, which is present-day Fort Wayne, but he was defeated. Okay? And then it said, so they got whooped in 1790 trying to go into Ohio, Indiana, you know what I'm saying, the United States. And then they said they tried a second expedition in 1791 by St. Clair. And he said the St. Clair's expedition got towed up and whooped as well. They got the St. Clair's expedition in 1791 got defeated as well. So the United States done tried all their little trick backdoor politics, and they got whooped. They tried to send 2 expeditions into the Moorish Confederate zone in Ohio, and they got towed up. You know what I'm saying? So that was the end of that. Then they said the Confederacy had a meeting in Detroit. And again, that shows you that old Detroit is a nigga town to this day. It's an old Confederate Moorish town. So Detroit is an old Moorish Confederate town. You know what I'm saying? Don't get it messed up. You know what I'm saying? It said that in 1791, St. Clair's army got beat so bad in Ohio by the Ohio Moors that President Washington he sent peace emissaries to the Confederacy. You know what I'm saying? So he said so they wanted peace. So they got beat so bad. It said that when Washington sent emissaries, it said the first emissary was killed and the second was killed after being mistaken as a spy. So the Moors of Ohio was kind of pissed off because he said the United States was sending these military expeditions illegally into Moorish turf. So then now it's like it's on site with y'all niggas. You know what I'm saying? Y'all send somebody over here, they might get murked. You know what I'm saying? They ain't even got no right to travel. Type deal. That's very interesting. So. And again, that's why everybody hate niggas now, because this is how y'all used to get dealt with in this country. Yeah, like a lot of cats is gangster now. They was gangster back then, and it was even more gangster back then. It was like on site with a lot of y'all. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people were trying to do trick bag stuff. And understand, the Moors stand on law. We stand on law and proclamation and treaty. We don't play with y'all. A lot of y'all criminals and degenerates back in those days. This is why y'all hate it. This is why y'all hate Moors to this day. Moors always stood on law. We would always split your wig for getting out of line and being degenerates and bums and criminals. You know what I'm saying? That's why so many of y'all were locked up on them colonies like goofies. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all were criminals and degenerates even back then. That's why y'all hate Moors now. Because the Moors have always been the police. You know what I'm saying? Keep it a buck, man. All right. It said that at the time after St. Clair's defeat in 1791, the Confederacy continued to debate war or peace. It said that It said that the militant factions debated the moderate factions. So so that shows that we had a Moorish Congress in the Midwest in Detroit. You know what I'm saying? So Detroit is an old Moorish town, and they will have whole government meetings in Detroit back in those days. You know what I'm saying? So that's very interesting. So y'all see places like Detroit. These Europeans hate Detroit. They always talking trash about how Detroit's a so-called ghetto and all that. You know what I'm saying? All these old Moorish towns. These Europeans are always talking down on these towns. You know what I'm saying? Like the Chicagos, the Detroits, the Gary, Indianas, all these towns. This is why. Because back in the days, you know what I'm saying, we would have meetings there talk about splitting their wigs. You know what I'm saying? Just keep it a buck, man. You know what I mean? All right, so it said that back in that, they said they had these councils after the 2 United States expeditions were defeated. You know what I'm saying? It said that the council agreed the council agreed at that time, 1792, around that time, that the Ohio River must remain the U.S. boundary, and all so-called U.S. forts must be destroyed. You know what I'm saying? It was in Ohio turf, so they tell you right there. So again, over and over again, you see these Moorish confederacies in the Midwest reaffirming the old boundary of the United States as the Ohio River. And understand, the Moorish Confederacy of the Midwest at that time never ratified a treaty outside of the treaties of peace and friendship and the Barbary treaties. You know what I'm saying? So they never ratified no treaty that gave no land cessions in the Midwest. You know what I'm saying? So what that means is, by law, even to this day, the Ohio River is still the boundary, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So all this land that they claim to occupy in the Midwest, and all these the United States democracy people claim to occupy in the Midwest, is null and void and is unlawful, because back in those days, the Midwest Confederacy, reaffirmed over and over again that the Ohio River was always the boundary. You know what I'm saying? So just keep it a buck, man. You know what I mean? All right. Let's see. All right. Now, it said that after that council, the Northwest Confederates, the officials of the Northwest Confederacy invited the U.S. to meet to a meeting on the Lower Sandusky River in 1793. Okay. Now, it said that In that meeting, the United States came and said in that meeting in 1793, the council demanded that the United States recognize the 1768 Treaty of Fort Stanwix between the Six Nations and Britain, and recognize the Ohio River as the boundaries. Okay, and it said that okay. So again, man, the Midwest Confederacy over and over again keeps reaffirming the old boundary lawfully. Okay, they standing on old treaties. These are old treaties that are still valid to this day. This is why y'all goofies are always light years behind the Moors, and the Moors have all the claims, because historically the Moors have always been willing to stand on their square and shed blood about these old treaties. A lot of these other clowns, Aboriginals, American Indians, Native Americans, Pan-Africans, and pro-black goofies have always bowed down like punks and bitches. You know what I'm saying? These clowns have never fought and died for nothing in America. So they have literally no claims, and they literally have no rights under the Moors, nigga. The Moors can slap all y'all goofies around. Y'all are literally nobodies. You know what I'm saying? Hold on 1 second. Yeah, we back. Yeah, everybody want to be in the Mo grill tonight. Just blowing the phone up and everything. But anyway. So, again, we talking about the council that the Midwest Confederacy had with the United States in 1793 after two United States expeditions were defeated by the Northwest Confederacy in the Midwest. Okay, now it said that the council demanded, when they had a meeting on the lower Sandusky River in 1793 with the United States and the Northwest Confederacy. Because understand, another thing to understand about this whole situation is, again, you had the Moroccan Sultan at this time. You know what I'm saying? And there was a lot of disagreements, and we talked about this in previous drops. There was disagreements between Sidi Muhammad III. Sidi Muhammad III died in 1790, but at the time he recognized the United States in 1777. Remember, Sidi Muhammad III was kind of at odds with the so-called Black Guard Army, which is essentially the British Redcoat Army of America. You know what I'm saying? He was at odds with them. You know what I'm saying? But he just felt like that they were just, you know what I mean, there was like a renegade force, you know what I'm saying, and they were just kind of real brutal and all that. You know, it is what it is. The politics of the time were probably, they were ill at the time or whatever. So you probably would have had the so-called British, you probably would have had the British kind of, the main so-called British army after the American Revolution kind of split and kind of standing down on some of this stuff, and the individual confederacies having to handle their own business a lot of time because it was in such disarray. And you would have had the Sultan, that man took over after Sidi Muhammad III. You know, he might not have had full command of the army, of the army like Sidi Muhammad III. You know, due to the actions of Sidi Muhammad III, he might not have had full control of the army like that. It might have just kind of been in disarray. So you wouldn't have had the main British army kind of intervening like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, stepping in like that between the United States and the Northwest Confederacy, because essentially the United States was just supposed to be a part of the Al-Maroccan Empire on the East Coast, kind of taking the place of the Iroquois Confederacy. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't really supposed to extend outside of their jurisdiction. You know what I mean? Like that. You know what I'm saying? But you already know the game. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole usurpation. You know what I mean? But that's why you would have had the United States sending these expeditions in the interior of the country, but you wouldn't have had the British stepping in. You know what I'm saying? The so-called British Redcoat Army stepping in immediately, and these individual confederacies kind of having to, deal with the situation themselves, because you can tell that the whole Moroccan individual government was at odds and at civil war, and we was kind of just, we weren't on the same page like we used to be prior to the American, more or less prior to the American Revolution and even before that. You know what I'm saying? So it's very interesting. You know what I mean? But anyway. Again, you said the Northwest Confederacy. The Northwest Confederacy again had the meeting with the United States on the lower Sandusky River in 1793. Okay, it said that the council demanded the United States recognize the 1768 Fort Stanwix Treaty between the Six Nations and so-called Britain. You know what I'm saying? Which is just the treaty between the a treaty between Al-Maroc and the British Crown. You know what I'm saying? Just letting the British Crown letting the British Crown get money with their slaves, you know what I'm saying, all in the colonies or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So, and it said, they demanded that the United States recognize the Ohio River as a boundary. And it said that historically the British Crown paid a large fee to the Iroquois in that treaty. Again, man. I told y'all, the so-called British Crown and these people, they never had no power. They weren't running nothing in the United States, in the colonies or nothing like that. When they talk about British North America and all that prior to the War of 1812, it was always Morocco. Because why is the British Crown, why in the Treaty of Fort Stanwix in 1768, why is the British Crown having to pay a large fee to the so-called Iroquois? Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? If the British was running America and all that, why were they having to pay a fee to the Iroquois in the Treaty of Fort Stanwix in 1768? Come on, bro. I mean, just keep it a buck, man. You know what I'm saying? Now, it said that the Iroquois, the so-called the Iroquois Confederates at that time, the Iroquois Nation, the Six Nation at that meeting, at that council, they disagreed with the demands of the Northwest Confederacy. And it said that the United States argued that it would be too expensive to move settlers to move settlers out of the contested area. So they they just talking trash. They like, you know what I'm saying? Now, and you could tell that the United States was trying to take the Iroquois Confederacy, the place of the Iroquois Confederacy, basically. They were trying to use the so-called Iroquois Confederacy's hood pass. You feel me? You could just tell that's what they were using to try to get west of the Appalachian Mountains, you know what I'm saying? Which we've already talked about in previous drops. But it said that the Confederacy after that, okay, they had all these disagreements in that council meeting in 1793. It said that the Confederacy sent a declaration to the United States contesting U.S. claims, saying that the treaties were made with nations that did not live there, which is the so-called Iroquois, and they were made with money that was worthless to the native Moors, okay, which made sense. And it said that the Confederacy, the Northwest Confederacy, demanded, rightfully so, that the United States move the settlers back east with the money they were going to use to purchase the land and pay the army, okay, which makes sense to me. You know what I'm saying? As again, I told y'all, a lot of these hidden hand United States government officials, they was tricksters, criminals, and fraudsters. You know what I'm saying? Scammers trying to get whatever they could do to just to take over and usurp. You know, that's what they were doing. They said, man, we got this revolution popping. We got other revolutions popping over the world. We finna take these Moors down. You know what I'm saying? That was their whole oath. You know what I mean? All that Jesuit nonsense. And that's why, again, man, that's why all of these, the French and Indian War and all these wars got fought. And it's very interesting that the United States Revolution will come right before the so-called French Revolution, but we just got through whooping the French ass in the French and Indian War. You know what I'm saying? So that's very interesting how that would have came about. You know what I'm saying? Anyway. And again, the French was always the Regency of Algiers, you know what I'm saying? But the Regency of Algiers was always Muslim, but they were allied with so-called French monarchs, and you know what I'm saying, which kind of had a little bit of a Catholic. A lot of the French monarchs over in Europe or whatever, they kind of had, they weren't necessarily all Catholics themselves, but they kind of had a little bit of Catholic influence within their whole zones and all of that. And you already know that the Moroccan sultans back in the 1700s was not trying to have that. So they would go to war with the Regency of Algiers for allowing them Jesuits to come in their zones all up in Canada and all that other stuff. They wasn't with all that. You know what I'm saying? So, let's see. Now, essentially, another thing you got to understand, you know what I'm saying, why the Confederacy was so hard on the United States and not trying to get them an inch, because what all of the Barbary Moors in the interior of the country and to the south and everything of the United States colonial, when they got their little zones on the East Coast, what all the Barbary Moors inherently knew in the interior of the country was that the newly formed United States was going to be the vehicle for all of these foreigners to start coming to this country free. You know what I'm saying? Whereas the old British, aka the old Moorish English, aka the Moroccans, always kept the borders and everything secure here. We did not just let everybody come here like that unless they was under certain jurisdictions of certain nobles and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? We just didn't let everybody come here. But everybody understood that the so-called United States was about to have unchecked immigration to this country and let a bunch of foreign entities were going to use the United States as a vehicle to get their sorry asses into America, because America's always been the promised land, and we didn't let everybody come here like that. You know what I'm saying? And that's exactly what's been happening to this day. Yet all of these foreigners have always used the United States as a vehicle to get to America, where the Moors is at, because everybody want to be where the Moors is at. I wonder why. You know what I'm saying? mean, for real, bro. But anyway, it said that the United after all of that, after all of these disagreements and all that, and the Confederacy pretty much telling the United States to go to hell. You know what I'm saying? The U.S. sent another expedition. These fools just do not give up. You know what I'm saying? They sent an expedition under Anthony Wayne into the Confederate country. And by this time, I think it was 1794. By this time, the Confederacy was kind of divided by that time. You know what I'm saying? You had moderate Confederate, you had more moderates. Everybody wasn't as hardline as they were between 1783 and 1793. You know what I'm saying? Like, you had more moderates. So it said by the time the United States sent their little expedition in 1794, the United States actually were able to win at the Battle of Fallen Timbers. You know what I'm saying? So they was actually able to win that. They were actually able to defeat the Confederacy, you know what I'm saying, in an expedition, okay, at Fort Miami. But it did say, let's see. It said that Wayne arrived at Sheekamauga, which is Fort Wayne, and he made the site. He named the site Fort Wayne. So it's an old Indian town of Sheekamauga, when Anthony Wayne got there, he created. I guess they created their own little garrison or fort after they won the Battle of Fallen Timbers, and he created the whole site, the whole garrison, the site of Fort Wayne, which is the present name of that city in Indiana to this day. Very interesting. But essentially, that Confederacy, the Northwest Confederacy, lost ground to the United States because of internal conflict. It wasn't that the United States expedition, the army, was Billy Badasses. It's just at that time, the Northwest Confederacy was kind of divided between moderates and hardliners. So, you know what I'm saying? So you just didn't have as many militant Moors. And just over time, this really what caused the United States expansion. What assisted the United States expansion into the interior of this country was that the Moors were so divided. People became less and less militant over time. And you know what I'm saying? That just allowed these people to get more and more ground in the so-called America. You know what I'm saying? So it just is what it is. But interestingly enough, driving home that this is old Moorish England. You know what I'm saying? It said that at the time, when the United States expedition came in, it said that the British were concerned. They were concerned about they were concerned that the Northwest Confederacy was so divided. So they sent the so-called British sent reinforcements to Fort Miami. Okay, so that just goes to show that so-called why would the so-called British be so worried about the Northwest Confederacy of Indians? And if the so-called British were Christians and all of this stuff, why would they be so against these settlers coming out there? You know what I'm saying? Like, these other settlers are supposed to be Christians, right? So why would the so-called British be so, why would they be so, you know what I'm saying, like, so concerned about stopping the settlers' advancement into the Midwest and backing up the Northwest Confederacy? I mean, just keep it a buck, man. Again, the old British of North America were always the Al-Moroccans. It always was, you know what I'm saying? Yes, you had troops from so-called the British Isles, but they were very few compared to the larger Moorish army, the Redcoat army, the indigenous Moors of America. You know what I'm saying? Let's just keep it real. All right. This is the brief introduction of the, as far as just the Northwest Confederacy, just doing an knowledge to the Northwest Confederacy and how it all ties into Moorish England. You know what I'm saying? Now, it said the following year, 1795, around that time, the United States signed the Treaty of Greenville with the Northwest Confederacy, and it said essentially in the Treaty of Greenville, just all the deal was, it was just a Barbary treaty. You know what I'm saying? It didn't give no land cessions or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? It just started, what happened was it allowed the United States extraterritorial rights. And what that essentially did was, the main way that the so-called United States was able to expand its jurisdiction across America was when they would try to claim a lot of Christian POWs and people who had ran away from the colonies all these years. They would try to use these people who had ran away or so-called POWs or people who had got locked up by the old Moorish police that were kind of under the jurisdiction of the interior of the country that might have got taken in, might have converted to Islam. Any light-skinned or whatever, European-looking person or anybody, you know what I'm saying, that was in the interior of the country. The United States would try to use these people as a reason to come into the interior of the country and claim jurisdiction, which is extraterritorial rights. So if there was a European girl who might have got who might have got kidnapped or bagged up, or just these people got ran off the colonies, or they were prisoners of war of old wars, and they were in an old Moorish town somewhere in Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, somewhere. The United States, after it was formed, would say, well, they would just be like, well, y'all got our people over there. Y'all got old subjects of the British crown in y'all towns, and they free now because of the Treaty of Paris. So we need to come in there, set up our little post or whatever, and make sure they straight, make sure y'all ain't mistreating them and all that. Because now they got rights. That's all it was. So extraterritorial rights the United States have always used their so-called citizens, people who are their citizens, as a reason to invade Moorish turf. Now again, that happened. Again, that even happens to this day. I mean, it don't happen so much anymore, but that was happening for a long time in the so-called hood. If the police, we all remember these times, if the police would see a so-called white person in the so-called hood, they would, with some so-called blacks, you know what I'm saying? They would back in the day, in the 90s, the 80s, and 70s, or whatever. When they pull y'all over and ask that person, like, "Oh, y'all, are you okay?" When they ask that so-called white person, "Oh, are you okay? Oh, these people, what are you doing in this neighborhood with these blacks or whatever?" You know what I'm saying? Are you fearing for your life and all type of crazy stuff? You know what I'm saying? They were doing that back then. That's the whole play. There's always been the play of the United States trying to get extraterritorial rights through these treaties. You know what I'm saying? So it's just very interesting. All right, so now essentially, this is what the Treaty of Greenville granted to the United States. Again, it's only extraterritorial rights. There were no land cessions whatsoever. So it said in southern and eastern Ohio, the Treaty of Greenville granted the United States access to land around forts in Ohio and Illinois country, just federal zones. Okay. You know what I'm saying? So that's literally all that was granted to the United States. They gave them the right to set up their little forts and their little zones, their little federal zones. That's literally it. Literally it. And then the rest of the land outside of these little zones that the United States had access to, and they probably could set up their little posts in little towns, and they could come in and they had their little just garrisons of zone where they could set their little thing up. So when you see, a lot of times they'll show old maps. You know what I'm saying? Like right after the American Revolution, and they'll show that the United States, everything that used to belong to the so-called old British immediately became the United States, man. United States territory all the way to the Mississippi River. Man, that has always been capped. It was always Al-Maroccan, but they're gonna make it seem like in these maps, the so-called British ceded everything to the United States. The United States never had nothing but extraterritorial rights, and they had the right to set up their little posts and forts. That's it. They never had no land rights. They never had nothing. All they did was trick Moors into the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? That's all they ever did. Literally. You know what I'm saying? And that's what the Moors have always been trying to tell y'all goofies. Why y'all want to sit up here and be more haters and goofies. You know what I'm saying? The Moors have always told y'all to stand on treaties. The treaties had to be ratified by the confederacies. Y'all the little individual land deals and all type of goofball stuff and all these little land patents and all type of goofy stuff, y'all American Indians and goofies always trying to run y'all mouth, and Native Americans and Aboriginals trying to talk about some fake land patents and all that. Bruh, if you claiming a fake land patent or any type of other type of rights outside of these treaty rights and all that other stuff, bruh, you are putting yourself right back under the jurisdiction, right back under the U.S. jurisdiction. They don't give you no sovereign rights, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So that's why y'all American Indians, Abos are always second-class citizens. Y'all are nobodies, nigga. The Moors are first-class citizens, nigga. Because we the only ones that ever stood on treaty, and we are the only ones. We the only ones that ever stood on treaty, and we're the only ones that always shed blood behind those treaties and blood rights. You know what I'm saying? For real, bro. All right. Now, also as the Treaty of Greenville. It's very, you know what I'm saying, very telling. It said that one of the stipulations was the United States were able to hold 10 chiefs or 10 sheiks, Moorish chiefs or Moorish sheiks hostage until all U.S. prisoners were released. So what they tell you right there, they say we was bagging up all type of United States citizens and settlers and putting them in jail. You know what I'm saying? Was ransoming off put them in camps, whatever was going on in the interior of the country. So they literally had to hold 10 so-called Indian or Moorish chiefs hostage, you know what I'm saying, until we released all the United States prisoners, nigga. So who was running the old America? Why do we have all these Christian prisoners and all that stuff? You know what I'm saying? I mean, keep it a buck, man. So why? So in the British Empire, in the so-called British North America, why was there all these United States prisoners of war and all that stuff? If the so-called British are the same people as the United States settlers and all that shit, man, come on, bro. Come on, man. It was always capped, man. British America or English America was always Moorish-American, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Keep it a buck, man. All right, and then it said later on, okay, and that's basically, after the Treaty of Greenville and all that, that's kind of when the so-called Northwest Confederacy kind of broke down a little bit. It wasn't that hardline, strong military force as a Confederacy that it was. It kind of split in half, kind of like just like the Iroquois Confederacy did. You know what I'm saying? Going into the 1800s and the War of 1812 and all of that. So, after that 1794, you know what I'm saying? But again, driving home for you clowns. This is why we doing an knowledge to the Northwest Confederacy. The Northwest Confederacy never gave the so-called United States no land cessions, and it never gave them an inch. The Northwest Confederacy was always Confederate Moors in Ohio, Indiana, Illinois territory, and they always stood on treaties giving the United States extraterritorial rights. They never ceded nothing to the United States. The only fake land cessions came from these individual sellout sheiks and sellout Negroes and sellout goofies that sat up there and signed these backdoor treaties that these clowns tried to use to trick people, and they were trick, and they all they ever did was trick people. They never defeated nobody. They never defeated Morocco militarily, nigga. They tried over and over again, and always got their ass whooped. You know what I'm saying? They just talked about how they sent 2 expeditions, and then the 3 expeditions into the interior of the into the interior of Ohio and all that, got their ass whooped, man. This is after the Revolutionary War. Morocco was undefeated, nigga. We had military superiority, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, we never were defeated militarily. They always broke us down from the inside, and too many clowns that don't want to stand on their square, just like now. You know, just like to this day. You know what I'm saying? And it did say that later on, after all that, the great Tecumseh, who we about to talk about in a minute, he reformed the Confederacy about a decade later. The North, you know what I'm saying, around the time of the War of 1812. Okay. And essentially, man, driving it home for you clowns. That's why I wanted to discuss the Northwest Confederacy and show how they always stood on their square. They were Moors because we stood on their square on you clowns. You know what I'm saying? The United States did not advance into Ohio, Indiana, or anything legally. They didn't make no advance. All they got was forts and posts, and that's it. It was still Morocco. It was still so-called British turf, nigga. You know what I'm saying? And the same in the South. You know what I mean? All right, now we about to talk about the great Tecumseh. The great Shawnee Chief Tecumseh, who reformed the so-called Northwest Confederacy around the time of the War of 1812 to put the check back on these settlers and United States cast that was trying to act up and as well as fake Britain. You know what I'm saying? Because again, fake Britain started to form. This is where after the American Revolution, you had the French Revolution, and then you had George III, who started losing his damn mind. And they started doing a whole little usurpation over there in the British Isles under King George III's nose because he was losing his mind. And I really feel like he got poisoned. You know what I'm saying? So they were starting to come up with this new thing called Great Britain. You know what I'm saying? Because there was no Great Britain before the American Revolution. It was England. England was always British America or Al-Maroccan America. And the alliance with the so-called United Kingdom over there. You know what I'm saying? With King James. You know, under King James and everybody that came after him. You know what I'm saying? So... And King James was a Moor. He was an Israelite. You know what I'm saying? Don't get it messed up. You know what I mean? So anyway, we're going to talk about Tecumseh. And his real name is, and peace to the great Alim Bey. You know what I'm saying? Great Moor, who I always studied his work way back in. See, I've been a Moor for a long time, way longer than you clowns. See, this is why I have to ride on all you American Indian Aboriginals and goofball clowns. like that clown Lame Calloway, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even like saying y'all clowns' name, but clowns like Lame Calloway, clowns like Phoenix Coon, you know what I'm saying, Turtle Lame, and all these goofies, you know what I'm saying? Like, these And you know what I'm saying? All you other Aboriginals and goofies, you know what I'm saying? Y'all are straight up clowns, nigga. Nigga, I've been studying as a Moses damn near since 2007, nigga. And let me tell y'all something. None of you clowns were nowhere to be found, nigga, in the so-called conscious community, nigga. The only ones that was really making the claims to America was the moles, nigga. You had real moles back, and I'm just talking about me personally, whose work I was studying and classes I was following. You know what I'm saying? You had the great Moorish teachers like Hakeem Bey, Asir the Duke of Tears. You had Alim Bey. You know what I'm saying? You had, you know, say what you want. You even had people like Yafa Bey. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You had all these old Moors, and ain't nobody perfect. People got their opinions about these people, but all I'm saying is back at that time, way back 2007, 2008, around that time, these were the only people. Moors like these people were the only people claiming America. The rest of you clowns, there was no American Indian bums, no Aboriginal bums. None of you clowns was claiming nobody. And I read, and even shouts to a great Moor revolutionary INK. You know what I'm saying? Like those old Moorish videos from like 2010 and all that. These were the only people claiming America, nigga. Back then, you were Abos, you Native American, you American Indian bums were nowhere to be found, nigga. So kill yourself, nigga. Y'all gonna have to pay these taxes to the forefathers, nigga. Again, I've always said the Moors are the only ones who stood on their square about America, nigga. Always, y'all. The rest of y'all clowns are follow trends, and y'all, you know what I'm saying? All y'all want to do is ride trends and get money. The Moors ain't never tried to get no money, nigga, at all, nigga. We always stood on principle, and we always want the power, nigga. You know what I'm saying? We always want the land rights. We want to control shit. You know what I'm saying? We the government, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Y'all niggas just want money so y'all can live a life of luxury because y'all are Roman as hell and y'all are goofies, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Kill yourself, nigga. Y'all are nobodies, nigga. Y'all are up under the moles and y'all finna be paying these Barbary taxes. Real talk, nigga. And get your wig split. Real, bro. Going forward, nigga. Because the Barbary moles is back, nigga. We not playing with y'all. We taking it all, nigga. We claiming Moorish England on you clowns, nigga. So if you was American Indian, Native American goofy, or motherfucking, excuse my French, Aboriginal goofy, Pan-African goofy, a pro-black goofy, and even you Europeans that want to claim that Great Britain whooped y'all ass back in the day on the colonies, nigga, we claim the Barbary moles is claiming to be Moorish England who was whooping y'all ass. Yeah, we did that to you clowns. We had y'all locked up on the prison colonies, getting y'all wigs split like y'all deserve for being conquistadors and Catholics and infidels and goofies and Jesuit goofies, nigga. Y'all got what y'all deserve, nigga. Know what I'm saying? Kill yourself, nigga. You know what I mean? Anyway, we're gonna talk about the Great Tecumseh, and I remember studying Alim Bey's work back in the great Alim Bey was talking about how Tecumseh was a Moor back in damn near 2011, bro. Where was y'all American Indians in like 2011, 2010? Nigga, Alim Bey was talking about how Tecumseh was a Moor in 2010, 2011. Where was Lane Calloway back then, nigga? You nigga, kill yourself, nigga. You know what I'm saying? For y'all are nobodies, nigga. Kill yourself. All right, the Great Tecumseh, man. You know, I call it, and I remember Alim Bey said he was Tecumseh Compton Bey. You know what I'm saying? That was his real name. And I totally believe that. Because we're going to show how Tecumseh, the great Shawnee chief, war chief Tecumseh, stood on his square and fought and died to defend America from these Marxist communist clowns. While you Native American and American Indian bums and goofies were selling out, giving land cessions and doing backdoor deals with the feds and all that, trying to get money like goofies and then getting played and getting slapped around. You know what I'm saying? The Moors always stood on their square and fought and died. You know what I'm saying? And took vows of poverty and then always stood on their square. You know what I'm saying? That's why the Moors have the claims now, and the rest of y'all clowns got to pay these goddamn on taxes, nigga. Kill yourself, nigga. Saying. All right, so we're gonna talk about Tecumseh, the Great Tecumseh. You know what I'm saying? And Tecumseh was always down with the British. You know what I'm saying? He was on the British side, which is the Moroccan side in the War of 1812, nigga. This is Moorish England. You infidels and Marxist communist clowns was nobodies getting slapped around on the prison colonies in Moorish England, nigga. You know what I'm saying? For real, bro. All right, so Tecumseh, the Great Tecumseh. And again, man, this is why you got to honor people like Tecumseh, man. This is a Moorish-American legend, And you gotta start honoring your real ancestors. Mississippian people gotta start honoring your real ancestors that shed blood and fought to defend you. A lot of reason why a lot of y'all are still walking around is because of great people, great Moors like Tecumseh. You know what I'm saying? Again, man, we just finna shut down the fake Harriet Tubman, fake Frederick Douglass, fake Ida B. Wells, fake, you know what I'm saying? All the goofball stuff, you know what I'm saying? All the MLK, all that garbage, you know what I'm saying? That stuff is out the window, bro. You know what I'm saying? All the Sojourner Truth, all that goofball stuff, man. That is fake slave history, bro. We talk about real imperial Moorish history of America, nigga. Putting you back in your place as an imperial noble ruler, as a Mississippian person. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. All right. Now, Tecumseh. He was a great Shawnee sheik. And he is historically known in the early 1800s for promoting resistance to a United States expansion, okay? All right. Now, Tecumseh was born in Ohio country. Was born in the Ohio country, okay? And he's a Shawnee Indian, so-called Shawnee Indian, but a Shawnee Moor, you know what I'm saying? He was born in Ohio country. His father was killed in a battle his father was killed in battle with the Americans in 1774. His mentor was another Shawnee war chief named Cheekamauga, who also died in 1792 in battle with the U.S. So Tecumseh hated these Christians and he hated the United States, you know what I'm saying? Because he had lost his father and he lost his mentor. You know, I believe it might have been his uncle or somebody had battled with the United States, you know what I'm saying, Army and all of that. You know what I mean? So, just very interesting, man. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. All right. Now, it said that Tecumseh fought under Blue Jacket, who was a Shawnee Moor, under Blue Jacket in the Battle of Fallen Timbers. We already talked about that. And in 1805, his younger brother Tenskwatawa was known as the Great Shawnee Prophet. And we've already talked. I think we've discussed Tenskwatawa in past drops, but Tenskwatawa is, great Shawnee Prophet. A lot of Moors have talked about Tenskwatawa, and there's a town called Prophetstown up in Indiana. And I've also in the past drop put out a suggestion to my Mississippian people that we start creating prophets towns all over the damn country as business districts in honor of these old prophets. But then another thing, why would Tenskwatawa, who was Tecumseh's brother, be called the Shawnee Prophet, nigga? Who else has prophets, nigga? Do American Indians have prophets? As American Indian, so-called American Indian culture, were known historically for having prophets? Do Native Americans historically have prophets, nigga? You know what I'm saying? Do Aboriginal clowns and bums and goofies have prophets, nigga? Do Pan-African goofies have prophets, nigga? Do goddamn pro-blacks have prophets? Hell to the no, nigga. The only people who historically have prophets are the Moors, nigga. You know what I'm saying? We got prophets. In Moorish, Islamic, Muslim culture, we have prophets. Or old Hebraic culture, there are prophets, nigga. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never heard no American Indian prophets, nigga. I ain't never heard no Native American prophets. I ain't never heard of none. But I've heard of Moorish prophets. I heard of Prophet Noble Drew Ali, nigga. You know what I'm saying? And I've heard of biblical prophets. And I've heard of, in Islam, we revere and recognize the prophets, not just one person, like some of you other goofies be doing. I mean, just kill yourself, nigga. And again, worship who you want to worship. Y'all want to worship idols and stuff like that. Do y'all thing. You know what I'm saying? That's y'all culture. But nigga, historically, the Muslims are the ones who respect the prophets, nigga. So that would mean Tecumseh, Tenskwatawa, and these people in the Shawnees and all of the Midwest Moors was Muslims, because the Muslims revere the prophets. We the only ones that do that, nigga. And the Hebraic people. You know what I'm saying? The 5 and the 6. That's how you know y'all, the rest of y'all are straight up bums and goofies. In America, we got prophets, nigga. 5 and 6, nigga. You know what I'm saying? All right. And Tenskwatawa was kind of the prelude. He was kind of the prophet that came right before Noble Drew Ali, because Noble Drew Ali, you know what I'm saying, he was born in 1886, I believe, and Tenskwatawa was around in the early 1800s. So we've always had a succession of, we call it the Moors of America, the Moors and the Turks, and the so-called American Indians, who are the Moors and the Turks, nigga. We come from we have a warrior prophet culture. We always have prophets who are sent to us to remind us from time to time in certain generations we always have these prophets and these people who are Messiah, who have that messianic Messiah energy, who always come to warn us and give us the game and keep us on tack in certain generations and certain periods of time. You know what I'm saying? That's why we honor. That's why in Islamic, Sufi Islamic culture, we revere the prophets, nigga. Not we don't got this silly culture where you just idol worshiping one prophet. You know what I'm saying? Like this goofball shit. You know what I'm saying? For real, bro. I mean, it's just goofball shit. I mean, listen, I ain't even gonna say it's goofball shit because I ain't even trying to dishonor nobody culture. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying that we're just doing a distinction. In Sufic Islam, we revere all the prophets and the saints and all of that. You know what I'm saying? We don't worship no one idol because the only idol is Allah himself. We don't worship one idol or one person or one Messiah. You know what I'm saying? We don't do that. Y'all do that. That's y'all culture. In Sufic Islam, we don't do that, nigga. The only idol, the only thing to worship is arm, leg, arm, head is Allah. You know what I'm saying? Which is internal. You know what I'm saying? Which is inside of you. It's external, but it's inside of you. You know what I mean? For real, bro. You know what I'm saying? Kill yourself. You know what I'm saying? All right. So, and then it said that Tenskwatawa, this is Tecumseh's brother, in the early 1800s, he led a religious movement instructing so-called Indians, which are Moors, to reject Western customs. He led a religious movement instructing Indians to reject Western customs. That's what Tenskwatawa, the Shawnee prophet, Tecumseh's brother, was known for. You know what I'm saying? So again, man, that shows to you Native American clowns, you American Indian clowns, you Aboriginal clowns, you Pan-African clowns, and you pro-black clowns. The only people who have always tried to uphold American traditions are the Moors, nigga. You know what I'm saying? The rest of y'all sell out. Y'all want to be European. Y'all dress European. Y'all talk European like goofies. You know what I'm saying? The Moors, the Moorish prophets and the Moors are the only ones who are traditionalists in America. We the only ones that be rocking our turbans, our fezes, wearing all them noble regal garbs and all that, even to this day. The rest of y'all clowns walk around here like bums and goofies with y'all suits looking European, corporate, and gay and goofy as hell. You know what I'm saying? Just goofies. You know what I'm saying? Straight up busters. You know what I mean? Like, for real, bro. Y'all can't get close to the Moors because the Moors are the only ones that maintain American tradition. And you can see that with Tenskwatawa, who led a movement telling Moors to reject European customs and keep it American, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Muslim is American, nigga. You know what I mean? Just like Noble Drew Ali. Noble Drew Ali came and did the same thing. So why is it the Moors come generation after generation telling people to be traditionalists, be American, and reject European and foreign customs and all that? But the rest of y'all clowns be sitting up here looking foreign as hell, dressing like Europeans, talking like Europeans, and accepting European corporate communist Marxist culture like goofies. You know what I'm saying? The Moors are literally the only ones to keep it American, nigga. Now run and tell that. The Moors are the only one to keep it American, nigga. That's why it's Moorish England, nigga. Not fake Britain. You know what I'm saying? It's Moorish England, nigga. Kill yourself, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Real, bro. And the Moors are the only ones who maintain the nobility. You know what I mean? Y'all, the rest of y'all clowns want to be equal. Y'all want to be communist Marxist clowns and be equal with everybody like goofies. You know what I'm saying? Kill yourself, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Real, bro. All right. Okay, it says in 1808, Tecumseh and Tenskwatawa established Prophetstown in Indiana. They established a town called Prophetstown in Indiana. It said that Tecumseh traveled all over the Midwest and the South, spreading his brother, the prophet's message. Just like Malcolm X or somebody. We already talked about how Tecumseh went down south and riled the niggas up down south. You know what I'm saying? And that's when they went to war. You know what I'm saying? That's when they had the Creek Wars down south, you know what I'm saying? And the Seminole Wars and all that. After Tecumseh went down there getting, riling them up, you know what I'm saying? He said that as Tecumseh was going around spreading his brother's message of traditionalism, Moorish traditionalism in America, he eclipsed his brother in prominence, okay? He said, urged natives, Tecumseh was also known for urging so-called native tribes or American Indian or Moorish tribes not to cede any land unless they all agreed, okay? Again. And we already was already discussing in the Northwest Confederacy how they had their own little agreements to only deal with the so-called United States and all these foreign powers as a unit Everybody had to agree on land cessions. So Tecumseh got that same understanding, which is a Moorish understanding, which is American understanding, meaning the Moors are the only ones who hold down America, nigga. The rest of y'all clowns is goofies and sellouts and bums and goofies, nigga. You know what I'm saying? For real, bro. I'm saying only the Moors hold down America, nigga. For real, bro. Y'all are nobodies, nigga. You pay these taxes, you know what I'm saying, and get in your goddamn place as second-class citizens to the Moors, nigga. For real, bro. You know what I mean? Let's see. All right. And it said that so Tecumseh, when he was riding around doing his thing in the early 1800s, it said it alarmed Americans and it alarmed certain Indians. You know what I'm saying? So back then you already had this old boule society of lames and sellouts who don't want to be Moors no more farming and being little snitches and goofies for the United States and all that, you know what I'm saying, going against the original Moors. And again, that same dynamic exists to this day. You know what I'm saying? You got your elite talented 10th clowns, you know what I'm saying, corporate Negro clowns, and you got the street niggas. You know what I'm saying? The street niggas descend from the Moors like Tecumseh. You know what I'm saying? The so-called street niggas they call thugs and all that stuff to this day. They descend from the old Moors like Tecumseh and the old real Moorish English who always fought these Jesuits and whooped their ass. You know what I'm saying? And then you got the sellout clowns and goofies who did all the backdoor deals, and these are the present day talented 10 boule Negro clowns, you know what I'm saying? And they see a mo like me, they gonna call me a thug, you know what I'm saying? But I descend from the real niggas like Tecumseh, you know what I'm saying? These clowns descend from the clown sellouts, you know what I'm saying? Goofies and shit like that. Feel me? You know what I mean? All right, now, it said that Tecumseh, just moving on, the story of Tecumseh. It said that Tenskwatawa predicted a massive natural event, which ended up being the New Madrid earthquake. And it said that when the New Madrid earthquake happened and a certain comedy event happened in 1811, that aided Tecumseh, who was preaching his brother's message. And when his brother had that prophecy about something crazy natural event happening and the New Madrid earthquake happened, it said that assisted Tecumseh. People saw that happen, and that assisted Tecumseh in spreading his message, because people were like, well, damn, that prophecy is true because we had a New Madrid earthquake. So now everybody wanted to, that made thousands of people wanted to join Tecumseh's movement when that happened in 1811. You know what I'm saying? So it's very interesting. And it said that in 1811, when Tecumseh was in the South recruiting for his new Confederacy, he was down south in Georgia, Alabama area recruiting for the Confederacy. It said that Tenskwatawa lost the Battle of Tippecanoe and Prophetstown was destroyed. And it was destroyed by some United States clowns who was really fake Britain. You know what I'm saying? Again, you got Moorish England and you got fake Britain. You know what I'm saying? Fake Britain started after the Revolutionary War, American Revolution. Moorish England was old British North America, nigga. That's Moorish England. And all of the old, you know what I'm saying, all of the old so-called British holdings all over the world, like in India, in Africa, you know what I'm saying, all that, you know what I'm saying, in South America, all that, in the Caribbean, all that, that's old Moorish England. That was Morocco, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Fake Britain came after that. You know what I'm saying? Fake Britain came in the 1800s, after George III died and all that, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, so, okay, it said, after... In 1811, after Prophetstown was destroyed, it said Tecumseh joined the British against the United States. So, again, all that was, again, you had your individual confederacies and you had the main Moorish army, which was the so-called British in America. You know what I'm saying? So, it would make sense that when those hostilities started around the time of the War of 1812 between the so-called British and the United States, that Tecumseh would want to join up with the British, which was really the main Moorish army, you know what I'm saying, and the Moorish Navy of America. That's all it was, bro, the whole time, you know what I'm saying? All right, now. And it said Tecumseh joined the British or Moorish army against the United States, and he helped to capture Detroit in 1812. And he led an unsuccessful campaign in Ohio and Indiana, okay? And it said that the United States Navy, they were able to take Lake Erie in 1813 from the British Navy. The British Navy lost they lost the Battle of Lake Erie in 1813. And it said after that, Tecumseh retreated to Upper Canada, and he died in the Battle of Thames. That's just a brief summary of some of the events in Tecumseh's life. Okay. Now, another thing is, the reason why the United States had a navy in the first place in the beginning was because, again, we've already discussed in previous drops how the Moroccan military and the other Barbary states, the military of the other Barbary states and the European nobles was a superior military force on the planet. You know what I'm saying? So these Roman Catholic goofies tried to fight us. The conquistadors and all these clowns tried to buck on the Moors in the 1500s. But we were so superior militarily that we whooped their ass. Like shutting down the Spanish Armada and all that, you know what I'm saying? Because we had the superior weapons. And we spent the next 200 years kind of dominating them or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So what happened was they couldn't, the Jesuits, the communist Marxist clowns, and the Roman Catholic clowns, they couldn't fuck with us militarily back then, you know what I'm saying? So what they figured out, what they did was they tried to break us down from the inside by forming a lot of secret societies and internal revolutions and just, you know what I'm saying, just learning our ways from the inside. So by the time they broke, you know what I'm saying, which was a very smart tactic. I'm gonna keep it a buck, you know what I'm saying? But by the time the American Revolution happened, a lot of these POWs and these Christians and these people had been under the Moors for so long that they had been fighting in our armies and all type of stuff. That when they did their revolution, they just literally inherited the military expertise and took over a lot of they just basically did a coup d'etat with a lot of the European janissaries and these armies on the East Coast. They basically did a coup d'etat and basically turned guns. They just turned the guns that they got from the Moorish Army of America on the Moors. You know what I'm saying? So that's all that happened. So the United States inherited its navy and all of its expertise from the Moorish-Moroccan army. You know what I'm saying? That's all that ever happened. So that's why they were able to even have a navy strong enough to win the Battle of Lake Erie, because they had Moorish technology. You know what I'm saying? That's all it was. They had spent so much time up under us, and they learned our technology. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So, you know. All right. And Tecumseh died in 1813, okay? All right, now, let's talk about Tecumseh's life, okay? It said that he was born in what is now Xenia, Ohio, okay? So that's an old Moorish town. They don't know exactly when he was born, but they said he was born, you know, because these people weren't allowed around our people like that back then, so they don't know nothing, but they just guesstimate. It said he was born between 1764 and 1771. Into the Panther clan, okay? Because, we had clans, you know what I'm saying, like sets and stuff like that. And he said that Tecumseh, he was half Shawnee and half Muskogee, okay? So again, it just goes to show that he's Mississippian because, again, the Mississippians, just like we do now, you could go from north to south. You had family up north, you had family down south. We've been doing that, so you know what I'm saying? So he was born up in Ohio, in that area, but he had roots down south. He said he was half Shawnee and half Muskogee, you know what I'm saying? So he was a nigga, you know what I'm saying? Really a southern nigga, a nigga with southern roots, you know what I'm saying? All right. Let's see. He said that his parents got married in Alabama, okay? His parents, I think, let's see. His father's name was Puckashinwa, and his mother's name was Metatasuki. You know what I'm saying? Metatasuki, you know what I'm saying? Real Moorish, you know what I'm saying? You see why people had to convert to English names for these other clowns to be able to talk to us, because our old language was so advanced, you know what I'm saying? So high of a frequency that these gringos can't speak their language, you feel me? Hell, it's so advanced that I gotta train myself to speak it, you know what I'm saying? That's how gangster it was back then, you feel me? Crazy. But anyway, it said that his parents moved north in 1759, okay? And Tecumseh was born around the time right after the Pontiac War. His father was a town war chief or war sheik, you know what I'm saying? So his father was, so he come from the lineage of the fight of the warriors, you know what I'm saying? Tecumseh, you know what I'm saying? Because, we had different classes, warrior classes. You were born into certain classes in the old world, because again, In old America, it was a noble culture. You know what I'm saying? So your status was kind of inherent unless you kind of worked your way up and showed and proved yourself. You feel me? So he was born into the warrior class, into the military class, because his dad was a war chief. You know what I'm saying? So, but his dad was killed in the Battle of Pleasant Point with the United States. Okay. Now, and it said that, okay, we already talked about how the Iroquois gave the British land rights in 1768 in Kentucky. All right. It said that it said that the United States tried to, we already talked about this, but essentially right after the Revolutionary War, the United States were trying to run into Ohio country, based on the claims of the Iroquois, the right of conquest of the Iroquois Confederacy, which had kind of split in half. So just again, the United States got its hood passed from the dissolving of the Iroquois Confederacy on the East Coast. You know what I'm saying? That's just all that happened. You feel me? So the Iroquois Confederacy, which was the old Moorish state of Morocco to the north, essentially is what became the United States. Essentially, you know what I'm saying? All right. So, it said that Tecumseh witnessed war as a youth. He witnessed war as a youth in the Revolutionary War. It said that the Shawnee and the U.S. raided the Shawnees and the United States raided each other back and forth. The Shawnee were British allies, of course, what I'm saying, because all of the Confederate Moors allied with Britain, because again, Britain was the Al-Maroccan army, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So-called British Army was the Al-Maroccan Redcoat Army, nigga. It always was. So again, you got these fake American Indians and fake pro-blacks and fake Pan-Africans always talking about they got did so dirty by the British. It was the British niggas that was whooping y'all ass. You know what I'm saying? That's why y'all are lames and clowns and goofies. You know what I'm saying? So y'all want to claim all that because y'all like being up under these Europeans, because these Europeans got us to stop whooping y'all ass. You know what I'm saying? That's why y'all don't want to be Moors and y'all don't want to be real niggas like that, because y'all know back in those days y'all got slapped around by some real nigga cowboys. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Y'all straight up bums. You know what I'm saying? For real, bro. So the Redcoats and the British of America was always the niggas by and large. Yeah, you had some lighter skinned European janissaries and types of people and all that, you know what I'm saying, in these armies. But the majority of the Redcoats and the British colonial Marines and all that in America and the Carolina Corps and the Royalist regiments and all that was all niggas in America, bro. It always was, because we were the Moroccans, nigga. You know what I'm saying? It was the Moroccan army. And even the old French army in America was mostly niggas, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Let's just keep it a buck, man. And the Spanish armies too. You know what I'm saying? All right. So, yeah, he witnessed war as a youth. It said 1783, the United States tried to claim lands. We already talked about this, but we just seeing how this integrates into Tecumseh's story. So, it said in 1783, the United States tried to claim lands north of the Ohio River by right of conquest, just like the Iroquois. The Iroquois had it through rights of conquest, and we already talked about how the Iroquois was always the Moroccans, you know what I'm saying, who was shutting, you know what I'm saying, putting the dirty French in check back in the 1600s, you know what I'm saying. So that's what that was. And the United States was trying to run in behind that. Like, you know what I'm saying, these people are just straight up clowns, man, for real, bro. Just dishonorable, straight up clowns, bro. Just goofies, you know what I'm saying? They don't want to earn anything, don't want to really put it down for anything. They just want to try to scheme their way to the top, you know what I'm saying? For real, bro. Just goofies. It said, okay, it's very interesting. So Tecumseh, this is how you know he was a Moor, okay? He attended the original Confederate conference. I think it was around the time of 1783, 1784. He attended that Confederate conference, the Northwest Confederacy Council, in 1783, 1784, at the age of 16. And he remembered. He said that he remembered that the Confederacy at that time agreed that they were going to deal with the so-called United States only as a unit, and any treaties or any land cessions had to be ratified by the entire Confederacy. So you couldn't do individual land deals if you were one of those 35 nations. You couldn't do individual deals with your individual nation. You had to deal as the Confederacy. So he remembered that, which is an old Moorish way of doing things. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't do all that. You know what I'm saying? It's all everything held under noble title and common land ownership. Everything is a common cause, a common noble cause. It's not this individual lot ownership crap. This communist Marxist trash. You know what I'm saying? Corporate trash. You feel me? All it said that the United States tried to deal with tribes. They tried to deal with so-called tribes individually, which we already talked about. Okay, it said they signed the United States signed a fake treaty of Malta, and it said allegedly they signed the Treaty of Malta, and allegedly it surrendered Ohio. Oh no, okay, I take that back. Okay, it said that the United States was signed a treaty with a. It said the United States signed a treaty with a Moorish chief, Indian chief, or chief named Malta, right? And it said, and it allegedly it surrendered Ohio. It surrendered the Ohio country to the Americans, and then ironically, it said that Malta was murdered the same year by a Kentucky militiaman, by a Kentucky militiaman, and that started a whole war. You know what I'm saying? So again, man, these people who always try to not stand on their square and not be Moors, there's not one instance in the history of this country or the history of the damn world provided that if you don't want to stand on your square as a Moor and you try to do these backhand deals with the devil and you don't get played by the same devil. You know what I'm saying? How you gonna sign a treaty with the so-called United States, surrender half the Ohio country, like you had that type of jurisdiction, which you didn't, you know what I'm saying? And then one of these United States citizens kills you the same year, bro. I mean, come on, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, it never pays, bro. Stand on your square through thick and thin. It don't matter how rough and ill it gets, man. Stand on your square, because you will get played otherwise. You know what I'm saying? For real, bro. All right, it said that Tecumseh became a warrior at 18 under his brother Cheeseekau. So that was his brother, Cheeseekau. Tecumseh, let's see. He said Tecumseh participated in raids on flatboats carrying immigrants down the Ohio River. He participated. After he became a warrior, he was known for participating. He helped participate in raids on the Ohio River of U.S. ships. You know what I'm saying? So he was a Moor. So Tecumseh was really a Barbary Moor, because it said that Tecumseh participated in raids on flatboats carrying immigrants down the Ohio River. Okay, so again, man, these are when they talk about the Barbary Wars and the Barbary pirates and all the time, like U.S. ships being seized by Morocco and all type of stuff. Tecumseh was one of those Barbary Moors, Barbary Moors that was seizing them U.S. ships and taking United States citizens captive and arresting them and taking them as slaves and stuff like that. He was a Barbary Moor. You know what I'm saying? So these Moors were patrolling the Ohio River and just, tearing U.S. ships, tearing U.S. citizens up. You know what I'm saying? It was real. You feel me? So, but it said that one thing that distinguished Tecumseh while in the time when he was, fighting in these wars and he's doing these raids and all this stuff with his people, he said that he did not care much for inhumane treatment of Christian prisoners and Christian slaves and stuff like that. He didn't care much for it, because he said that some of the Shawnee and some of these people, they were real brutal to these to the POWs and prisoners of war and stuff like that. He said Tecumseh really didn't like that. He tried to stop a lot of that stuff, so he wasn't with all that. So, he said he was later celebrated for his aversion to torture and cruelty, okay? Prisoners of war. So that just goes to show, man, the Moorish police will sit up here bagging up Christians, and not saying right or wrong, but they were bagging up. So how were the British and how were the United States running America when they was getting towed up by the Indians, the so-called Moors? And how were y'all Mississippian slaves when these United States citizens was getting raided and took captive on the Ohio River, man? Come on, bro. So y'all were slaves getting whooped on plantations. I mean, I know the pro-blacks and Pan-Africans was always slaves getting whooped on plantations. But how are y'all Mississippian slaves on plantations when these United States citizens couldn't even go up the Ohio River without getting bagged up? I mean, come on, bro. For real, bro. All right, so it said that Tecumseh moved in 1788 to Cape Grenadier, Missouri. It's an old Moorish town, but he said they moved. He said he didn't like that either, because settlers were trickling there too. So evidently Tecumseh didn't like United States citizens and settlers too much at his time. You know what I'm saying? Said that In 1790, Tecumseh went south and he lived with the Chickamauga for a while and around the area of Lookout Mountain. So Tecumseh was chilling down in Tennessee at Lookout Mountain in Chattanooga with the Chickamauga. And we already did a drop on the Chickamauga, so go check that out. And he said Tecumseh participated in a lot of Chickamauga raids. So Tecumseh fought in the Chickamauga Wars. So he was a military. So evidently Moors would go around, warrior Moors would just go around to different zones, and then they would just join raiding parties and just, that's how you, like, basically, like, if you was a warrior, you would move around and just join different raid parties on these Christians, you know what I'm saying, and just take eat what you can kill. So you could take stuff, you could take, you could take people captive, you could take their cargo and all type of stuff and just, you know what I'm saying, like, this is what these Moors was doing, taxing niggas. So this is how they was getting their money or whatever, evidently, you know what I'm saying. So Tecumseh was chilling with the Chickamauga in 1790, you know what I'm saying? And then they said, in 1791, Tecumseh, he returned to Ohio to fight in the Northwest Wars. So we already talked about the Northwest Confederate Wars, you know what I'm saying? It said in 1796, around the time of 1796, he was the chief of a band of 50 warriors and 250 people. So he had 300 people. So evidently, when you got a certain status, you had a whole bunch of followers. They would move around with you and stuff like that in the old culture. You know what I'm saying? So you were just able to, we were able to just move around on the land like it wasn't nothing. You know what I'm saying? That's really part of the old culture, because again, the land, there was no individual land ownership like that in the more zones. You know what I'm saying? It was under noble titles. So we had freedom of movement. We could just move around like that as long as you just, you know what I'm saying, as long as you kept your demonstration intact. You might have wore your turban. You had to identify yourself, do the passwords. But, a European Christian European Christian or whatever, United States citizen, they didn't know none of this stuff. So they was finna get slapped the hell around wherever they went. But if you was a Mo, moving around the interior of the country, you know what I'm saying, you knew the passwords, you knew the codes, you could go wherever you needed to go. You kept your turban on, your bandana, your colors correct. You knew how to move around and you could go wherever you needed to go. Feel me? Just very interesting, you know what I'm saying? All right, so let's see. It said also, that's how you know Tecumseh was a Muslim. It said over his years he had several wives and quite a few children. So he had multiple wives and he had a lot of children, baby mamas and stuff like that. So that's how you know he was a nigga. Just give it a buck, nigga. You know what I'm saying? But back in those days, we could take care of each other like that. You could have different baby mamas and a bunch of wives and all that. And we could, you know what I'm saying, everybody was still straight because we could take care of each other, unlike now. You know what I'm saying? All right, so it said that he spent a lot of the late 1790s moving around, but he ultimately settled down in present day Anderson, Indiana. So that's an old Moorish town, so like all the towns in Indiana, Ohio, all Moorish towns. He said that by the time he settled in Anderson, Indiana, he noticed that he started to notice his people were being troubled by sickness, alcoholism, poverty, loss of land, and a traditional way of life. Okay, that's very interesting right there. I'm gonna read that again. It said that Tecumseh noticed at the time, and this is around the time of the 1790s and all that stuff. He noticed that his people were being troubled by sickness, alcoholism, poverty, loss of land, and a traditional way of life. Now, I really wanted to drive this home for my Mississippian people. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people have always talking about why, you have a lot of so-called people in black communities in the ghetto and people, in the so-called hoods, and all these people, our people suffer from a lot of mental illness, a lot of alcoholism, a lot of just, and people are just really messed up in the head. You know what I'm saying? The main reason why, and this is why Aboriginals, Native American, American Indians, Pan-Africans, and pro-black goofies are such idiots and such trade-outs and sellouts and need to be slapped the hell around, because the main problem with our people and why we have so much mental illness and disorientation and why we just can't get it together is because we're not able to live our traditional way of life. Well, y'all stop being traditionalists and stop being Moors, stop wearing your garbs, stop speaking your languages, stop practicing your old religions, stop practicing your spiritual systems, your Islamic and Hebraic spiritual systems and all of that. That's when y'all kind of y'all started to suffer mental illness and started to suffer alcoholism and all type of getting in y'all lower self and all type of nonsense. You know what I'm saying? It's because y'all are not being Muslims no more. Your inherent American culture is being a Muslim. You know, being a Moor, being a Muslim. Whether it's under the 5 or the 6, that is your old culture. It's your old traditional culture. When we were living our traditional culture, we didn't suffer all this mental illness and all type of crazy stuff you see niggas going through right now. Economic sanctions, being under the economic blacklist, being, you know what I'm saying, just being marginalized, being disenfranchised, just again, being addicted to drugs, being addicted to alcohol, and all type of crazy stuff you see in the Mississippi communities now. In the so-called hoods and all that now, where our people are just mentally messed up. It's because y'all are not being Muslims. Y'all are not living y'all traditional way of life. That was going on back then. That's exactly what Tecumseh noticed about his people. You know what I'm saying? About Mississippian people back then. We were losing our way. You know what I'm saying? Back in those days. You feel me? So I mean, it is what it is. I mean, through all the nonsense, all people selling out, people selling off land. And, you know what I'm saying? When land gets sold off, and land gets seeded into individual lots. We can't just move around like we used to. We don't have our old hunting grounds like we used to. A lot of people started getting trapped in certain areas under United States jurisdiction and all type of crazy stuff. And you can't just move around. You get locked into their little messed up financial system and doing business with these banks and all type of crazy stuff. We used to be able to just move around, trading gold, and you know what I'm saying. We had noble blood titles. You didn't have to pay rent, all type of crazy stuff that these people be doing. You know, it just makes literally no sense. You know what I'm saying? You know, but it was going on back then, and it's still going on to this day because y'all don't want to be Muslims, man. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, all right, now when he settled in Anderson, Indiana, he had a whole following. They all settled in this area of Indiana. Okay. This is where his brother, Tenskwatawa, started to come to prominence. This was Tecumseh's brother, okay? Now, it said that his brother, Tenskwatawa, was a healer, but Tenskwatawa was regarded as a misfit. Early in his life, people didn't really think he was gonna grow up to be anything. You know what I'm saying? He was kind of a misfit or whatever. So, but it did say that he started to rise to prominence when he began preaching a traditional way of life to his people, Moorish culture. So again, man, if you stand on your square and you always come out and you want to keep it traditional, and you remind your people of who they are and all that, you're always gonna find an audience. There's always gonna be an audience for that, because in people's DNA is gonna always recognize. Always going to be able to receive that type of message. So it's just saying when Tenskwatawa started to preach the traditional way of life, that's when he rose to prominence. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So just stand on your square. Don't be trying to sell out to be a goofy. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Again, man, it's all about legacy. Legends are people who stand on their square. Goofies and celebrities and stars who want this little quick fame and into vanity and all that, they never get remembered, and they always go down as cowards and wusses and punks and goofies. You know what I'm saying? Real talk, bro. Like, for real, bro. Only the legends and people with real legacy and saints and people who are stand on their square no matter what. You know what I mean? All right, so Tenskwatawa, when he rose to prominence, he urged his followers to reject European influence. Okay, stop drinking, start eating native foods. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so now, what does that sound like? So, in old Islamic culture, in Muslim culture, do people drink alcohol like that? Hell to the no. That's how you know the American Indians was Moors and Turks and they were Muslims, because they were against alcohol. And then it said start eating native food. So, again, the Moors and the Muslims are historically known for having a pristine, a very good diet and not eat no pork or nothing like that. So, why would Tenskwatawa be telling his people to stop drinking and start eating native foods? Because we didn't eat pork. We didn't eat all this. We didn't eat a lot of beef. We didn't eat a lot of this garbage that these Europeans be eating like that. You know what I'm saying? They eat a lot of, you know what I'm saying, just a lot of carbs, a lot of sulfur diets, a lot of pork and meat and all type of stuff. The natives didn't eat a lot. The so-called Moors and Turks didn't eat all that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And that's why Tenskwatawa was telling his people, go back to being Muslims, nigga. You know what I'm saying? For real, bro. All right. It said that Tecumseh followed his brother's teachings and always Tecumseh started to follow his brother's teachings and always wore Muslim, he always wore Indian garbs. So Tecumseh always dressed in traditional so-called native or Moorish garbs with turban. He wore his turban, he wore his sashes, you know what I'm saying, all the old Moorish clothing. That's how Tecumseh dressed after, mainly after his brother started preaching the message, you know what I'm saying? He stopped drinking alcohol, so Tecumseh didn't drink no alcohol. That's the Muslim way. Keep it a buck, man. That's the Muslim way. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. It said that Tecumseh and the prophet Tenskwatawa, they established the town of Greensville, or AKA they established the town of Greensville. And they attracted a large following in the town they established. You know what I'm saying? A little settlement they established. So evidently, Moors would just go around establishing little towns and villages like it wasn't nothing. We would just set up shop, and folks would just come out and we would build it fast. You know what I'm saying? That's how Mississippi's always got down. You know what I'm saying? That's why they don't like. That's why everybody's against the Mississippian man, because we're able to garner large followers very fast just by preaching the message. And people will come and get things done very fast for the Mississippian man who carries that messianic energy. You know what I'm saying? It's always been that way. All right. Now, all right. So these are the sellouts and the goofies. Okay. It said that there was a prominent Shawnee chief named Blackhoof who opposed Tenskwatawa and Tecumseh, and it said that the United States, as far as the Shawnees went, the Shawnee Confederacy, it said that the United States regarded Blackhoof as the principal chief. And Blackhoof is an assimilationist, and he's against Tecumseh and Shawnee doing the traditionalist way of life. And it said that Blackhoof, he urged the Shawnees to lightly assimilate, okay? All right, so these are the same type of clowns, okay? So again, the United States government has always wanted to deal with these non-militant, bow-down, submissive, domesticated type of Moors, you know what I'm saying, or Mississippian people who will do whatever they're told and kind of assimilate, you know what I'm saying? That goes on to this day. You'll have a whole hood of people, whole Mississippian neighborhood where most of the people in that neighborhood are not on that nonsense, and you know what I'm saying, they niggas, and they want to stay being niggas. They don't want to sell out, but you'll have this fake Mississippian politician, a so-called black politician, who will be up there selling everybody out. You know what I'm saying? The so-called United States municipality will deal with that clown, but that clown will sell the whole native population out who ain't really with that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? It was like that back then. You had this clown named Blackhoof, who's a Shawnee chief, and the United States is dealing with him, but the United States don't want to deal with Tecumseh, who's a real Mo. That's why a lot of y'all clowns, y'all like to push this anti-Moorish propaganda, all of y'all little demonstrations and all that, because y'all are the same goofies like Blackhoof back then, who will push the colonist agenda to your own people, while the Moors like Tecumseh stand on their square and are willing to die by you. You know what I'm saying? Y'all are goofies now, just like Blackhoof was a goofy back then, and Tecumseh and Tenskwatawa was the real Moors. You feel me? Kill yourself, nigga. You know what I'm saying? All right. Now, it said in 1806, Tecumseh and Tenskwatawa established Prophetstown in Indiana, and Prophetstown is literally still it's still literally a site in Indiana, like where historic Prophetstown set is literally still there in Indiana to this day. You know what I'm saying? You can ride through there, whenever you up there or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It said that they established Prophetstown in 1806, and they attracted thousands of followers. Everybody was going to Prophetstown. Niggas was not, you know what I'm saying? Just like to this day, you know what I'm saying? All the real niggas was going to Prophetstown, and you had lames and goofies and talented bootleg goofies like Blackhoof sit up there talking, oh, y'all need to assimilate and be with the Europeans and all type of goofies. Just like them civil rights goofies came in the 60s talking about some, oh yeah, y'all need to integrate with these savages that been killing y'all all these years. Like, just straight up goofies and clowns, man. Communists, man. Marxist, communist, civil rights clowns. The same type of clowns that was doing this clown shit back then, but you always had the real niggas that held firm, you know what I'm saying? Which is the moles, nigga. The barbarians, nigga. You know what I mean? All right. Let's see. All right, so now, in 1809, it said that the United States signed the Treaty of Fort Wayne with some sellout Shawnee chiefs. You know what I'm saying? The same type of clown shit that go on to this day. You know what I'm saying? Which was invalid because which was invalid because, again, we already talking about how the United States will always go find the sellout Moors or the sellout Mississippians and these clowns, and they'll do deals with them, and then they'll try to present that to the rest of the real niggas like it's ever valid. And historically, the real niggas have always told these clowns to kick rocks, you know what I'm saying? In one way or another. The majority of Mississippi people have never assimilated to these clown communist Marxist trash. You know what I'm saying? It's always been the sellouts and the goofies, you know what I'm saying? But the problem is, they always promote the sellouts and the goofies on mass media like they have some type of sway when they are nobodies, you know what I'm saying? They always have been. The streets have always been where the power is at, you know what I'm saying? Keep it a buck, man. Now I said that the Treaty of Fort Wayne outraged many so-called Indians, and it led a path to war. You know what I'm saying? Because it was a fake treaty signed with some fake sellout Shawnees. It wasn't standing on any of the Moorish Barbary treaties, and most of the real Moes, like Tecumseh and his Prophetstown gangster followers, they got pissed. You know what I'm saying? It was like, that shit is not valid. You know what I'm saying? Kill yourself. You know what I mean? All right. It said that Tecumseh, he went to Fort Malden in 1812 to join the British, okay? And to officially, you know what I'm saying, declare his alliance with the so-called British, which was the Moroccan army, you know what I'm saying? The Moorish army. And it said that Tecumseh he directed the so-called Indian or Moorish Confederate forces in Upper Canada, okay, during the War of 1812, okay? And it said that Tecumseh was known, he was known for helping to defend Fort Malden, to help capture Detroit. And he led 500 warriors. So Tecumseh was a real military boss dog, you know what I'm saying? But again, Tecumseh was born to a war sheik. So he was trained, like we had an old culture of training the young men to be knights and noble knights and military men at a young age. So Tecumseh came up being trained all his life to be a warrior. So it would make sense by the time he's grown, he's leading a whole brigade of 500 warriors in the War of 1812. You know what I'm saying? It's real shit. And he said that the Americans always respected Tecumseh's military skills. He said he was a military expert. You know what I'm saying? All right. Just move right along, going in on Tecumseh. There's gonna be a lot of information. I hope y'all can stick with it, but it's very important. You know what I'm saying? It's changing your whole perspective, because again, we're going in on Moorish England as opposed to fake Britain. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna do the knowledge to how British North America was always Moorish North America. Always, you know what I'm saying? So, all right, now it said that it said that before the Treaty of Fort Wayne, Tecumseh was rarely known to outsiders, okay? But after that treaty, he built a new confederacy of so-called Indians or Moors to stop U.S. expansion, because they were all pissed about that fake treaty. The United States was trying to wave around, acting like they had rights, acting like they had some type of land rights in Indiana and Ohio and all that. You know what I'm saying? So it said that Tecumseh, there was a famous meeting. Tecumseh met William Henry Harrison at Exercitus, in the old Moorish town of Indiana, Exercitus. They had a legendary standoff. And it said Tecumseh demanded that the Treaty of Fort Wayne be rescinded, and he would oppose American settlement on disputed lands. He said that the chief that signed the deal would be punished, and Harrison said would be punished or whatever. And he said Harrison said the land was purchased fairly, and Tecumseh couldn't object because Native Americans did not own land in common. I'm gonna say that again. This is real important right here. This is where they come up with this wordplay and coming up with these fake denationalizing terms that y'all clowns still will walk around talking to this day. Let me tell you, this is what he said. It said that okay. Tecumseh demanded that the Fort Wayne Treaty be rescinded, and he would oppose American settlement on disputed lands. Said that the chiefs that signed the treaty would be punished, okay? And it said that Harrison responded and said that the land was purchased fairly, and Tecumseh couldn't object because Native Americans didn't own land in common, okay? You know what I'm saying? Okay. That tell you right there, these United States hidden hand clowns was already coming up with these denationalizing terms. Notice that Harrison didn't say Moorish-Americans. He said Native Americans. And in that term, I guarantee that the Shawnee clowns that signed that treaty, did so in that treaty under the term Native American, and they took their little backhand payoff deals to use these denationalizing terms. It didn't say Moors, it didn't say none of that. It said Native Americans. So the United States was already coming up with these denationalizing terms like Native American, American Indian, Aboriginal, all these stupid ass blacks, Negroes, all these stupid terms that to take you away from the Moorish nationality that has all of the land claims. They was doing that bullshit back then. So if you claim Native American, yeah, Harrison was correct. Native Americans don't own land in common because Native Americans are federal subjects. You know what I'm saying? Native Americans literally have no rights, nigga. You know what I'm saying? But Moors own land in common under noble titles and noble trusts. You know what I'm saying? So that's how goofy y'all are, man. For real, bro. You Native Americans, you American Indians, Aboriginal goofies are literally clowns, bums, and federal subjects and nobodies, nigga. Like y'all are just that damn stupid. Even to this day, y'all are using these denationalizing terms that got all of y'all ancestors' lands confiscated, nigga. That's how stupid and goofy y'all are, nigga. I mean, for real, bro. Just, bro, for real, man. Just jump off a damn cliff, man. For real, man. I want y'all to pull up on a cliff and just jump off that motherfucker, bro. Y'all are just that damn stupid. Kill yourself, nigga. For real, bro. He just said Native Americans don't own land in common, so they have no damn rights. Bro, man, come on, bro. And, and Tecumseh knew he was a Moor, so he told that nigga to go to hell. He said, nigga, we Moors, we own land in common, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So Tecumseh probably told that nigga, like, what the hell is Tecumseh is a real Mo. Tecumseh was a real Mo, nigga. He probably told William Henry Harrison, nigga, what in the holy hell is a Native American, nigga? I ain't never heard of that shit in my life, nigga. We Moors, nigga, we own land in common. And then it said that William Henry Harrison sent Tecumseh's demands to the president after that. So, Harrison already knew what he was doing. He was trying to play and get Tecumseh to agree to these fake terms, but Tecumseh wasn't having that shit. Tecumseh knew he was a Mo. The Moors got the titles, nigga. You know what I'm saying? That's how goofy y'all are, nigga. For real, bro. If you claim an American Indian, Native American, Aboriginal, bro, you literally are a federal subject and you have literally no rights, bro. You know what I'm saying? Literally just enslave your damn self, nigga. Just go ahead and put the chains around your ankles and walk yourself to the prison colony, nigga. That's where you going, nigga. That's how goofy you are. Because y'all don't want to stand on y'all square and be moles, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Just goofies, nigga. All right. It said that Tecumseh, he traveled in 1810 and 1811 to build a confederacy, you know what I'm saying, around the country or whatever. We already talked about that. And he sent a delegation to New York to the so-called Iroquois. So Tecumseh was rallying the Moors into the new Confederacy. The real niggas who was not ceding nothing to nobody. And again, all of these real niggas, these real Moors that always historically fought as the Confederacy, never gave no land cessions to nobody, and they always held the United States to all of the treaties. They only gave them extraterritorial rights. That's why none of this crap, none of these treaties or none of this crap is valid to this day. That's why the Moors always tell you goofies that it's all about the Treaty of Peace and Friendship and all the subsequent Barbary treaties. That's the only thing that's valid, nigga. That's how goofy y'all are, nigga. You know what I'm saying? For real, bro. And people like Tecumseh were the ones fighting and standing on these treaties while the rest of you clowns was selling out like goofies. You know what I'm saying? And y'all wonder why y'all don't have nothing to this day. Like y'all are straight up clowns, bro. For real. You know what I'm saying? Now I said that it said that some followed Tecumseh's message and some rejected it. It said that he inspired many southern upper creeks, and these are the which are the red sticks. So we already done plenty of drops on the red sticks. So, and I'm a red stick myself. You know what I'm saying? Historically a red stick. Oconee Confederate Mo red stick, nigga. That's my heritage, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So I'm with Tecumseh, not you goofies. You know what I'm saying? Kill yourself. Let's see. It said that Harrison. Okay, so while Tecumseh was out here doing his recruitment in 1810 and 1811, this clown bitch ass nigga William Henry Harrison, sat up here and attacked and destroyed Prophetstown while Tecumseh was gone. Because he knew if Tecumseh was there with his warriors, he would have got his ass. He would have got his wig split. You know what I'm saying? Just straight up clowns, man. Cowards and goofies and clowns, nigga. You know what I'm saying? And they destroyed Prophetstown. So, and then it said after they destroyed Prophetstown, but they don't like to talk about. In the official history, they don't like to talk about. He said the Indians or the Moors retaliated and started just killing settlers all over the damn place in Ohio. You know what I'm saying? So, again, man, this is why America has always been the land of the cowboys and the land of the brave and the land of the free. Because Moors will always whoop your ass for getting out of line in America. We will never bow down to you communist, Marxist clowns, nigga. You know what I'm saying? For real, bro. All right. So yeah, so after William Henry Harrison acted like a little hoe, sat up there and destroyed Prophetstown. You know what I'm saying? He got a whole bunch of settlers killed after that because Moors was going around murking settlers and stuff. You know what I'm saying? All right. Now, in the war in June of 1812, Tecumseh arrived in Fort Malden to join. Okay, this is after all of that went down, 1810, 1811, and after they destroyed after the U.S. clowns destroyed Prophetstown. In June of 1812, Tecumseh arrived at Fort Malden to join the British cause in the war, to join the British in the War of 1812. Okay, it said that the so-called British, or the Moroccans, the Moorish English, the Moroccan army, the nigger redcoats, you know what I'm saying? It said that they recognized Tecumseh as the most influential of the so-called Indian or Moorish allies. And again, we're gonna drive it home to you clowns that the old British army was always the old Moroccan government army that was in the redcoat army that was holding down America. You know what I'm saying? That's all it ever was. So, and then you would have the individual militia, state militias, which was the individual Moorish confederacies, which had their own militias. So Tecumseh's confederacy was essentially an old state militia. You know what I'm saying? That's essentially what it was. So when he went to join the British, he just took he said, look, I got hella warriors, I got my whole militia, and we finna ride with y'all. You know, and you know, the British is Moors, so they like, hell yeah, nigga, go ahead and hold down, nigga. We gonna plan this and we gonna smash on these United States busters. You know what I'm saying? For real, bro. All right, so it said that Tecumseh's warriors scouted and probed many enemy positions as General Hull of the United States crossed into Upper Canada. It said that Tecumseh cut off American supply and communication lines and scattered the American force around and scattered a superior numbered American force around Detroit. And it said that the Americans were totally defeated in Canada. So, you know, the United States climbed. Because again, I told y'all, Canada is a part of is part of Morocco, nigga. You know what I'm saying? British Canada and British North America was Morocco. You know what I'm saying? So the United States busters tried to invade Canada, you know what I'm saying? And they got their wig split. You know what I'm saying? So again, they'll always talk about act like the United States won something in the War of 1812, but essentially they really lost. You know what I'm saying? Because they tried to invade Canada and got towed the hell up. You know what I'm saying? Real, bro. So you Canadian ass niggas, all y'all Canada niggas, you know what I'm saying? The only reason y'all are free the only reason y'all have anything is because of the Moors, nigga. We Canada belongs to the Moors, nigga. Kill yourself. Canada do not belong to no fake Britain, to no fake Britain crown or none of that. Canada belongs to the Moors, nigga. And we taking it back at some point, nigga. Because hell of resources and oil all up there, and we want that bread, nigga. Y'all up there spending our money and our bread, nigga. Canada is the Moors, nigga. Kill yourself, nigga. And peace to Canaan land Moors, nigga. For real, bro. Y'all are some straight up bust. The rest of y'all is some straight up busters, nigga. Canaan land belongs to the Moors, nigga. For real, bro. Man, for real, bro. All right, it said that Tecumseh was thought to be a so-called British brigadier general. Okay. All right. So again, man, that just goes to show you right there. Why would Tecumseh or Moore be thought to be a British brigadier general? That just goes to show that the so-called British and the Moorish Confederates are the same people, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So Tecumseh's Confederacy was just a Moorish kind of Confederate state militia, and you had the main British so-called Navy and Army, Redcoat Army, that was like the federal old American Federal Army. You know what I'm saying? That's all it was. And the old Redcoat Army was subject to the Sultan himself. You know what I'm saying? And the individual confederacies had their own little thing. That's just all it ever was. You know what I'm saying? The whole time. So again, if you ever complain about getting your wig split by the old British, or you was enslaved by the British, bro, you was enslaved by the Moors. That's why y'all be playing hate on the Moors to this day. That's why y'all are clowns and goofies, man. So you was whining about the so-called white man, the British, that whooped your ass, nigga. You was whining about the niggas whooping your ass back in the day, nigga. The whole damn time. That's how goofy y'all are, nigga. For real, bro. I'm for real, man. careers are going to be ended. A lot of people are going to lose all of their credibility and they're going to be done, son. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real, brother. Y'all, this how goofy y'all are. Moorish England over fake Britain all day, every day, nigga. Kill yourself, nigga. For real, bro. All right. It said that the so-called British didn't support or remain in the fight after the initial victories. Okay. It said that Tecumseh led 600 warriors in a failed siege on Fort Wayne, and he led and then he led 1,200 warriors in fighting around Fort Meigs. And he was historically known in the War of 1812, Tecumseh. He was historically known for protecting American prisoners from being killed and scalped. Because again, the Barbary Moors were no joke, man. They, for real, like, you know what I mean, y'all really, you know what I mean. That's why I know they hate niggas to this day. Because old Barbary Moors, that's why they call it the British is really the Brutish Moors. That's why they call British. Old British is a misnomer for the Brutish. The Brutish Moors or the Barbary Moors of America was whooping y'all ass. It is what it is. I'm not saying right or wrong. We just trying to clear up the confusion because the Barbary Moors are tired of the fake slave narrative that demoralizes the Mississippian people. They think they can't do anything, and it just keeps them in this victim mentality. You know what I'm saying? So we just bringing clarity. We just spitting facts. You know what I'm saying? The British are the Brutish. The old Brutish Moors, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is, you know what I mean? All right. It said that the Battle of Lake Erie kind of caused the British or the Brutish to kind of they kind of stopped fighting this hard. They kind of was like, man, you know what I'm saying? It's not like the United States was going to win anything, but they were like, you know what? You know what I'm saying? We're going to have to kind of do a ceasefire at some point. So they kind of toned down the British hostilities. They kind of toned down the so-called British Redcoat or Moorish Redcoat push, main Redcoat push. But it said that Tecumseh eventually, Tecumseh was mad. He didn't want to give up. Because Tecumseh knew that he was fighting for the land rights of his people and for them to keep their Moorish culture together. Because he knew if the United States continued to get more extraterritorial rights and all of that, Tecumseh inherently knew that they were going to keep running game and get Moors to give up more and more just through all that trick bag garbage. And Tecumseh inherently also knew that there were so many sellouts that was willing to capitulate and give up a lot of their land titles and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So he was like, nah, we got to fight these fools. Put them in check, you know what I'm saying? But again, only the real moles stand on their square while the rest of you clowns, we already know how y'all get down, you know what I'm saying? All right, so it said, Tecumseh was killed in the battle of Thames after that war. Okay, it said after around the time of 1814, I think 1813, the so-called British, which is Morocco, signed the Treaty of Ghent with the United States. And the Treaty of Ghent, actually, the United States signed. Now, this is the last so-called treaty with the United States and so-called Britain, or Morocco, okay? The so-called treaty called for the original borders with the United States to be maintained. I'm going to say that again. The Treaty of Ghent, the so-called ended the War of 1812, okay, actually called for the original borders to be maintained. Okay, so that just goes to show you right there. That first of all, the War of 1812 was a stalemate. The United States didn't win a goddamn thing. You know what I'm saying? And it ended with the treaty that kept everything the same. So anything that happened after the War of 1812, we've already done a knowledge on the history of extraterritorial rights of Morocco and how the United States, how so many more started to flip after the War of 1812 and how the United States just started doing all these trick bag treaties and forming these fake states and all this stuff. But none of that stuff was ever lawful, and it was never legal, and it ain't valid to this day. It's only valid in motherfuckers, excuse my French, niggas' minds. You know what I'm saying? Like, the Treaty of Ghent reaffirmed everything that the original Confederacy was fighting for. So essentially, Tecumseh, even though he died, even though he died in that war, he was successful in maintaining the treaty rights. And these treaties are still valid. That's why a lot of Moors got to stop BSing around and start doing this research and bringing this information to the people. Because the Treaty of Ghent that ended the War of 1812 between so-called Britain, which was Morocco, and the United States, reaffirmed all the original boundaries. So they never had, nothing was ever valid, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So the Moors have always been right, and the rest of y'all clowns has always been goofies. You know what I'm saying? For real, bro. For real, man. Like, for real, man. All right. It said that the Northern Confederate resistance collapsed after the War of 1812. And essentially, everything kind of stayed the same, but, you know, the militancy kind of died down after that war because it was just a lot of death and destruction and all. You know, a lot of people died and all that. So I think a lot of Moors after that, they were like, you know what, we can just try to make peace. We ain't got to be so hard on these United States niggas no more. We ain't got to be taking them captive and prisoners no more and all this shit, you know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? Like, I get it. I get it. But the treaty still stands, nigga. The treaty against still stands, nigga. You know what I'm saying? For real. And again, essentially, the United States really lost the War of 1812 because, and again, Morocco was undefeated. You know what I'm saying? Because they essentially tried to take Canada, and they didn't get an inch in Canada. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, you know what I'm saying? They got a little zone. They was able to win on Lake Erie, and they won the Battle of New Orleans and all that. But essentially, they didn't win the Jack. And you know that Andrew Jackson was able to to do a warpath through the South or whatever. But they didn't really win anything. You know what I'm saying? Because the Treaty of Ghent just reaffirmed everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, they lost. The British, Morocco won the War of 1812. But it really was, what you're gonna find out by the end of this drop was that by the time the War of 1812, it kind of messed up the economy, and it kind of just started draining the Sultan and all these people's finances. You know what I'm saying? So we had to kind of tone down a lot of stuff, and everything was able to be broken up by these federal Negroes after that, by these federal revolutions and all that. People were able to start breaking up and taking over jurisdiction of a lot of our zones after that and break them up into new federal republics and all of that. That's all that happened. They didn't beat us in nothing. You know what I'm saying? For real, bro. All right. All right, let's say that Tecumseh is honored in Canada to this day as a hero. You know what I'm saying? Again, the reason why Canada even exists, you know what I'm saying, is because of the Moors and Tecumseh. These people, they defended y'all niggas up there. So, the Moors, the American Moors, you know what I'm saying, the Chicago Moors, you know what I'm saying, the Mississippian Moors, is the reason why Canada exists, nigga. You know what I'm saying? For real, bro. All right, it said that, it's very interesting right here. It said that Tecumseh was admired in Germany for a long time, okay? And it said that Tecumseh was written, there was a book written by Fritz Steuben to promote Nazism, okay? I'm gonna say that again. There was a book written in Germany in the 1930s. It was a bestseller in Germany by Fritz Steuben that talked about Tecumseh's life, and it promoted Nazism in Germany. Okay? So if and I'm not, you know what I'm saying, I'm not defending Nazis or nothing like that in Germany or nothing like that. I'm not defending this, but we got to keep it a buck about the whole historic narrative that's been painted around the world in history and all of that. If the so-called Germans were so racist and they hated so-called Negroes and stuff like that, we already know how they felt about the Ashkenazi people and all of that. We got it. That's historically documented. But they also like to talk about, they say that the Germans hated niggas and all that stuff, and Hitler didn't want to shake Jesse Owens' hands in 1936, and he was pissed off and all of that. But why in hell would the German man be writing a book about Tecumseh, you know what I'm saying, and to be used to promote Nazism in Germany if the Germans were so racist they hated black people like that, or so-called blacks or Mississippians or Moors or whatever? You know what I'm saying? I'm just going to leave it at that. You know what I'm saying? Why would Tecumseh be used to promote Nazism in Germany? I mean, come on, man. I'm going to let y'all just think on that for a minute. Go do the knowledge on your own time. But, I mean, this is keep it a buck, man. I mean, come on, bro. For real, bro. It said that, after, later in the 20th century and all of that, a lot of Europeans are trying to turn Tecumseh into a secular leader. You know what I'm saying? Because, again, none of these communist Marxist clowns, European clowns, like, they hate Islam and they hate Muslims. And they don't never want to acknowledge the Muslim is Moorish Islamic history of America. So they're going to turn Tecumseh into some secular leader. But Tecumseh was a Muslim, nigga. I'm going to say that again for all you clowns. Tecumseh of the Shawnee, the great Shawnee Moorish war chief, was a Muslim who practiced Islam, nigga. You know what I'm saying? the whole damn time. And and a Muslim was used to promote Nazism in Germany, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So I want y'all to just run and tell that. Just do the knowledge on your own time or all of that. You know what I'm saying? Let's just keep it a buck, man. You know what I'm saying? All right. It said that Tenskwatawa is largely forgotten. You know what I'm saying? They don't really talk about Tenskwatawa like that. The Moors nowadays are bringing his name back, but nobody likes to talk about Tenskwatawa. And the reason why is because, again, he was a Muslim, nigga. He was a prophet. So, these Europeans and these communist Marxist clowns and hidden hand clowns, they don't like to, they hate it. They don't like to acknowledge Islam because when Islam was running things in America, they was getting slapped around like the goofies that they are. They had to form their little societies on the low to avoid to get their wigs split by the Moorish police back in those days. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. That's why they're called secret societies, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Keep it a buck, man. Because they had to move in secret in the old world to get their wigs split. You know what I mean? All right, let's see. And we're just going to talk. I just wanted to talk about, just before I move on to the next topic in this Moorish England thing, I did want to talk about, there was a Moorish leader of the old Northwest Confederacy. His name was Little Turtle. He was a great Miami Confederate general in Indiana area, Ohio area. But he became an assimilationist after 1794, after the Battle of Fallen Timbers. But he was a great military leader. He defeated, and he was known for whooping the United States ass when they was trying to invade Ohio for damn near 10 years. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was, like, Little Turtle was that nigga. You know what I'm saying? But it said that after 1794, he kind of became an assimilationist, and he started accepting annuities and black slaves in exchange. In exchange for cooperation, you know what I'm saying, and promoting the United States agenda of getting rid of the old Moorish culture, promoting individual land ownership and all type of goofball stuff. You know what I'm saying? That we ain't really with all of it. You know what I'm saying? So, but it did say that, so this again, people, niggas like Little Turtle, they turned assimilationists. They are the main reason why the United States was able to get any type of land claims any goddamn where, because these are the clowns that got all, and we already talked about it in the old Sheekamauga drop, about how you had all these fake Cherokees that sold out, in, you know what I'm saying, in around the time of the early 1800s, and they was doing all these side backdoor deals with the United States, renting their land, you know what I'm saying, and doing all type of stuff and getting away from the old Moorish Tassalaki blood laws and stuff like that. The same thing was happening up north in the Midwest with these sellouts, you know what I'm saying? And you still got these same type of clowns in your community now selling you out, generation after generation. It's always been going on for a long time, longer than you think. But it did say that initially in the 1800s, Thomas Jefferson was trying to do this fake civilization, anti-Islamic thing, you know what I'm saying? Trying to assimilate the so-called Indians in the Ohio, Illinois territory. He was doing all these civilization initiatives or whatever, trying to get these Moors to assimilate. But it did say, it said that all the assimilation attempts, even though you had these little sellouts like Black Hoof and Little Turtle and these people, it said that the assimilation attempts at the Moors of the Midwest and the South, they all failed on the majority of the population. You know what I'm saying? So after these Moors was not trying to accept European customs and all that, was like, man, kick rocks with that bullshit, just like the majority of niggas in the hood do now to this day. You know what I'm saying? It said that after that, the United States was, you know what I'm saying, that's what they was like, the only way we're going to do this is by forcing it and sending expeditions in there and just, trying to conquer these Moors by any means necessary, you know what I'm saying? And it said Turtle was one of the clowns. Little Turtle was one of the clowns that signed the Treaty of Fort Wayne, you know what I'm saying? And they're pissed Tecumseh and the rest of the Moors off. But it said at the end of the day, the United States was, they had to recognize, it said that lost, Little Turtle lost all his sway within the Miami Confederacy after he signed that fake treaty. He said that the United States had to recognize that treaty as fake, because a lot of other Moorish Miami leaders came forward and was like, man, that shit ain't valid, and the United States had to agree. So the Treaty of Fort Wayne was null and void, and even the United States admitted that. So again, man, always been talking about how the Moors have always made the United States honor the real treaties. The only way they was able to get sway is by starting wars, starting regional conflicts, and getting fake Moors to sign treaties, and then You know what I'm saying? Like they always had to play mind games to expand west, but they never lawfully did anything. They never lawfully got any land claims or anything, and these treaties are still valid to this day. But only the Moors got the claims because only the Moors ever stood on their square in America and made everything be honored. You know what I'm saying? And there was never ever a Moorish. There was never ever a court case or anything that made any of these fake treaties valid nowhere in history. You know what I'm saying? For real. That's why even in the congressional records, it will always admit in any historic reference you read, it will always tell you that the Treaty of Peace and Friendship is the longest running United States treaty that ever existed. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why is because you've had Moors generation after real niggas, real Moors generation after generation that have never ceded nothing and have always made the United States stand on these original treaties. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's still valid to this day and it hasn't been buried. Because you've always had Moors coming generation after generation and say, hell to the law, nigga. We stand on our square no matter what. We may not be able to get rich. We may not be able to get all these payouts and prosper and live in luxury like a lot of you sellout ghouls and goofies be doing. You know what I'm saying? But we finna stand on our square and we gonna get our shit back at some point. I guarantee you that, nigga. And we ain't gonna ask, we just taking it. That's why the Barbary Moses back and we ain't asking permission for Jack. We taking our land, we taking our estate back. You know what I'm saying? Give it, nigga, just give it up. You know what I'm saying? Kill yourself, nigga. All right. Now, let's see. Now, moving on from Tecumseh. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to talk about the we almost do this. We almost done. You know what I'm saying? Getting close to the wrap up, but I did want to talk about the so-called the West India regiments or the Carolina Corps. You know what I'm saying? And what this is going to do, talking about the West Indian regiments, they were occupying the Caribbean, and they fought a lot of the Carolina Corps regiments fought, against the American Revolutionary rebels in the Revolutionary War. What I want to drive home as we discuss the West Indian regiment, they occupied most of the Caribbean and descended from the Carolina Corps on the East Coast, is that the British, the so-called British, that was running the Caribbean, they were running Jamaica, they were running Trinidad, they were running the Bahamas, and all these zones that invaded Cuba, you know what I'm saying, that invaded Puerto Rico and all these areas. The British that did that was always the Moorish, the Moorish West Indian regiments that did that. And they was always wearing turbans, wearing fezes, wearing Moorish military uniforms and all that, nigga. So you Jamaican, all you Caribbeans and all y'all just want to cry, you know what I'm saying? If you Caribbean, you know what I'm saying? No knock on the Caribbean, because there's a distinction between the real West Indians, who are the Moors, and these people who want to claim all these new fake nationalities and all this stuff. If you are a pro-black goofy, a pan-African goofy, or you from the Caribbean or any of these places, and you ever was whining and bitching about the British enslaving your ass, you know what I'm saying? And all this stuff, you was really whining and crying about the Moorish niggas, American niggas enslaving and whooping your ass. You know what I'm saying? No fake white pale British from no damn Europe ever had no sway in the Caribbean, nigga. You know what I'm saying? It was always the Moorish-Americans, nigga. The West Indian regiments, nigga. And then another thing, and y'all gonna see pictures in this drop. Why is it that this is how you know American Indians and Indians and anything is always Moors and Turks? So why would the so-called West Indian regiments be dressed like Moors? I mean, riddle me that. For you American Indian goofies and you Native American goofies, they always want to say that Moors are not from America and all that. Why is it that you would have the West Indian regiments of the Caribbean and the Carolina Corps that was dressed literally like Moors? Why would they be called West Indians, but they dress like Moors, nigga? Man, riddle me that. I really want one of you clowns to answer me that question. Until one of you clowns answer that question, nigga, it's gonna stand as a proclamation that the American Indians was Moors and Turks, nigga. You know what I'm saying? There was no such thing as no fake American Indian. Nigga, American Indian is a Moor and a Turk, nigga. A West Indian is a Moor and a Turk, nigga. Kill yourself, nigga. And an East Indian is a Moor and a Turk, nigga. Kill yourself, nigga. For real, bro. An Indian is a Moor and a Turk, nigga. You know what I mean? And y'all are straight up goofies, you know what I'm saying? All right. Let's talk about the West Indian regiments of the late 1700s and early 1800s and all through the 1800s. All right. the West Indian regiments were infantry units of the British Army, okay, recruited from and normally stationed in the Caribbean between 1795 and 1727. And that's capped because, trust me, trust and believe, the so-called West Indian regiments were they were occupying the Caribbean British occupiers since the 1600s. So anytime they say that the British Redcoats was invading the Caribbean islands and all that, it was always the West Indian regiments. They wear turbans and fezes and dress like Moors. They wear red coats, nigga. You know what I'm saying, kid? I mean, just keep it a book, man. And they were always a part of the Sultan's army, nigga. The American Sultan was who the West Indian regiment was working for. You know what I'm saying? It was all the British was the Moroccan army, nigga. It always was. Feel me? So we gonna drive it home with the West Indians thing. You know what I'm saying? And again, if you claim to be a West Indian, nigga, you gotta be a Moor than Turk, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Let's just keep it a book, man. There's no such thing as a West Indian that ain't a Moor than Turk. So just from going forward, man. If you Caribbean or you call yourself a West Indian, bro, you got to be a Moor than Turk. So you gotta put your fez and your turban on and rep the cause, nigga. You know what I'm saying? There ain't no more false claiming going on after this, after this drop, nigga. You know what I'm saying? We issuing proclamations and y'all got to stand on y'all square. We gonna bring the Caribbean Moors back home, nigga. You know what I'm saying? For real, bro. Anyway. All right, now, it said that there were 8 West Indian regiments were commissioned in 1795. In addition to the first West India Regiment, the Carolina Corps that had been in existence since 1779. So it said that the 8 West India regiments were commissioned in 1795, and they were incorporated from the old Carolina Corps of North and South Carolina. In the American South that was in existence since 1779, allegedly, but we know it goes back further than that. So anytime you see the West Indian Regiment, which are Moorish soldiers, and they wear turbans and fezes in the Caribbean and stuff like that, understand that they come from the Carolina Corps, the old Carolina Corps and the old Royalist Carolina regiments of the East, of the American South and East Coast. So essentially, they're Yamasee Gullah Geechees, you know what I'm saying? Essentially, you know what I'm saying? And they're the ones who was occupying the Caribbean and slapping y'all clowns around if you claim you was a Caribbean slave. You was getting slapped around by the West Indian Moors who was whooping y'all ass. You know what I'm saying? Just keep it a buck, man. So again, man, if you could be a Pan-African Marcus Garvey Goofy Goofy, talking about you was a damn slave getting slapped around by the Moors, or you could be a West Indian Moor and a Turk, nigga. You make the choice, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Kill yourself, nigga. For real, bro. All right, now. It said that, let's see. It said, okay, so the West Indian Regiment recruited free blacks and slaves, okay? Allegedly, 7% of enslaved Africans were recruited for service after 1795. And it said that 5 new units were raised in 1798. The eighth West India Regiment was created in 1802 in Dominica. Okay. It said 5 new units were raised in 1798, and it said the 8th West Indian Regiment revolted. They did a revolt in 1802 in Dominica over harsh working conditions. It said that all recruited Africans were freed in 1807 by Parliament, which is American. Parliament is old as America, nigga. The old Parliament. That's why you got Parliament Funkadelic and all that. Even the 5%ers had their little parliaments and stuff like that. That's old American. That's an old American government setup, nigga. Don't get it messed up. You know what I'm saying? Going back to the House of Burgess and all of that, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So don't get it messed up, bro. All right. It said they also opened up, they basically let the Africans were allowed to. And let me tell you, basically, okay, it said that the West Indian Regiment were recruiting so-called free blacks. Now the free blacks were always the Mississippian Moroccan people who were always free in America. You couldn't tell a Moorish Mississippian nothing in America. Nigga, if you was Moorish, indigenous Mississippian, or indigenous more to America, you was always free. But you did have these African POWs and people who had gotten bagged up and ransomed off and stuff like that, who were working on plantations and stuff like that, all in the Caribbean and all those prison colonies down there. So essentially what happened was, after the American Revolution, evidently, before the American Revolution, it was probably all pretty much Moors, Carolina Moors and American Moors and people, free Moors that was in these West India regiments or whatever. But after the American Revolution, evidently we probably needed more soldiers. You know what I'm saying? Because we had the American Revolution and we had so much nonsense going on around the world after the American Revolution. So we was like, damn, we need more soldiers, nigga. So they started recruiting a lot of the enslaved or prisoner Africans in the Caribbean to become a part of the regiment as well around that time, because we needed more soldiers at that time. You know what I'm saying? We needed anybody to come in or to reinforce our numbers and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? To just defend the land because after the American Revolution, because we lost a huge part of our economy from the American Revolution for obvious reasons. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. Let's say all the Africans were free. They even opened up a West African recruiting depot that was set up in 1812 in Sierra Leone, but it was closed in 1816 after the Napoleonic Wars ended. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna do a drop. We're gonna do a drop next on the Napoleonic Wars and Moorish France and all of that. But I think it's very interesting that the War of 1812 would end and the Napoleonic Wars would end at the same time. You know what I'm saying? And then they would close down. Really, what it seems like it was what I'm starting to see. And more research needs to be done. But the Napoleonic Wars, more than likely, Napoleon was an American Moor, and he was fighting on behalf of the American demonstration, trying to shut down a lot of those revolutions in the French Revolution that was going on over in Europe and all of that. He had to invade North Africa and all that to shut down them Mamluk slave rebels and stuff, like all type of stuff that was going on over there. You know what I'm saying? And the British and the so-called Moors over here had to fight these Americans over here as well. So I mean, you can tell it's all related. You know what I'm saying? But we'll discuss that on another drop. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. It said thereafter, after 1816, all recruitment for various West India regiments that fought in World War I and World War II were West Indian volunteers with officers and NCOs coming from Britain. I'm going to say that again. This is very important right here. So after 1816 and after around the time of 1820, because again, after the War of 1812, that's when the Moroccan Al-Maroccan Empire really started to, it really started this decline and started to be broken up due to all these worldwide rebellions against the old Moorish Empire. You know what I'm saying? So it's very interesting that it said after 1816, all the recruitment for various West India regiments that fought in World War I and World War II were West Indian volunteers and with officers and NCOs coming from Britain. Okay, so that just goes to show you right there. And this is what y'all got to realize about how the so-called British, the fake Britain that came after the War of 1812 and started to develop after 1820. You know what I'm saying? The new fake Britain. The reason why they had such a huge military presence all over the world and a huge naval presence all over the world was literally, it was a coup d'etat after George III died. And they literally were able to absorb all of the old Moroccan units all over the damn world. They absorbed a whole bunch of military garrisons. They absorbed the whole West India regiments. The new fake Britain literally was able to absorb all of the West India regiments in the Caribbean. They were able to assume all of the old Moroccan jurisdictions in Canada, all of the Moroccan jurisdictions in the Caribbean, the ones in Africa and India. So they just literally walked in to a situation that was already set up. You know what I'm saying? So it was a straight up coup d'etat. You know what I'm saying? So fake Britain took over all of the old Moroccan armies and military units all over the damn world. That's literally all they did. Because it said that they recruited the West India regiments, but they had all after the in the mid 1800s and on, all of the NCOs came from Britain. They didn't come from England, but they came from Britain. So that means they were sending these new pale, bleached out British to take over all of the military elites positions to control the old Moroccan army and use them for their agendas after that. It's very interesting, man. You know what I'm saying? Very interesting. So they never won anything. They literally just walked into a situation, bro. Let's just keep it a book, man. It's crazy. All right, they said that the West India Regiment soldiers were a valued part of the British forces. This is mid 1800s and on, because the West Indians were more adapted to the climate, and it said that the white troops that went to the Caribbean always were, they always were suffering from disease and the climate shock and all, and they couldn't last down in the Caribbean, which we already know that. Bro. You know what I'm saying? We already know that they can't take the heat. It said that the so-called black Caribbean soldiers were better adapted for tropical service. Right. No shit, Sherlock. You know what I'm saying? It said in 1800, now remember, all the way up until the War of 1812, all up until the end of the War of 1812 and 1820, all of the West India regiments were working for the Sultan, they were working for the American Moroccan army. After 1820, from the 1820s and on, they got broken up under the new fake Britain. That's all that happened. So prior to the War of 1812 and prior to 1820, the West India regiments and the Carolina Corps and all of the Colonial Corps, the British Redcoats were working for the American Moroccan army. After that, they were all working for fake Britain. Instead of new fake Britain. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep it a buck, man. So, it said in the year 1800, there were 12 battalions, 12 West India battalions in the West Indies. And they were involved in the War of 1812 on the Atlantic coast and the Gulf of Mexico. Okay, I'm gonna say that again. In 1800, there were 12 battalions in the West Indies, or the West India regiments, and they were involved in the War of 1812 in the Atlantic coast and the Gulf of Mexico. So that tells you right there. So with Andrew Jackson, we already know this, but when Andrew Jackson and the Americans were fighting with the so-called British, they was fighting with the Moors, nigga, the whole damn time. So when they were fighting with the so-called British Redcoats, nigga, they was fighting with the Brutish Moors, who was wearing turbans and fences and all type of stuff. You know what I'm saying, on their ass. Now, it said that the West India regiments were fighting on the American Atlantic. So when these Americans in the War of 1812, when they was going to war with the so-called British, these British was rocking turbans and fences, and looking like the West Indians, nigga. You know what I'm saying, or the Indians, nigga. I mean, this is what it is. That just goes to show you right there. Why would they have the West India regiments fighting in the War of 1812 in America? You know what I'm saying? And these niggas dressed just like Moors. I mean, come on, man. That right there shows that that right there is all the proof you need that old England was Moorish England and New Britain is fake Britain. You know what I'm saying? Right there. You know what I'm saying? And it just goes to show that the United States Revolution was against the Moors, nigga. It always was. Feel me? All right, let's see. All right, now it said that the West India regiments took part in the Battle of New Orleans. So again, they was fighting the Moors in New Orleans, nigga. Kill yourself, nigga. Wasn't fighting no American Indian goofies and no Pan-African goofies and pro-black goofies and Aboriginal goofies in New Orleans. They was fighting with the Moors, nigga. The Moors had an army. I don't know. The American Indians didn't have no damn army. The Native Americans didn't have no damn army. The pro-blacks didn't have no damn armies. And the Pan-African clowns didn't have no damn army. But the Moorish West India regiments and the Carolina Corps had an army, nigga, whooping your ass. Kill yourself, nigga. For real, bro. All right. It said, following the War of 1812, the numbers of the West India regiments were progressively reduced. Many went to Trinidad, forming. All right, this right here again, man. Again, bro, it's over. It's over for you goofies, nigga. I mean, for real, it is over for you goofies. All right, I'm gonna read this, and I want y'all to take the damn wax out your ears and pay attention, nigga. Take notes, nigga. You know what I'm saying? It said, following the War of 1812, the numbers of the West India Regiment were progressively reduced, and many went to Trinidad, forming the main Muslim population of Trinidad before the first arriving indentured servants of Indian immigrants in 1845. I'm gonna say that one more time for you goofies, nigga. This goes to show you that the old Brutish Moors was Muslims of America. The old Redcoats was Muslims, and y'all American revolutionaries was fighting against the Muslims, nigga. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole damn time. So y'all was trying to break free, getting your wig split by the Muslims on them colonies, nigga. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna say that one more time, bro, for you goofies. The British American Army was the Moorish Muslim Army, nigga. I'm gonna say this one more time for you goofies. Okay. Following the War of 1812, the number of the West India Regiment were progressively reduced. Many went to Trinidad, forming the main Muslim population of Trinidad before the arrival of indentured servants of indentured Indian immigrants in 1845. So there you go right there, bro. So West Indians, if you claim to be a West Indian, you claiming to be a Muslim, nigga. So you can't be no Christian being talking about you a West Indian. You can't be no goofy or no Pan-African Rastafari goofy talking about you a West Indian, nigga. The West Indians are the Muslims, nigga. The whole time. So if you are claiming to be anything but a Moor under the 5 or the 6, and you claiming to be a West Indian, nigga, you out of pocket, you out of line, and just slap your damn self in the mouth, nigga. For real, bro. All right, it said that the St. Joseph Mutiny of 1837 saw 60 to 100 soldiers of the First West Indian Regiment rebel against forced conscription into the British Army, and 18 soldiers and 3 renegades were killed by British authorities. So again, that's 1837. So you can tell, again, we already talked about after 1820, a lot of these West Indian regiments got absorbed by the new fake Britain over there in Europe. This fake Britain that came together over there in Europe after the 1820s, after the War of 1812. And everything split up for the Moorish Empire. You know what I'm saying? So these West Indian regiment Moors was like, man, y'all ain't American, nigga. Y'all new British ain't got no, they can't tell us what to do, nigga. We not getting forced conscripted into y'all bullshit. So they did a rebellion. They was like, nigga, who the fuck is you, nigga? Trying to tell a real American Moor that I gotta be in your goofy army, nigga. So they did a whole rebellion, and the British authorities executed some of them. You know what I'm saying? So that just goes to show you that fake Britain took over the old Al-Maroccan Empire, imperial armies and navies over the world. You know what I'm saying? And just formed their new little fake British empire. That's all that happened, bro. So the new empire has always been fake Britain versus Moorish England, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Moorish England is America, and the old British nobles, you know, over there in the Isles, and fake Britain is everything after 1820, nigga. Kill yourself, nigga. For real, bro. So it's Moorish England versus fake Britain, nigga. For real. And the United States corporate clowns that want to be criminals and bums, y'all are part of fake Britain, nigga. The true United States Republic is the old, you know, down with the old Moorish Republic and all of that. Is Moorish England, nigga. Kill yourself, nigga. For real, bro. All right, now we're gonna talk about the old core. The old colonial corps of Marines, you know what I'm saying, that fought in the War of 1812. So we're going to talk about the original Moorish Marines that the United States Marines took their whole demonstration from. It's the colonial corps of Marines. And these were all Moors, all niggas. So the old colonial corps of Marines that fought the Redcoat Marines, nigga, that the United States Marines modeled their whole demonstration after was all old Negro Marines, nigga. So we talk about the old colonial corps of Marines. All right. So it said the first corps of the colonial corps of Marines, they were formed in 1808. All right. And you know they existed before that because you always had the old British or Brutish Marines, but we just talking about specifically the colonial corps of Marines that, you know, were formed in 1800. You know what I'm saying? Just doing all these, trying to keep all these revolutionary issues in check after the American Revolution. You know what I'm saying? It said that the Colonial Corps of Marines took part of the capture of Guadeloupe in 1808. You know, probably shut down the French revolutionary clowns and the Haitian revolutionary niggas that was sitting over there trying to rebel against Algiers and Napoleon and all that. Because Napoleon was a nigga. Don't get it messed up, nigga. Trying to keep you goofies in check. You know what I'm saying? So if you talking about you had a Haitian revolution and you talking about you rebelled against Napoleon and all that, nigga, Napoleon was a nigga. So y'all sitting up there in the Caribbean talking about, oh, well, the British whooped our ass. Oh, the French whooped our ass, nigga. Nigga, Napoleon was a nigga, and the West Indian Yeah, we back, man. Yeah, we gotta piece this joker together because it just keep on going crazy. All right. So now we're gonna talk about the second corps. We already talked about the first Colonial Corps of Marines, but we're gonna talk about the second corps. It said that the second corps of Colonial Corps of Marines was organized on May 10th. Let's see. I think 1811 or 1812 on Tangier Island off of the Virginia coast. It was occupied by the British. It said that refugees who were kind of escaping the American revolutionary zones or whatever, refugees who came to Tangier Island off the Virginia coast were offered the option to become blue jackets, which is part of the Moorish or British Navy, or they could join the infantry or they could join the working party. The working party and construct, it helped construct Fort Albion, okay? It was on the Tangier Island off the British coast. Again, why would it be called Tangier Island, nigga? You know what I'm saying? All right, it said that the second Colonial Corps of Marines made combat debut. They made their combat debut in May of 1814 in a raid on Pontague Creek. And they helped capture They helped to capture a U.S. artillery battery. Okay, this is in the War of 1812. So you had a bunch of Moorish Marines fighting the United States on the East Coast in the War of 1812. Man, very interesting. So it said that the Colonial Corps of Marines also took part in the Chesapeake campaign. They conducted many coastal raids on the towns of Calverton, Huntington, Prince Frederick, Benedict, and Lower Marlborough in June of 1814, and 30 Colonial Marines with 180 Royal Marines attacked an artillery battery at Chesonix. Okay, it said in July of 1814, reinforcements from Bermuda allowed further reinforcements from Bermuda. So evidently the Moors had used all the Caribbean islands as military outposts to conduct expeditions from on the United States or whoever else. We had to run expeditions and operations on. So it's very interesting. It said that reinforcements arrived from Bermuda and allowed further expeditions ashore on the East Coast, as well as Peninsular War veterans who took part in the burning of Washington D.C. on 1814. So anybody who talks about the burning of Washington D.C., understand the burning of Washington D.C. in 1814 of the United States, that was done by the niggas, the Redcoat niggas. We burned D.C. to the ground, the United States Capitol to the ground. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all was trying to book. You know what I mean? That's just what happened. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. The Colonial Corps Marines, the Negro Marines, burned D.C. to the ground in 1814. You know what I'm saying? And it said that they also took part in the Battle of North Point in Maryland, and they also raised more companies. They also raised more companies from recruits on the Georgia coast, and their final tours were in Georgia. And they and the British Navy, the so-called British or Moorish Navy, they literally blockaded the whole entire southern coast in the War of 1812, which is basically the Barbary Moors. That's the Barbary Wars. So we basically had the United States surrounded. We had the United States surrounded in the War of 1812 from the Caribbean islands. We had our outposts there, and we had our Navy literally blockading the entire East Coast in the South, nigga. That's how ill we were, bro. I'm saying that's why, again, y'all didn't win the War of 1812. They didn't win nothing. You know what I'm saying? That literally nothing changed. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. All right, it said that the core of the Colonial Marines were two different British Marine units, which were Moroccan, but two different British Marine units raised from former black slaves, please. And for service in the Americas at the behest of Alexander Cochrane, and they were created in 1808 and 1810 and the War of 1812. Okay, so again, The Colonial Corps of Marines was all niggas. So the old so-called British Marines was niggas, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So just keep it a buck, man. And they gonna talk about it was raised from black slaves, but we already know that's cap, man. You know what I'm saying? You're not taking no black slaves and turning them into no damn Marines, nigga. You know what I'm saying? It's just not gonna happen. These were free Moors from America, and they were military Moors, and they were Marines. You know what I'm saying? All right. It said that the first corps was a small unit that served in the Caribbean from 1808 to 1810. Okay. And the second corps served from 1814 to 1816. They were stationed at St. Augustine and Negro Fort. We had already talked about Fort Negro, the famous historical old Seminole fort in Florida. You know what I'm saying? So the Colonial Marine Corps, the nigga Marines, were stationed at St. Augustine, Florida. So that's an old Moorish nigga town. And Negro Fort, which is an old Moorish star fort in Florida, nigga. Kill yourself, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Y'all are nobodies, nigga. So again, man, the old British was the niggas. The old Brutish British America was ran by the niggas. We had the nigga Marines whooping y'all ass. We had Negro Fort in St. Augustine. We had a whole nigga Navy that was blockading the whole damn South, whooping y'all ass. You know what I'm saying? Y'all are nobodies, nigga. Oh, but only the Moors can claim that. American Indians, Aboriginal goofies can't claim none of that. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. At the end of the War of 1812, the post was evacuated, and the Florida Corps Marine Corps was paid off and disbanded. Okay, it said that some went to Bermuda, and others continued to live around the forts and old garrisons in Florida. So that's where your Seminoles and all these people come from. You know what I'm saying? Yo, understand? They always gonna talk about the Moorish, the Seminoles, or some ragtag Indians. Man, them Southern Moors down south. These was old Moorish Marines from the old British Army and all that stuff. Man, these were some real military niggas. And they were just Moors and Muslims, and then they were slapping niggas around. You know what I'm saying? That's why the Creek Wars that's why the United States got defeated in the Creek Wars ultimately, because they were dealing with real Moorish military men down south. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all it was. You feel me? Says, okay, some went to live in Bermuda. So a lot of the niggas in Bermuda, a lot of these niggas come from the old Moorish military Marine Corps. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them went to the Bahamas. So a lot of the old Moors, the British that went to the Bahamas was niggas from America. You know what I'm saying? The loyalists, you know. And it said that the legacy, allegedly, it said that the legacy of armed fugitive slaves with a substantial arsenal was unaccepted by the United States. Okay, which is cap. These were not no damn slaves. These was free Moors. So the Moors down south had all these weapons. Again, these were the old British. These people were part of the old British and the French armies of America, nigga. And when they started getting broken up after the War of 1812, they would stay right where they was at, and they had all type of guns, all type of weapons, all type of cannons. They had all type of forts. Nobody went nowhere. The shit just got broken up. You know what I'm saying? So, but these niggas were still down south, all over the damn place with all these weapons, and these Europeans couldn't do nothing with them. You know what I'm saying? They tried, they got their wigs split. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So American Indians, Native Americans, they ain't never claimed to have no weapons, no armies, no arsenals, but the Moors is claiming it, nigga. Moorish England, nigga, all day. Moorish England over fake Britain all day, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Kill yourself. Let's see. They said that the former Marines joined with the Seminoles and others on the Atlantic coast went to Bermuda and Trinidad. So yeah. So the so-called British Americans, the Americans that went to Trinidad, you know what I'm saying? These was American niggas that went down there. So when you see people like what was that? Nicki Minaj. Like Nicki Minaj, I think she Trinidadian or whatever, but she Trinity, all right? But Nicki Minaj, like, you look at, she's fine, she's a bad little sister, you know what I'm saying? But she look American as hell. I guarantee Nicki Minaj is descended from them old American Moors that went down there, you know what I'm saying? She look like a straight up Indian, nigga. I'm saying, so all them Trinidadian Moors and all that, nigga, them niggas come from America, nigga, you know what I'm saying? These are Seminoles, you know what I'm saying? And the niggas in the Bahamas and all that, you know what I'm saying? And also, historically, just as we close up about the Colonial Marines, the Seminoles, the so-called Seminoles and the Loyalists that went to the Bahamas, they created a village in the Bahamas, a historic village in the Bahamas called the Red Bays. I'm gonna say that again. The so-called Seminoles and the Moorish Marines and Loyalists that went to the Bahamas, they created a village down there called the Red Bays, nigga. Why would it be called the Red Bays, nigga? I mean, just man, come on, bro. You know what I'm saying? So again, man. And then historically, the Bahamas was known for being a base of blockade runners during the Civil War to the Confederacy. So essentially, the Bahamas was down with the Confederacy, nigga. They was running through the American blockade, running they were running weapons to the Confederacy from the Bahamas and stuff like that. So you know what I'm saying? I mean, just keep it a book, man. I mean, just how many times we got to annihilate you infidels with all this real shit, you know what I'm saying? Let's talk about the Gulf Coast service of the Royal Marine Corps Marines. Okay, the British also had the so-called British during the War of 1812. They had an outpost on the Gulf Coast at Prospect Bluff on the Apalachicola River. Okay, on the Apalachicola River in East Florida, which is Andalusia. We already talked about that. Spanish Florida is Andalusia. The Spanish domains are the Andalusian domains all over America, all over Central America. You know what I'm saying? That's all Andalusia. Always was, nigga. The fake Catholics, the fake Catholic Spanish and all of them, they literally were nobodies. Had no sway nowhere in America, nowhere in the Americas until the American Revolution, nigga. They was always held in check. They was always in check by the Moors all through America, all through Central America, and all through the Spanish domains in South America, all the way up to the American Revolution, bro. Just keep it a buck, man. So, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. All right, so it said that they had their little post on the Apalachicola River in East Florida, which attracted red sticks, okay, the Moorish red sticks, and so-called black Seminoles to the fort. Okay, it said that George Woodbines and a detachment of Royal Marines. Now the Royal Marines, trust and believe, the so-called Royal Marines was niggas too. Might have had some European lighter skinned people in that. It was mixed up, but the Royal Marines was niggas too, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep it a buck, man. It said George Woodbines and a detachment of Royal Marines landed from the HMS Orpheus in May of 1814 with gifts and 2,000 muskets and blankets for the red sticks and the Moors of the Southern Moors, the Seminoles. Okay, so the so-called British, which is the niggas, they done brought 2,000 muskets and gifts and money and blankets for the red sticks and the Seminoles of the South. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So again, man, the Moors are the only ones who ever fought, nigga. And the Moors had all the weapons. The American Indians, Native American goofies, Aboriginal goofies, and Pan-African and pro-black goofies didn't have nothing. You know what I'm saying? Y'all were nobodies. Y'all had no weapons. Y'all had no armies, and y'all got slapped around and enslaved. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all are the bums and goofies that y'all are, nigga. Kill yourself, nigga. It said that a fort was constructed, and Cochrane sent Edward Nichols to oversee operations. It said that Nichols left Bermuda with 112 Marines and three field pieces. It said that Nichols left Bermuda with 112 Marines, 3 field pieces, and 1,000 muskets for recruits. Okay. So again, that shows you if he went from Bermuda to the Gulf Coast, again, we used all the Caribbean islands as military outposts where you can go back, resupply, and go back and do your thing on whatever expeditions need to be had, whether it was in America, South America, whatever. Yeah, we back. The devil busy tonight, but we gonna persevere. We gonna get it done. You dig? Now, as I was saying, you know, we use the Caribbean. You can tell that the so-called old Moorish army used the Caribbean islands back in those days as a prison colony and as military outposts, so we could conduct our expeditions in different directions and everything like that. We was able to resupply ourselves, go, you know what I'm saying, go. You know, it just gave you a landing base and a beachhead to conduct all your expeditions and operations. That's what the Caribbean has always been a strategic strong point for whoever can occupy, you know what I'm saying, those islands, you know what I'm saying. So the Moorish British, the Moorish Brutish, or the old Spanish, the old French armies were able to use those islands as you know, just whatever strategic importance they were able to use them for, you know what I'm saying. So all right, so we already talked about Nichols. He left Bermuda with 112 Marines, 3 field pieces, and 1,000 muskets for recruits. Okay. After the war was over in 1815, the European units, they said the European units, so it was a merged army. The majority of the army was American, but you did have some European units that came more so from so-called Britain. But it said the European units were sent back to so-called Britain, and the Marines remained stationed in Bermuda, but they were disbanded in 1816. And now they were the last corps of colonial Marines. They were disbanded in 1816, and they currently form a community. A lot of them went to Trinidad, and they formed a community called the Americans, which PNF has already went in on that, you know, as far as the Americans. But the colonial Marines, the nigger Marines of America, you know what I'm saying, they formed a community in Trinidad called Americans. So that just goes to show you right there who the British or the Brutish were. Nigga, they were the Americans, the Moroccans, nigga, the whole time. You know what I'm saying? It said that the Florida detachment remained in Florida, and some went to the Bahamas. And again, we already know that they conducted the Seminole and the Southern Creek Wars and all that. The reason why they were so thorough and they were able to whoop the United States ass, you know what I'm saying, in the Seminole Wars and all that, was because a lot of them were old Marines, old British Marines and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Real Moors with military expertise and experience, and good luck at you goofies defeating them niggas, you know what I'm saying? For real, bro. Red sticks all day, Moorish England all day on you clowns, nigga. Oh, for real, bro. All right. Now, real quick, I'm just going to go over some of the old famous British units, British Moorish units, and then I want to talk about it. I want to quickly discuss the Moorish occupation of Australia, and then we're going to shut it down. We're almost out of here, you know what I'm saying? Long one, I hope y'all can hang with it, but you know what I'm saying? Let's see. First, one of the famous British units, so-called black units, was the so-called black pioneers. Okay. Let me just do the knowledge. And these are all units that fought in the so-called Revolutionary War against the United States and all of the the War of 1812 and all that. You know what I'm saying? The black pioneers. The black pioneers was an old British, so-called British Moorish regiment. Okay. Now, pioneer is the so-called word pioneer is an old 18th century term for military engineers. Okay, so you have more. So you got the Corps of Engineers in the Army now, and the Army engineers and all of that. Well, back in the day, there was the black pioneers of the Moorish engineers. So that's the old Moorish. The Moors used to handle all the old military engineer operations and all that in America. You know what I'm saying? So, let's see. It said that in the 18th century, engineers were the officers who were schooled in the art of laying out and building fortifications and other defensive works. Okay, so a lot of the old Moorish forts and bridges and all that, that was the black pioneers and the Moorish engineers of the British Army that did all that, the British Army, you know what I'm saying? The pioneers were the soldiers who did the physical labor of building the works. The pioneers were the soldiers who did the physical labor of the building of the works. Okay. And the unit was the so-called black pioneers, which is the Moorish pioneers unit of the British or Brutish Army, Moroccan Moorish Army. They were raised in 1776 allegedly from enslaved peoples, which is cap, you know what I'm saying? Ain't no enslaved engineers to kill yourself, nigga. From enslaved, so-called enslaved people from the Carolinas. So the Carolina niggas, the Carolina niggas have a long military history in America. So niggas from South Carolina, North Carolina, their area, you know what I'm saying? They got a long military history in America, you know what I'm saying? They saw service in building and repairing forts, roads, and other logistical work in New York City, in Rhode Island, Pennsylvania, and South Carolina. And in 1782, they were attached to the Loyalist Black Guard, to the Loyalist Guides and Pioneers unit that disbanded in 1783. Okay, so remember the Black Pioneers, the old Moorish military engineers of the British Army. So, you know, it was the niggas. British were all the English army, the British Army of America was always the niggas. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, if you was getting slapped around by the old British Brutish, you was getting slapped around by the niggas and the old American niggas. Just keep it a buck, nigga. All right. Okay, the next famous regiment was the old British Army was the Black Dragoons. Okay, the Dragoons, y'all. That's the whole term. The Black Dragoons were formed in 1782. And the Dragoons were mounted soldiers who could fight as both infantrymen and light cavalry. So these were some bad Moors, you know what I'm saying? The Black Dragoons, okay? I said they were broken into small numbers to augment other American loyalist units, okay? So, you know what I'm saying? These cats, the Black Dragoons evidently were the leaders. So they probably would send these Moors out to lead these other units and advise them and lead them to war. You know what I'm saying? Because these were some bad, it's like old Delta Force niggas, you know what I'm saying? The Black Dragoons, okay? All right, so, and this, again, man, this is the type of history that you need to be learning. You don't need to be learning this fake, you will get whooped on slave plantations by you pro-black goofies, you know what I'm saying? You need to be learning about the Black Dragoons, the Black Pioneers, real military imperial history of your people in America, you know what I'm saying? Mississippian people, feel me? Okay, and it said they were probably acting mostly as scouts, skirmishers, and raiders. So if they were raiders, they were Barbary Moors raiding on some Europeans. You know what I'm saying? Keep it a book, man. It said most notably they skirmished with the Colonel Francis Marion's rebel guerrilla forces, and they were eventually attached to the South Carolina Royalists. Okay, and the South Carolina Royalist regiment was historically all Negro, historically all Moors. Okay. All right, now the next unit we're gonna talk about is the South Carolina Royalists. Okay, which is the Moors. We already talked about. We talked about in the old drop about the Black Guard, the Moorish Black Guard, which was loyal to the Sultan, particularly Sultan Moulay Ismail bin Sharif in America. You know what I'm saying? The Black Guard was always the Moorish Redcoat, the Loyalists. You know what I'm saying? The Royalists, the Loyalists. So the South Carolina Royalists were a loyalist unit formed in 1778, and they included many so-called African Americans in their ranks, mostly all of them. You know what I'm saying? They made up the British garrison. The South Carolina Royalists made up the so-called British garrison of Savannah, Georgia in 1780. And in 1783, the so-called African American, the Moorish, were transferred to the Caribbean. They were transferred to the Caribbean after the Revolutionary War, and they were the ones who formed the original West India Regiment. Okay, and they were transferred to the West Indies and Grenada. So that's probably why back in the 80s, why Ronald Reagan wanted to invade Grenada. You know what I'm saying? Because there was probably some Moors down there that wasn't with the nonsense. So, they try to wipe these niggas out. You know what I'm saying? But again, these are old American niggas. All this stuff that these people, these communist Marxist clowns are always doing is going against the Moors every single time. You know what I'm saying? And they were the Black Corps in Grenada. They formed the Black Corps of the Dragoons, Pioneers, and Artificers. They helped form the corps, of the First West India Regiment in 1795. Okay, so the whole time, any of the so-called British that was in the Caribbean, there was always the Moors, nigga. The whole time, you know what I'm saying? And again, it just said that the First West India Regiment was formed from the South Carolina Royalist Regiment. So that means the niggas from South Carolina were the West Indian Moors, you know what I'm saying? So there you go. So Gullah Geechees and all that, they were the ones who was running the Caribbean, whooping y'all ass, you know what I'm saying? So kill yourself. I'm trying to get through this, man. This is a marathon. The Jamaica Rangers, okay? The Jamaica Rangers is another British loyalist regiment. They were raised in 1777 in Kingston, Jamaica. In 1782, Royal Authority, which is American authority, they were given the authority to raise 3 more battalions of free mulattoes and blacks in Jamaica. So these were the Moors, the Maroons in Jamaica. These are the American Moors in Jamaica. So the Jamaica Rangers. So Jamaica, Y'all Jamaican niggas, man. Y'all gotta get down with the squad. You know what I'm saying? If you claim in Jamaica, you claim in Moorish, nigga. Ain't no such thing as no West Indian that ain't no more, nigga. Otherwise, you just a slave. Otherwise, you just claim to be a damn slave from Africa or something like that. You know what I'm saying? You can be Kunta Kinte for all we care. You know what I'm saying? Okay, the Mosquito Shore Volunteers, or Young's Company, was a company of so-called free black men raised in a British settlement of Black River on the east coast of Nicaragua and Honduras, okay? And they took part in the British capture of Fort San Juan in 1780, okay? So there goes to show you right there. Not only were the so-called British Moorish army running America and the Caribbean, nigga, we was running Central America too back in those days. So Belize, Nicaragua, all of that, nigga, the Moorish Brutish army had all type of Moorish outposts down there too, nigga. Kill yourself, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So the Moors, nigga, we was running shop on you clowns, nigga. All right. The 29th Regiment of Foot allegedly employed blacks as drummers, which is cap. A Moorish regiment of the 17. This was a regiment from the 1750s that took the island of Guadeloupe from the French in 1759. One of these regiments was sent to Boston in 1768 to help maintain order when the American Revolution was kicking off. And it said allegedly the blacks were enslaved, but it said that it said that allegedly the blacks of the army were enslaved, but it said that allegedly the whites in the colonies didn't like seeing black soldiers. You know what I'm saying? But it said the blacks. It said that the black soldiers in the regiment were also used to handle duties such as whipping colonists. You know what I'm saying? So if a colonist got out of line, they had to get whipped. So that just goes to show you right there. Who was getting whooped in the colonies? So the colonists was getting whooped by some Moorish Redcoats in Boston, nigga. That's why y'all Europeans up in Boston is racist as hell, and y'all hate niggas. Cause you know what I'm saying? Cause y'all was getting whooped by some niggas back in the colonial times, nigga. Kill yourself, nigga. And I see why y'all hate niggas so much, but let's keep it real about why. Stop lying and talk about niggas with some slaves, but y'all always get y'all ass whooped by niggas back in the colonial days, nigga. For real, bro. And it said that many of the Moors of that regiment went to Nova Scotia after the war. Because again, after the American Revolution and all of that, and after the War of 1812, Canada was still under the Moorish jurisdiction completely, all the way up until it converted over to the British Crown, like in the mid 1800s. You know what I'm saying? That fake Britain took it over in the mid 1800s. So that's why so many Moors went to Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. They went to Canada. That was still all Moorish turf under the jurisdiction of the Sultan. You know what I'm saying? So Moors went to the Caribbean and Moors went to Canada. A lot of them, you know what I'm saying? Because the United States couldn't do nothing up there. You feel me? All right. What else we got? All right. Real quick, I just want to talk about the Moorish occupation of Australia. You know what I'm saying? And then we're going to shut it down. Let's see. Okay, so, and we're just going to talk about how the American Moors pretty much used Australia as a penal colony. You know what I'm saying? So Australia was under the jurisdiction of the American Moors, or the American Brutish, you know what I'm saying, all the way up until the War of 1812 as well. So all the Europeans that talking about they went down there as criminals and convicts, the Moors took them down there. It wasn't no fake Britain. It wasn't no fake Britain from Europe that took them people down there. You know what I'm saying? So following the American Revolution, the British government sent a fleet of ships under the command of Arthur Phillip to establish a new penal colony camp that was set up under the Union Jack that was set up in Australia. And the Union Jack was raised at Sydney Cove, Port Jackson in 1788. Okay. It said that most early convicts were transported for petty crimes, assigned as laborers and servants to free settlers in Australia, which was Moors. Okay. It said that while most convicts settled into colonial society, rebellions and uprisings were staged but suppressed. Okay. So again, man. So that just goes to show you right there. Why would the British be setting up the colonies of America got free? Okay, no, they ceased to be prison colonies in America, right? So why would the British be setting up a whole new penal colony in Australia after the American Revolution? Evidently, they had to move operations and all of the people who were still under bondage of the Moors of the British to places like Australia. You know what I'm saying? So that goes to show you right there, right? You know what I'm saying? Let's see. The 1808, we talking about Australia. The 1808 Rum Rebellion initiated reforms in the following decade, and Governor Lachlan Marquis oversaw New South Wales transition from penal colony into a civil society. Once again, that's another old Moorish, Brutish holding that got transferred over to the new fake Britain, and they pretty much freed everybody. You know what I'm saying? And then after they freed all the convicts and prisoners we had in Australia, you know what I'm saying? Essentially, they used them to go to war and annihilate all the Aboriginals that were down there. Because again, the Moors had an army down there in Australia, and we kind of protected the Aboriginals down there and protected their rights and kept the convicts away from them. But after the War of 1812, and New Fake Britain went down there and freed all the people up, they started committing genocide against all the Aboriginals, and they pretty much killed everybody in Tasmania and all type of crazy stuff. Again, man, these people are insane, bro. They're straight up insane. All right. Let's see. All right, let's talk about the New South Wales Corps. You know what I'm saying? This was a British corps that went down to Australia after the Revolutionary War. And we're going to talk, and it's going to drive home how Australia was a Moorish-American colony that got taken over by the new fake British after the War of 1812. You know what I'm saying? It was always a Moorish colony down in Australia. You know what I'm saying? For real. So, the New South Wales Corps was a regiment of the British Army formed in England, which is America, in 1789, to relieve the New South Wales Marine Corps of the First Fleet up to Australia. It had they had a notoriety for the trade in rum. That's why they were called the Rum Corps. You know what I'm saying? So we're talking about the New South Wales Corps. Okay. They were transferred. Okay. They said that they were transferred to they were transferred to Australia in 1789, but they were transferred to Bermuda and Nova Scotia before before fighting in the War of 1812. They arrived with the Second Fleet to Australia in 1790. Okay, with three companies and a fourth of the remaining Marines. Okay, they said that the existing governor of Australia left for England in 1792, and there was a lieutenant or general named Gross who remained in Australia. He was in charge of the New South Wales Corps, and he kind of began a military dictatorship down there. So, after the main governor went back to England, which is America, in 1792, he said he basically started a military dictatorship. He abolished the civilian courts. He cut convict rations and got rid of collective farming, and he also relaxed the prohibition of rum trading. And he also put down an Irish rebellion at Vinegar Hill. Again, that's why them Irish folks hate niggas. And so them Irish fools, them Catholic Irish convicts down in Australia got slapped around by some niggas down there in Australia. And that's why the Irish got so persecuted by them niggas back in the day for being Catholics and Roman Catholics and all that. And they sat up here and formed all the police departments in America. You know what I'm saying? They couldn't wait to whoop, and they couldn't wait to fuck niggas up all over America. You know what I'm saying? Now, I get it, but y'all got to admit that y'all got slapped around by niggas back in the day. All y'all Irish folks, you know what I'm saying? Y'all, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And then it said that when the New South Wales Corps put down that Irish rebellion, the rebels shouted liberty or death, just like the Americans. You know what I'm saying? I wonder why. Again, we know all these revolutions went on around the world against Moorish rule after the American Revolution. So, the New South Wales Corps engaged in the Rum Rebellion of 1808, and they were recalled to England after that. You know what I'm saying? They were renamed in England, again, England is America. They were renamed the 102nd Foot Regiment of Foot, and they were transferred to Nova Scotia in 1812. And the regiment took part in the raiding of the Atlantic seaboard of the U.S., mainly the Chesapeake Bay with the Royal Marines. We already talked about the Marines. And they occupied New Brunswick and Maine until 1840, and the treaty ended the war. So again, man, this is why you know this. This is how you know that it's England is America. See, why would they recall a whole garrison, a corps from Australia, go all the way back to England? This, you know what I'm saying, to go all the way back to little bitty old England over there in Europe. Then they transfer them to Nova Scotia, and then they transfer them to Bermuda. You know what I'm saying? Like, that don't make no sense. It would make more sense that the corps went back to America. Then they went back to be stationed in America. Then they got transferred to Nova Scotia and then Bermuda from being in America. That would make more sense, wouldn't it? You know what I'm saying? Like, and you know what I'm saying? Just keep it a buck, man. You know what I mean? All right. Yeah. And then, again, so they occupied New Brunswick and Maine. So Maine, all, you know what I'm saying? Again, man, the United States did not win the War of 1812. Contrary to the history they try to teach you in school, nigga. You know what I'm saying? They literally got nothing. The main thing that got accomplished with the War of 1812 by the United States and America was the Moroccan economy got kind of left and shattered, got kind of broken down after that. So we kind of had to break our military down after that. We didn't have the funds like we used to have from losing all that free labor and all that stuff and all these penal colonies. You know what I'm saying? We didn't have all that no more, so we kind of had to break our armies down. You know what I'm saying? And that kind of allowed the United States to do what they do with their little expansion, you know what I'm saying, in America and all that. That's all that happened. But militarily, they never fucked with us, you know what I'm saying? Okay, so after the War of 1812, it said that the British disbanded many units for the sake of economy. Again, we just talked about that. It said that the regiment name, they were renamed the 100th Regiment of Foot in 1816. And it said that they were the last British regiment to occupy occupy any part of the United States. And they were ultimately completely disbanded in 1818. Okay, so again, you know what I'm saying, what all of this proves to all of you goofies is that the Al-Maroccan army is undefeated. You know what I'm saying? We never lost no wars to you goofies between the 1500s and the 1800s. The only thing that happened was all of these revolutions. Our economy got destroyed from all these wars and all these revolutions, and we just essentially had to just kind of disband our whole military. And that's when you clowns came up in the mid 1800s. That's all that happened, nigga. So Morocco is the champion. We are the champions. We are the champions. No time for losers, cause we are the champions, nigga. Morocco is undefeated militarily, nigga. Kill yourself, nigga. The Confederacy is undefeated militarily, nigga. Until 1865, nigga. Kill yourself. Well, until 1820, nigga. Kill yourself, nigga. For real, bro. All right, now, just real quick before I shut it down, I wanted to talk about Moulay Abdul Al-Rahman bin Hisham, okay? Who we're just talking about who he took the throne of Morocco in 1822, and again, the American throne, not no damn, you know what I'm saying? And again, this was George III in Britain. He died in 1820, so you can tell after the War of 1812 and the 1820s is really when everything started to switch over, you know what I'm saying? But we're just gonna talk about we just wanted to discuss a few points about Moulay Abdul Al-Rahman bin Hisham, who took over the Moroccan Sultanate in 1822. Okay. It did say that when he took over, when this Sultan took over in 1822, it said that the finances were in shambles through all these wars. Again, we lost a lot of our economy got left in ruins from all these wars, all the natural disasters and all type of stuff. So that's what really, when they talk about all these British regiments in America that got disbanded and all that stuff, and everything got broke down, and the regiments got broke down and disbanded. It was not because they were defeated. It was because the economy was in shambles. You know what I'm saying? And it said that when Moulay Abdul Al-Rahman bin Hisham took the throne in 1822, the Moroccan economy was in shambles. You know what I'm saying? And that's exactly what happened. That's why all of the so-called British military units got split up. You know what I'm saying? And they were all kind of just left where they were and got absorbed by New Fake Britain after from the 1820s and on. You know what I'm saying? Now, but it did say that when he took the throne at that time, Morocco was this is from a wiki article, okay? It said that Morocco was an undefeated power with a modern army made up of 4 main forces, okay? So up until 1822, between the 1500s and 1822, Morocco was an undefeated power, nigga. Run and tell that, nigga. So I'm saying. So how was Mississippian slaves getting whooped when Morocco was an undefeated military power, man? Kill yourself, man. See, this is what Moors claim. You goofies claim getting whooped like slaves on plantations, but the Moors claim to be an undefeated military power, nigga. You know what I'm saying? All right. Now we're just gonna talk about how, and we've already discussed this in previous drops, but I just want to reiterate what made up the old so-called Moroccan British Army and how it was made up. So, and this is what gave Morocco such a military advantage and so much military prestige around the world. It said you had the Geech tribes or the Gooch tribes, and these were military tribes of the Moxan tribes, and these tribes were the so-called Confederate zones or confederacies that were directly loyal to the Sultan. These were they called the Gooch tribes or the Geech tribes, and that would be considered the Iroquois Confederacy tribes and the Southern Geechee, and these types of tribes that were directly they were directly loyal to the Sultan. Okay, you had they made up contingents of like the Redcoats and the Loyalists. You also had the Black Guard. We've already talked about the Black Guard in previous drops. The Black Guard were the Redcoats and the Loyalists and the Royalist armies. You know what I'm saying? So that's the Black Guard, who was loyal directly to the Sultan. You had contingents provided by the tribes and confederacies who paid taxes. Okay, so these contingents these individual confederacies that would provide soldiers or their individual militias, that's where you would have found somebody like Tecumseh with his confederacy, who was assisting the Indians who were assisting the main so-called British or French armies. You know what I'm saying? These were the contingents who were paying taxes, and they would contribute soldiers whenever it was needed to the Moroccan cause or the Algerian cause or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And then it also said that you had holy warriors of the Mujahideen who provided soldiers in cases, who provided massive levies in case of emergencies. So these Mujahideen type of people, they would have been them crazy wild Indians, all them crazy wild Indians and war bandits, and these crazy people that would die. They'll go to war. They don't mind going to war and killing and dying and battling all the crazy Indians. Those are the Mujahideen. And understand, like no crazy wild Comanches and them crazy Cheyennes and all them type of so-called Indian tribes. They would have been considered the crazy Mujahideen warriors. You know what I'm saying? And even over there in North Africa, it was the same setup. Whether it was talking about the Al-Maroccan section, the Algeria section, the Tripoli section, all of that. That was all set up literally the same way. You know what I'm saying? And then, so these are the contingents of the old Moorish-American army, the old so-called British army, and even the old so-called French-American army. That's why they were so strong. You know what I'm saying? They had all these contingents, and y'all really got to study these. Y'all real moles got to come back and start studying how we used to get down, so y'all can reorganize yourselves the same way. You know what I'm saying? You got your main body, God. You got your main sultanate or main body, but you also got your individual confederacies that can provide soldiers when needed and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So again, man, you got to get back to your old ways. And then before I shut it down, also, you know, just as an honorable mention, we don't ever want to forget, even though you had the West Indian regiments, you also had the East Indian Army over there in so-called Hindustan as well. And they were part of our whole colonial setup over there in so-called British East India. You know what I'm saying? But again, that was ran by the Americans. That wasn't ran by no damn fake British. That wasn't ran by no fake British until the mid-1800s. You know what I'm saying? When they shut down the British East India Company and all that. But anyway, man, I did a marathon tonight. I hope y'all can get something from it. Again, driving home to you clowns. The true England was Moorish England. Okay, old England. The old English were always the Moors in America. New Britain is fake Britain. You know what I'm saying? And if you were ever complaining or crying about how bad your ancestors got did by the British or any of that, you were complaining about you got did bad by the American Brutish Moors, nigga, the whole damn time. And we were all niggas, Moors and Turks, European Janissaries, European renegades, the real niggas. You know what I'm saying? The real niggas. You know what I'm saying? And all the allies, niggas. So putting it down for Moorish England. Sheekamauga Alamassee-El tapping in live from Arabia. I'll tap back in with y'all later. Peace.